Okay, hello and welcome to day 3 of 5 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship from the Live Hotel and Casino in Maryland. I am Josh Sokol. Joining me today is none other than Charles Ranke. Charles, how are you doing this fine morning?
Doing pretty well. Probably about to be doing a whole lot better because we've got a really good matchup for you coming up here. We've got Nigel Richards, the one, the only, needs no introduction, versus somebody who also probably needs no introduction, the one, the only, Mac Meller.
So, of course, Mac Meller, if you are unfamiliar, is last year's champion, 2024 Scrabble Players Champion. Nigel has won this thing 5 times. He's back stateside for the first time in 7 years. Let's see if we can get an awesome game between these two. I think this is probably the most anticipated matchup of the entire tournament. Mac to go first. He is 3 games ahead of Nigel. You don't see that every day. Nigel had a rough start to the tournament. He's been working his way back up. I believe he was 5-5. Won his 11th game by 1 point and hasn't lost since. Oh, sorry. Let me fix that chicken scratch on the screen. All right, Mac to go first. And a blank the first tile he draws. Holy crap. He has a bingo.
He does indeed have a bingo. We know Mac's probably not going to miss this one. He'll maybe take a little bit of time to make sure he's not missing anything cool, but we expect this to hit the board pretty quickly.
Girthed, of course, the best bingo here. Righted, also valid, but would not double the H on one of those light blue double letter scores. So he just has to make sure he's sure of this word. This is actually a word that I think it was the last play I made in the Word Cup 3 years ago. But yeah, a weird adjective. I don't think girthing is valid.
Yeah, the other thing to know about that
great.
is girthier is not valid either, which might make you think that girthed also wouldn't be valid, but Mac knows his stuff. This one comes down pretty quick.
Yeah, a great start for Mac. And Nigel to respond with EEMRTUY. I would look for options, but he's probably very quickly going to line up a very good play. Let's see.
He's got it kind of lined up in the middle of his rack. He's looking to play some of those letters through the H of girth. That looks pretty good here.
Yeah, RHEUMY, the idea for Nigel Richards, that maintains somewhat of an opening on this board. When you face an opening bingo, you want to keep lines open. You want to score a little bit. It's often not a great idea to make any sort of overlapping play, which sort of constricts the board. So Nigel knows exactly what to do. He has faced probably more opening bingos than any of us. So that's 28 points. And Mac to respond with ABELNQU. What are we looking at here, Charles?
Definitely looking to get the Q off as soon as possible. Luckily, Mac drew a U with the Q. That's going to make his life a lot easier. He does have one star play to the T of girth, which, again, we see him setting up pretty quickly. That'd be banquet. That seems like his really only option here, unless he wants to hold on to the Q for something else in the future. He does have that I in girth next to a double letter score, but that's not really helping him here, so he might as well just drop the Q immediately.
Yeah, Bankit looks really good, but Nigel, look what he's lined up. Retrace. That's going to go right down that second to bottom row, making retraced, and he's going to be right back in this game. So we have a banger to start things off. The two of these players have played 3 times total, Mac and Nigel. The current head-to-head record between them is 2-1 in favor of Mac. Of course, very small sample size, but it's very nice to have a positive record against the GOAT. He really does not want to cede that lead in their head-to-head record. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I feel like Mac must be one of the very few people on planet Earth with a winning record against Nigel, even with the small sample size. I think there are some players who are 1-0 against Nigel, winning their only matchup, but it's still a scant few.
Yeah. So Retrace going to come down. Nigel just double checking the letters that were just opened. If that changes anything, maybe it does. Maybe he wants to play Terraced instead. The only difference being what letter you put in this position. I think before the T was more dangerous for triple triples. Now that there are no triple triple possibilities, it is slightly better potentially to put the T there other than the R, rather than the R. So a slight deviation for Nigel. These things are obviously worth considering for a few seconds, but for you and me, Charles, knowing whether to put an R or T right there, it's kind of like walking into a forest and you can't see anything.
Yeah, definitely not something where you take 5 minutes trying to debate the merits of the R versus the T in that spot. You just kind of go with one. A little bit of intuition, a little bit of thinking will lead you to an answer there. We see Mac sort of with kind of ish bingo letters, but needs a little bit of work here. He's going to be looking to play off the O and the W, maybe underneath Terrace right away. That keeps a pretty good leave. That's other than, hoping for a floating L for plow tail or something. Something like OW here is going to be pretty good for him.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at, and we see Nigel has drawn 2 S's, the Z, and a blank, which is actually insane. Mac ahead by 6 points at the moment, but I think within the next 2 turns, his rack doesn't improve. Might see Nigel taking the lead. So what's really crazy about this is if we had an R right here, Mac would be able to play Warp for 39. But because Nigel placed that T, he just made that slight deviation. He's going to save himself a few points on the scoreboard. And those small decisions really do matter.
Yeah,
Mac looking at Watt now, I think that makes a lot more sense. Score more points. Your leave isn't that much worse.
Yeah, I think the leave of AI LPT that he would have after OW really benefits from like open E's on the board, which currently does not have anything like that. So I feel like just going for a few more points here and keeping a leave that's pretty close makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. An open E would really, really aid that combination of AILPT. Mac going back and forth between the 2 plays. I think it's also worth investigating the fact that Watt will block this easy tucked away scoring spot. Nigel drawing 7 random letters, very likely to be able to hammer that spot for 30, 40 points. So you might as well get rid of it before you get hurt. We'll see what Mac does here. He is taking some time to deliberate.
Yeah, doing a quick Quackle simulation on this. It slightly prefers OW, but it's a matter of a fraction of a percentage point winning chances. So either one seems good here, and we see Mac going for OW.
Very interesting. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. But I mean, shouldn't be surprised that someone with Mac's caliber, this level of intuition and understanding, would make the slightly best play. We see Nigel do that all the time, but he's not the only one that has Scrabble in his genes. Not to reference an unfortunate media thing that went on.
Oh yeah, that's a bit dangerous, Josh.
So Nigel looking at Lutz, that's what I was assuming he would do. Through that U of Rumi for 33, keeping both S's and a blank. He's super likely after that play to bingo through any of the open letters on the board. There are no S hooks right now, though.
Yeah, that is maybe the downside for Nigel on this turn is, while Lutz keeps very good letters, it's not immediately apparent where he's going to bingo for a ton of points other than maybe the G of Girth. Then again, keeping 2 S's and a blank, you're probably going to bingo somewhere with most draws. So he's still sitting very well here.
So Nigel actually considering sell here. Very interesting decision to keep the Z on his rack. I mean, it's such a powerful tool. He can draw into a lot of high scoring bingos. I think from this G through this N. I think Mac very quickly going to play Li Tai. He has it lined up, four-way overlap. He's going to score around 30 points with those not so great 1-point tiles. So Nigel draws an E and an F to his leave. So yeah, that scores a lot of points, SEL. 4, 8, 10, 28 points. I think worth it over the 33 for Lutz. Another thing about Lutz, Charles, is its hook.
Yep, the K is still out. That would be a monster, like 50-point play just for having the K. You don't really have to do too much else with it. You kind of just get 50 free points. So yeah, another reason not to play Lutz. And as you mentioned, Josh, keeping the Z does create a lot more upside for future bingos for Nigel. They're going to score a lot more if you can incorporate the Z somehow. So good idea by Nigel. And I also agree that Litai is probably going to come down relatively soon here. That's a perfect way to get out from underneath a selection of 1-point tiles that don't really have a ton of synergy together.
Yeah, one of the reasons it was okay for Mac to keep that 5-tile leave is the P very helpful to get out of some troublesome draws, but he doesn't even need the P for this one. In the chat, people saying, does Mac now know Nigel has another S? Probably. It could be that Nigel has just like 1-point consonants, but almost certainly when you see the play of SEL come down for only 28, you assume your opponent has another S. But luckily for Mac, he doesn't really need to think about that. As we said, there are no S hooks on this board. There's nowhere very nice to play an S. It's just something worth considering maybe for future turns if Nigel doesn't utilize it. So EF, OST, Z blank for the greatest of all time. He's looking at OF, and he is set up Zesty or Zests immediately, playing a 15-point move very quickly. Hopefully, Mac is awake and his alarm bells are ringing because that's a suspicious decision.
Yeah, that is suspicious. From Mac's POV, this looks very scary. Why would he do this unless he's got some plan for oft? And he will probably have to burn his blank if he wants to use it next turn, assuming it doesn't get blocked. But that's a perfect little 70-point play, catching in on the Z if it stays open. Mac's kind of worried about if he tries to block it playing underneath of playing something like MAP, making Yam. That doesn't actually do a whole lot for him now that he's probably sussed out that Nigel has another S. He can't set up an S hook in the triple. That would be maybe more dangerous than the T hook that's currently sitting there. So Mac's going to have to think about this.
Yeah, that's right. It's like you might have some suspicions about what's going on, but what are you supposed to do? Maybe play something with oof and just like play ammo here? But then you're setting up the Z like this. This is actually such a good play by Nigel Richards. And look what he's drawn. He's drawn into Gaussius. It's not just Zest blank that he's set up here. Again, those potential bingo options from the G were in play when he played OF. Such an amazing play. I'm sure it's the best play by a huge margin.
Yeah, that's what separates players like Nigel and Mac from, the rest of us. I'm not including you and the rest of us, Josh. I'm just including me and the rest of us. Those sort of out-of-the-box plays that actually are so genius, set you up so perfectly, work out so often. We see it worked out perfectly for Nigel.
Yeah, and it's so hard to like deal with this. If Mac has a T, okay, but aren't you opening something huge in response by playing something with oft? If you're underlapping, you need specific letters. YO is hard to underlap. You need a D, an M, a K. And then what are you doing? Are you opening another triple? So Mac has a lot to think about here. He's thinking of just playing Palm. That keeps a very nice leave of APST, and whatever's going on here, he might hit it first. He might get the responses himself. So this is very interesting board dynamics early on in this game. But Mac's ahead by 24. So he's got to feel pretty decently here. But he's about to get hit by like a 100-point bingo.
Yeah, Mac doesn't know the danger he's in quite yet. He kind of suspects it. He doesn't know exactly the fact that Nigel has a huge bingo from the G. In fact, he has no inkling at this point that Nigel has a Z. He just has an inkling that Nigel has an S and probably a T for oft. So something like Palm actually is pretty nice for the reasons you said, Josh. If Nigel does hit something involving oft, by necessity, it will open up a triple word for Mac to hit back. And if he's keeping something like nice, like APST, lots of E's and I's in the bag to turn that into bingo letters, it's very possible that Mac would bingo back in response. So I think this is a really good idea for Mac.
And not only that, setting up Yomp for himself with that second P. He knows Nigel can't have a hook to YOM. And honestly, I would have considered Map in the same spot. The problem with that is it opens a huge lane, and Mac already knows that Nigel has an S. And so Gauzy is coming down immediately. Nigel Richards, that is 101 points. That blank is an I. And we'll have to see what Mac draws, if he's able to bounce back from this or if he has to take a turn to score around 40, 45 with Yomp. You could get 50 there.
Yeah, if Mac draws like some kind of marginal bingo that only scores like 60, being able to play Yomp for 40, keeping an S would be a very nice sort of wait and see type of play. And we see Mac actually now with 2 S's, so he wouldn't necessarily be too sad to part with one of them. He could do something like Pawns. It's kind of a weird sticky S4, PONS. That's the first thing that jumps out to me. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be looking for bingos. That EST just opened up by Nigel seem very, very potent. However, I'm not seeing anything immediately for Mac, so he might have to just take a turn to score some points. The problem now is what's going on here? Nothing. So if Nigel's able to make some sort of overlapping play, maybe a 2-turn sequence, the sport is running out of space already.
Yeah, actually, we see Nigel won't need to do that because he has drawn Goatfish through the Gauziest.
My gosh. What? The goat drawing Goatfish out of the bag. You have got to be joking.
We couldn't have scripted it any better. Like that, he could have fished for it. He could have fished for Goatfish, but instead he just drew it on a 7-tile draw.
Are we actually live? Is this a dream? I doubt Nigel's ever played this word. This is a pretty low probability word. This might be the first time it has ever come up in a top level Scrabble game. So Pawns comes down for 41. I'm having difficulty keeping it together. Goatfish is going to come down. I really want to look and zoom in on Mac's reaction when this hits the board. Oh, yeah. Nigel is holding. Oh, never mind. I thought Nigel was holding. Maybe he's trolling. Fish. Look at Mac's face. Wow. Stone cold. I would be freaking out.
Well, a little bit more animated than Stone Cold, but certainly not to freaking out level. A pretty measured response from Mac on that one. This one is a real disappointment for Mac. He's going to be down by way over 100. This score's 96.
That's crazy. Well, there are no blanks left, and Mac has drawn WU, unfortunately. So it feels like this might be over sooner than we hope.
Yeah, this one definitely slipping away for Mac here, but he does have a really clever play through the A of Banquet and the T of Latai. I'll leave that as a quiz for the chat.
Yeah, so he's almost lined up this idea of playing a 9-letter word. So I assume he's already seen it. It's lined up on his rack. I was thinking he would play like AW and like set up a line here, but that's really dangerous. It makes this triple a lot easier to work with, and he's already down over 100. So I think taking some points, trying to get access to this part of the board, the top left of the board, so often left untouched in Scrabble games, just because of how the English language works, and he's found it. Cutwater, beautiful find.
Yeah, this is a great play. Takes a lot of creativity, and it takes a lot of mental fortitude not to get beaten down by the fact that you're trying to bingo and you drew UW. He finds a really nice scoring play, 34 points using both the U and the W. And as he said, Josh, now there's a little bit of upside on that top left of the board where previously that was going to be really hard space to utilize.
Yes, indeed. So keeping Mac in the game is Cutwater. It's 273 to 350. Nigel has lined up the play of buys through this open Z on the board. I wonder if he's going to change course, maybe play bide instead, or something like that to eliminate some counterplay to the right of goat. But yeah, still looking very good for Nigel, but there's still some game left to be played. At some point, if some play happens through this U, we could maybe see some potential openings for Mac Meller, who's drawn the J.
Yeah, it looks like Nigel's thinking about bide. I'm trying to figure out if there's any like big X play that could happen there. Obviously, you could just do something with OX, but I'm thinking more about AX. That would be kind of a difficult spot to hit, but it is probably the most likely spot for Mac to score a ton of points. So it makes a lot of sense for Nigel to just take that away immediately. He would be making GI, which means then playing to the left of Goatfish becomes basically impossible, trying to open up triples in that way, as you mentioned a couple turns ago, Josh. So I think this has a lot of upside in terms of controlling that area of the board for the rest of the game.
Yeah, definitely a good call by Nigel, eliminating space, eliminating potential options for Mac. He's found his play of Joual through the U, which will set up an S, but keep 2 eyes with 3 more unseen to him. So if he can avoid triplicated eyes, Mac definitely has a chance back in this game. But with 20 tiles left in the bag, it's starting to get more important to go towards that game-tying bingo, which Mac desperately needs.
Yeah, I think this is really his only play. He's setting up an S hook. The 2 eyes are unfortunate, but the chances of a triplicate eyes is looming. That would probably kill him in this game, but he's got to do something to open up another spot to bingo, and this does it pretty well. So not surprised to see that one come down pretty quickly.
Yes, indeed. Back to Nigel, up 71 points and up 8 minutes on the clock. He has AEKINNO. Curious to see what he does here. He has that K to overlap in this area of the board. And he's set up something even better, Kaizen.
Yeah, Kaizen just scores really well, considerably more than its other options, and takes out what I wouldn't consider that Eye of Gausias to be a good bingo line, but it is certainly a bingo line. So it just keeps him moving towards exhausting the possible spots where Matt can bingo.
Yeah, and most importantly, it just scores so well. That is 38 points, bringing Nigel up by 109. Back to Mac, who has the X. Can he score with it? Can he leave certain options alive for himself? It's starting to get really tough. Maybe you play XIS, maybe even DXIS. You have to score something or you're just going to lose.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good X spots that keep the S. He could do something like X's through the E of Gausias that scores a lot but keeps letters that are almost never going to bingo. And he's playing his S, which he needs for the Jules hook. So he might be thinking about something like just XI next to Kaizen, but that would probably be fishy enough that Nigel would try to snuff out that S hook. So he's got a kind of a balancing act here, and I'm not sure which way he should go.
Yeah, it's kind of really unfortunate. I'm thinking about Deixis here, Deixis. The problem with this play is it leaves 5 tiles in the bag. So if Nigel has any play to this D after Deixis, it'll use 4 tiles just to hit the triple, leaving a tile in the bag and maintaining, I think, a large enough lead that he can outrun anything Mac throws at him. But this idea of, opening a new part of the board, leaving this area untouched and trying to get something big going is probably a good one. Mac's going to have to think about this. He has the letters for Deixis separated from that G. He's going to need a really, really good draw next turn, regardless of what he does.
Yeah, just leaving a G by itself feels very unlikely to result in a bingo. I guess one small upside there is there's still 2 unseen I's and 3 unseen N's. He could hit an ING bingo. That's maybe the only upside the G has as a bingo tile is ING bingos, but still kind of a long shot after something like Deixis.
So Deixis here, hooking onto Jouals, would score 43 points. Deixis here would score a little bit less, but I feel the positioning of playing down to Jouals is too risky in that this would be the only space left on the board. Nigel would probably be able to eliminate pretty much everything that is unseen to him in one move, with potentially an overlapping play or a short play that scores a lot of points. Yeah, desperation mode activated for Mac Meller here.
Yeah, I agree, Josh. Deixis making Jowls it's too easy to block everything after that, whereas Deixis to the right of Kaizen at least leaves 2 spots on the board to bingo. If your draw is perfect, you hit an 80-point bingo that's going in 2 spots, for example. That would be maybe the only way that Matt can pull this one out. He's down by about 110, so he does need to bingo. Bingoing has to happen at some point for him to be in this game. It's just kind of unfortunate that he's not able to do something more conventional here, like score 36 with the X, keeping the S, and maybe going for a more conventional win. It's just not really doable here.
Yeah, I mean, we have these spots for the X, but it requires the use of the last S in the pool to actually make something happen and leave yourself with some options to bingo soon. So you could see XU for 25. That is an interesting option. You do draw into certain bingos with Jouals. I just don't know if they're going to be enough.
Yeah, that is actually a decent idea. There are 3 ends in the bag to draw dinghies after you just dump the X for 25. So that would be a tempting option. It's unclear whether that would actually be enough. Scoring 40 with Deixis gets you close enough on the scoreboard where a decently high scoring bingo could still keep you in the game. Whereas if Nigel just keeps up the scoring on his next turn, and he's probably going to do something next to Kaizen, just annoy, maybe something like that. It's going to score too many points.
Yeah, he's, I think, looking at Yaud right now, YAUD, which wouldn't open anything and score super well. So it's looking very tough. Even if Mac plays Deixis, putting that S there will not prevent Yaud from coming down. But Mac could still draw something huge out of the bag, and there's enough marginal space on the board that I think with a few tiles unseen to Nigel, he won't be able to block absolutely everything available. And we know Mac's knowledge of 9-letter words comes in handy quite often, and certain boards tend themselves better to 9-letter words. This isn't really one of them. There could be maybe some crazy word to OD or some word through this disconnected T and S that might come in handy, but those wouldn't score enough to really threaten victory over Nigel Richards. So Mac, considering his options, he's under 5 minutes to play. He's going to have to make a couple of moves still in this position. He's thinking about Dixis. He's thinking about XU. He probably feels very much like he's going to have to take a miracle to win here. So he's going to take 40 points for Dixis, a very nice find, and just hope for something really nice. Hope Nigel is saddled with some of those terrible tiles in the bag, VV, NN, etc.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Nigel just take the scoring play here. It's enough points where he goes up by roughly 100, a little bit more, and that will easily overcome anything that Mac has through the D. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I haven't completely calculated it. I don't know if like something like involved using both V's would do it. It might actually do it.
Yeah, involved would score 95 points. Mac is down by 69 right now. So if we imagine the play of Yod, 24, 26, 27, 31. So 35 points for Yod, I believe. That would put Nigel up 104. So involved coming within 9 points. I think Nigel's going to take that one no matter what Mac draws out of the bag, but he's just going to take some time. He has 17 minutes to calculate these lines. I think he really just has to worry about that word involved, which would score 95 points, but I think he can outrun that no matter what. We'll see what he comes up with here. As Mac is drawn terribly, it's just over.
Yeah, it is. Just, we see from our advantaged POV as commentators that this is totally over. Mac didn't draw the stuff he needed to actually get a bingo down. But Nigel doesn't know that. Nigel needs to do a little bit of calculation here. He is definitely one of the fastest, end game players out there. I feel like the slowest aspect of it might just be the tracking part. We see him with his tracking sheet, manually crossing off letters.
Yeah, he does this a lot in these pre-endgame situations. Before the pre-endgame, which is the current position of the Scrabble game, when there's only a few or fewer than 7 remaining tiles in the bag, you don't really need to rely too much on the letters you have tracked that have been played on the board. But in this situation, it's extremely important to assess, especially when you're ahead like 70 points like Nigel is, assess the threats that you are facing. And we see him look at the unseen letters from his perspective. EEG, IIL, NORRV, V, 2 V's, are unseen to him. And he's going to play Noddy. Wow. That's actually totally insane. What? $10 points for Naughty, blocking the biggest threats, but scoring 10 points?
Yeah, this feels a little bit weird because it scores so little that if Mac just had a smaller bingo, he would get back into this game really quickly. So that does feel it's very, very hard to say that Nigel ever makes an error. So I certainly would not want to say that, but I guess I'm struggling to understand it from my POV.
So obviously the biggest threats, like we said, were to this D in Dixis. My wonder is, are there no ways for Mac to play 2 tiles here and go for a bingo in 2 separate spots, like maybe through this L, maybe a 9-letter word, or maybe something here? I guess the space is close enough together that if that does happen, Nigel will have full information, and he will be able to figure out, oh, actually, Matt can only play 1 tile. Oh, I guess this makes sense. Since Matt can only play 1 tile, it's very hard to imagine something fitting in 2 spots, but even if it does, Nigel can probably block everything. But the speed in which he's assessed this is mind-boggling. I don't know what to say about that play, but really cool.
Yeah, I think Nigel's job on that turn would have been easier if he had something better to the D, but he didn't really have anything. Naughty was really his only option. But he did play 4 tiles, as Josh mentioned a while back, leaving Mac with a difficult situation where he's got bad bingo tiles. And if he wants to try to get a bingo, he can only play off 1 tile, or he's only going to have 6 on his rack, and it's not, or he's only going to have 7, and all this stuff's going to get blocked. So as we talk about it more, that play of Naughty does make some sense. It's just a more human player like myself would just want to go for the 36 points and, brute force outrun my opponent rather than doing this creative defensive mechanism.
Yeah, another thing about this position is, I guess most of Max Bingo's involved 1 or fewer Vs, and if the V were the last tile in the bag, there would only be 1 spot for it in Voss. So that could have come into play as well in Nigel's thought process. But it's going to take me like hours to analyze this position. That's crazy. That's an amazing play of Naughty for 10. Mac getting up, playing Vigor, drawing the last V in the bag. I think he only has 1 outplay here of Vil, potentially. And Nigel's going to block it, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like that is indeed Max only out. So we fully expect Nigel to block it, and Max probably just going to have to drop his V with Voss.
He played that in 50s. How does he do this? What? Nigel knows that Mac can't block ante, or else he gets stuck with the V? Like, what? What is this? How did he do that so fast?
Max just kind of nodding, like he sees exactly what's going on. He's powerless to stop it. We all feel a little bit powerless in the face of Nigel Richards.
Like, I get it, of course, but it would take me like four minutes to just see, like, okay, am I going to be able to go out with ante here? Yeah, if Mac tries to block with like TIL, there isn't a second outplay for Nigel Richards that I can see, but then he just plops down an A or something, and Mac can't play his V. So he's going to play Voss for 14 with 4 seconds, 3 seconds on his clock. Nigel will go out with ANTAE for 17 points, bringing the total score to 458 to 391 in Nigel Richards' favor. Below 14 minutes, he's used over 11 minutes. That's a lot of time, isn't it?
Yeah,
let's look into the overhead mic. Let's see what they have to say, if anything.
Yeah, nice end game there. Yeah, it's not worth it for me to block, right? Because then I get stuck. Yeah, if I play Till, then you just get more. Yeah, there's nothing to fish for at this point, so I figure just cut spread. Yeah, that's a little too much for me to overcome the 1-2 of those. Yeah, I had the other T when I played this, so yeah, that was good, but can't make up 202 turns. Well done.
Looks like that might be it for the post-mortem. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we're just going to wait for the score slip to be signed. Mac and Nigel couldn't be any different in their post-game antics. Mac loving to analyze. Nigel has almost nothing to say. But both of these players have something very much in common, and that is how amazingly they play Scrabble. So Mac going down to 12-3. Nigel is going up to 10-5. So a very important game for Nigel Richards, who was behind 3 games in the standings. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you're not entertained, not sure what we can do to help. Charles, what do you have to say about that game?
Yeah, I would say if that did not entertain you, you're beyond hope. Scrabble must not be for you, because I think that was a really well played game from both sides. In fact, I would say pretty much perfectly played from both sides. Nothing really could be characterized as a mistake. So that was Scrabble at its finest. We just saw it happen, and was very honored to be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. So we will have some respite from these two players that we've just featured on stream. Potentially the most anticipated matchup in this year's championship, other than maybe Will Nigel. But we already saw that one. So super, super stoked for the next matchups. We might see these two in the finals. Everybody vying to win after 28 rounds, two top players. The two players at the top of the standings will play a best of 5 finals, and the rest of the field will play 3 games. So 2 more games to go, or 3 more games to go this morning before the lunch break. Our next game, our next matchup is a very fun one. It will be Jackson Smiley versus Andy Huang. And we have something special to show you guys, but maybe not just yet. That game ended very quickly. I think we're going to take a break over here, Charles, and we're going to show that matchup when the players are ready. Anything left to say for that anticipated matchup? Don't spoil too much.
The only thing I can say is you probably shouldn't leave. You probably should just keep watching. There's going to be a lot more Scrabble to come. Of course, we know Andy and Jackson both extremely good players, but the field is stacked with extremely good players. So every game after this point is just going to be awesome. You really can't go anywhere. Ignore all your social obligations. If you have work, don't go to work. You can take a sick day. You can just not call in. You just have to be here watching Scrabble. That's all there is to it.
And there is something you can do. I believe the game on the Let's Play Scrabble Stream International Division is still in play. So if you're not watching both streams, this is the first time that we have had 2 separate streams for the 2 top divisions at this tournament. If you're not watching that stream alongside this one, let's play Scrabble.com, go ahead right now. Go like, go subscribe, go listen, go watch. I'm sure it's a heck of a time over there too, and everyone should be tabbed out on both of these streams, both of these chats. So we will be back in a few minutes with the next matchup, but until then, Josh Sokol, Charles Ranke, 3 more games before lunch. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. Just a special little analysis here. Brief analysis of the position we just saw where Nigel made a Nigel play of Naughty. So Charles, like we were just very surprised by the speed and the score of this play. We understand that Nigel had some choices. He could have played YAUD for 35 or block this D of DXs that was set up by Mac. The play of Naughty, there are many things that are beneficial to it. The first and foremost thing, of course, is that it blocks this line. And this is where Mac's heaviest hitting bingos were possible, but also it leaves one tile in the bag. The fewer tiles you leave in the bag, the less fog of war exists for your opponent and the less flexibility they have to make anything happen. On a board like this, if Mac can't play more than one tile next turn, he's not going to be able to open enough space to create threats that will seal the deal for him. So with that in mind, the logic is to play 4 tiles. And Nigel played 4 tiles, and he played Naughty instead of Dandy, which was a little bit surprising. One benefit maybe that Naughty has over Dandy is if Mac bingos underneath this situation here, then he will score 1 fewer point. But the main reason that Dandy is a worse play than Naughty is that Naughty keeps a better leave, AAN, instead of ANO. And the reason for that is the unseen letters. There's 1 O remaining. There are some letters that actually synergize much better with the duplicated A's than with the ANO combination. And the most important thing is if I put Dandy on the board, let's say Mac has something like Griever. We're going to put that on the board. And then he draws the V, which was something like a 1 in 5 chance no matter what, since Nigel didn't have the V himself. Well, now Mac has 2 spots for that V because of the word DE. If instead that same situation happened with Naughty, then Mac would only have 1 spot for the V if this is Nigel's rack. And Nigel can just play off 1 tile. So it was a spread play. It was a play that probably guarantees Nigel the highest margin of victory on average. I could not find a single way in this position that Mac could win the game after Naughty, and neither could Nigel. That's why he made it so quickly, and that's why he's the GOAT. So just a little brief interlude there. I hope you guys learned something from this analysis. I certainly did. What an incredible play, Charles, right?
Yeah, that really helps me understand this position. Naughty just blew my mind. I'm so simple-minded. Yod just felt so correct. You just win after involved, and it doesn't matter. But this is a spread-saving play, as you mentioned, Josh. The V stick is a lot more likely after something like Naughty, and the presence of mind to realize that ANA with the unseen pool is actually considerably better than ANO. That's another thing that I would just autopilot. I'd say, of course, I don't want duplicate A's. I'm going to keep ANO instead, because certainly that bingos more often. In this case, it actually bingoed significantly less often. So Nigel did all of that thinking in just a matter of minutes. That, again, proves why it's the GOAT fish.
It was 1 minute. It was like 1 minute of analysis. Like, no, you're not having that D. And of course, this is only one of the possibilities. There are other options like Grovier, and Mac could have had the rack of Reviver. And I just want to show you guys what would happen in some random endgames. Nigel would win by at least 8 or 9 points, no matter what. And there are just more situations after Dandy where Nigel only wins by like 5 or 6 points, given the presence of the 2 V spots. It's just crazy how quickly he figured that all out. So what actually happened in the game, if you're just joining us, Naughty was the play. Mac had this rack. He gave up. He played Vigor. He drew the V as the last tile. And within like 30 seconds, Nigel plays this bizarre looking move of Earn. And yeah, he just went out with Ante. Matt couldn't block. It was just totally crazy. Anyways, that's it for us for this game. We're going to jump to the next game very, very soon. The players are ready. They are going to get seated shortly. And I guess before we start, we might have a little teaser for you guys. Another teaser that we're going to show on the screen.
Anybody is alive. It's day one. Just try to get as many W's as you can right now. Don't stress about the rest. Play good Scrabble.
I don't know, high loss than she's ever won in.
Lauer. And he's got to try something to win the game, and I guess he's going to try Lauer. Jackson just like, yeah, I'll challenge that. Lauer.
I'm always like, use it in a sentence. My opponent tried to bingo out with Lauer.
Lauer.
It sounds like Scooby-Doo is trying to say like flower.
Lauer for 0. Okay, not what I thought was going to happen here either. But again, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and I haven't sung yet. So
Oh man. Okay, so that was the same matchup. If you guys can hear me, 2 years ago at the 2023 Scrabble Players Championship between these two guys, Andy Huang, Jackson Smiley. Just a matchup for the ages, for the memes. That infamous Lauerer play that was unchallengeable in the situation at hand, but Jackson was like, "That's not a word. I challenge."
I feel like Lauerer gains an extra ER every time we say it. It's just, you keep adding syllables. The legend keeps growing.
Yeah. Okay, so both players doing pretty well in the standings, 10 and 5. That is the same record that Nigel Richards currently has. But they're both needing to fight and win a lot of games today and tomorrow to make the finals. Andy made his way very far up in the standings. He was in 3rd place prior to this last game that he just lost. But Jackson to act first. AEMNOPS. A very balanced rack. But is there a bingo here?
Sadly, it's not playing Collins, so there is no bingo here. I promise that it's the last time I will bring up Collins. This is an NWL stream. Looks like Jackson's probably going to be playing short here. I feel like his only long play hitting a double letter score would be something like pay on, which is just, it's not worth blowing up your rack for 20 points. So I'm thinking probably a short play here from Jackson.
Yeah, pay on for 20, just slotting that O between the two double letter scores, keeping MS just very, very mediocre. So I think something like POM, MOP, you could even assume that exchanging the P is a pretty good move here. If you just exchange 1, you're drawing into a ton of 7-letter words. So I wonder, maybe even exchanging the M could be worth considering. Jackson's going to take his time here. This is the sort of position he loves to think about, even though it's an opening move. Playing op, also possible PO, MO. Everything is quite good. I think just playing long would be a big mistake. Everything else is very strong. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think playing 2 here makes some sense. A little bit more security towards drawing a bingo. I feel like Jackson probably won't do an exchange 1, exchanging one of those 3-point consonants, just because in either of those situations, an E draw, which is the most likely draw, will actually not result in a 7, and it will result in an extremely paranoid play from Andy in response, if he even plays at all after an exchange 1. So I think this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised he played OM over OP. It could be that is the better 5-tile leave. But what's a little surprising is that this just gives back a little bit more in terms of overlaps. And it feels like the M is a little bit more workable. But like I said, a very, very strong play to start things off. As expected by Jackson, it might be the best play. And over to Andy with CERRTTU. A little bit of trouble here to start things off, but he'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be looking to unduplicate the R's and the T's and play the U off at the same time. He can do that pretty straightforward with rut next to but given Jackson's play of he does need to think a little bit about defensive considerations. If he can use those same letters in a more defensive way, that would be an improvement. Something like rut. OR takes an E, takes letters in front, rut takes an S. There's not a ton of defensive merit for that. Maybe you can come up with something else.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Kurt and Rom seems decent. Andy can't know that Jackson has the P hook for romp ready to go, but Kurt I don't think takes an S hook and seems quite defensive, keeping ERT very, very strong 3-tile combination. I think that's what I would do here, Charles.
Yeah, it basically forces Jackson to have an S or something through the C, which is possible, or something starting with a vowel next to the M of OM. That's a lot fewer options than Jackson would have after something like rut. I mean, what do you think, Josh? Does OM signal an S, or could it also signal just like a 5-tile leave, like A, E, I, N, I don't know, R, something like that? He would be bingoing with those letters, but something similar.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time Jackson's going to have an S with the play of OM. Probably not all of the time. Could also maybe be a blank rack. But yeah, Kurt coming down. Took a little bit too long, I think, for Andy to make this play. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. But it's a very good one, and I think he should be glad he took the time to find it. Back to Jackson with canapes on his rack. He can also play Spaceman Manscape through the M, but no reason to do that when you can crush this hook with romp, or even with roms. Canapes is a little bit higher scoring with roms. It just opens a little bit more on the left side, but Jackson's going to take the points here.
Yeah, I think this is a straightforward decision, and we saw Jackson line up that bingo right away, so it took him basically no time to see it and basically no time to play it. A good idea to bang out those straightforward turns really quickly and save time for the tough ones.
Yes, indeed. And Andy has drawn a Q to his RET leave, but he's drawn an S with it. And with those 2 A's being played by Jackson, Andy will have an option, at the very least, to play cot, either for 22 or 24. I don't really see why there would be a benefit to playing on the left side. I actually think that playing on the right side increases Andy's chance at a bingo next turn, leaves this C open and this A open to bingo through as well. So I think we're going to see cot in short order, unless there's something I'm missing.
No, it looks like cot is the only option, real reasonable option to play the Q. The only other thing Andy could think about is exchanging here, keeping either ERST or maybe HERST. But if you've got 24 points for the Q and, keeping back some relatively good stuff, as you mentioned, Josh, the C and the A actually significantly increases bingo chances next turn if those spots stay open, with a somewhat marginal leave of EHRRS. So I think he has to take the points here, especially he's down. Jackson just bingoed. An exchange here feels like you're ceding too much ground.
Yeah, it's never ideal to keep 2 duplicate R's on your rack. So Andy's actually going to opt to get rid of one of those and play her. This seems like a mistake to me. The Q is just so bad, but there are potential options for Andy. If he draws a U, if he draws an I, he can play a he maybe next turn. But I really would have preferred to see that Q leave Andy's rack. And Jackson is going to punish this incredibly hard. D-value, I don't believe, was going to play after cot, and now it comes down for well over 80 points. So this is cementing a gigantic lead very early for Jackson.
That went quite poorly for Andy. It might have been, it's kind of a slight mistake playing her. Of course, you don't know that you're completely changing the bingo status of your opponent. Just so happened in this case, Jackson had an unplayable devalue that all of a sudden scores 89 points. And now Andy is in a really tough spot, still with the Q as an albatross, and has drawn the W with it. It's going to be a few turns before he bingos. And as he works towards that, he's just going to be falling further behind.
Yeah, one of the benefits to playing her for some extra points is you do have cot again next turn for 22 if you want it. Now with this U open, even though the U is the best tile to pair with the Q, Andy does not have a good play through it. So I don't think he's going to keep the Q again, but we might see a longer play through the A, hoping for some big Q play. And he's down 135, so he's already probably thinking about, okay, how can I do anything about this deficit? How can I score really big in the next few moves? I think we have to see the Q come off, but we'll have to see what Andy decides.
Yeah, the Q is famously bad, even though it's 10 points. But its upside is if you do manage to hit something big with it, it's often going to be very big. I'd say the Q doesn't have nearly enough upside on this board, even with the open U, to justify keeping it any longer than necessary. So this is a good idea from Andy. I think we should have seen this idea one turn earlier.
Yes, indeed. And okay, Nigel Jackson back to act with ABEINOT. He's up 176 to 63 and almost has another bingo, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has a pretty high probability 7-letter word on his rack, that being Niobate. Doesn't play on this board. Actually, neither does anything else. Niobate works with some consonants, but not with the consonants that Jackson has available. So he's probably going to be looking to play short. I don't see a good way for him to play a lot of tiles for a lot of points, so he might be just immediately going for a third bingo.
Yeah, I mean, the play on equity is probably vibe, equity being points plus the tiles you leave behind. Vibe for 27, keeping ANOT looks very strong in a vacuum. However, Jackson has a huge lead, so he's one of those players that takes a lot of thought into how he's shaping the board. I don't know if we're going to see that on this play because it just opens such a nice spot and so much space for Andy to work with. So I think we're going to see something a lot cagier here.
Yeah, I think from Jackson's POV, he's probably thinking Andy made her kind of as a fish and then drew the Q and was forced to play it, rather than sort of the other way around. So Jackson's going to be, his spidey senses might be tingling a little bit. Probably want to put an E in that triple line just for no reason. I think he might have been setting up either BA or BO on top of canapes, making Ba and Opt. That's a kind of a nice interior play. It doesn't really block bingo lines, but it doesn't create any new ones, and it keeps a pretty good leave. So maybe like a tight little play like that is called for here.
Yeah, Jackson looking at Bento, a nice 5-tile play to eliminate a lot of the floating tiles on the board. Does create this S hook that Andy is going to use, but it does a great job at not opening anything new, as the S on devalues was already there, and the D devalued also valid. So this is a defensive move, even though it does create a bingo lane for Andy that he will use in short order. I like this decision. No need to keep 1-point tiles on your rack. Jackson's just trying to score his way to victory at this point.
Yeah, and D value does take a D and an S, whereas Bento only takes the S. So there's a small amount of you're creating a new line, but it's actually slightly more defensive than just leaving D value out there. So good idea. Woolers was going to come down either way. And the plus side of this also is Woolers is now right next to the triple word scores. So Jackson's going to have first crack at those high scoring spots, whereas with devalues, it wouldn't have been such an immediate comeback.
And Jackson drawing the first blank on his 5-tile draw. So he's going to be looking a long time on this move for a bingo. But Charles, there is none.
Yeah, indeed. My Quackle is telling me no bingos available. Even something, we're actually seeing a challenge here. We totally missed that. Totally missed the whole.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. This is a very big shocker. Challenge cam. Working on it. So Jackson challenging, I think, both words here.
Yeah, look like both just for security.
Bentos. I think Jackson was pretty sure Bento took an S, but that Woolers looked funny to him. It's a very surprising move. But what might happen now is Andy will make a play giving Jackson somewhere to bingo. So we'll have to look out for that. This is exactly what Andy needed. He needed Jackson to be a little bit trigger happy with his lead. So yeah, a huge surprise there.
Yeah, this is surprising. I guess Woolers does kind of feel like it's just a random word you made up because you're desperate. If you're not aware of what it means, I think it's just an animal that has wool. It does, in Jackson's POV, he can really slam the door shut on this game if he can challenge off Andy's phony bingo. So that might have been what he's thinking there. We'll see if Andy accidentally gives back a bingo. With all those unsynergistic letters, it seems unlikely that Andy will be putting out something that will give Jackson a bingo, but this is a huge break for Andy.
Yeah, this is definitely not going to work out in Jackson's favor, but he does still have a nice 67-point cushion. Andy one letter off of big J plays through that L. He can play jails now, and that keeps FIV. Are we going to see something like FILA instead?
Yeah, the S doesn't have a lot of upside on this board. It doesn't really. It had upside with bentos and devalues available. It doesn't really have it now. I would say, in Andy's shoes, I would try to cash in the J now and worry about the FIV later. Because playing Phila, keeping the JV together, the J still doesn't have a lot of upside. And actually, I shouldn't say that. There is that double letter score next to Woolers. If he plays Phila, maybe he can get something JN there. There's maybe a little bit more upside for the J than there would be otherwise. So as I think about it in real time, maybe this is a better play.
Yeah, I think I like it. Long term, he's probably going to be able to do something with that J. There's also this S hook on Cot that is available. Okay. If he draws, I guess, an M, there's one M left. He can get Jism and Cots for tons of points. If he draws an E, he has Jive. So I think this is a good decision by Andy. Just keep the J and the V for one turn and hopefully draw something nice. The V can also be used for like Vive and Viva. We'll see what happens. Jackson still with this rack of ADIINR blank, and I think still no playable bingo unless this has given him an 8 or a 10. Which would be absolutely insane.
What seems more likely was a 9 through TE, and if he had one there, it would have been blocked. We know that he did not have anything available there, but it did, with that collection of nice letters, ADEIINRT blank, definitely felt like there could have been something there. I wonder if Jackson does something down from the V on this turn. A couple turns ago, he didn't want to do something like that because he was trying to play bingo defense. Now that he's holding the blank, a play like Bear or Vina seems to make a bit more sense.
Yeah, this is now a nice spot for Jackson. He can go on the offensive. When he was ahead by over 100 points, it didn't make sense for him to open this way. But now that he has the blank and he's only up 34, I think it makes sense to play Vera or Vina. There's also another fun play. If he wants to keep things closed, he can play admin through the M of ROMs. The problem with that is Andy's likeliest response to that would be a high scoring play onto this triple, which Jackson does not have a letter for. So if he is unable to avoid another big scoring spot, another big scoring play from Andy, things might get a little bit too tight for comfort. So I'm definitely liking the aggressive idea of Vera Vina. But admin comes down. It's a very nice score. Keeping things the way they are, Jackson is ahead, a bingo score with a blank. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, when you have the blank on your rack, it just feels like insurance when you're keeping a small lead. Like, well, if my opponent opens up something, scores a lot of points, I'll be bingoing in response, so it's okay. So Jackson might be feeling he doesn't need to rush towards the bingo. He can just play it cool, wait for Andy to do his thing, and hopefully Jackson's ready to capitalize at the right moment. We see it won't be next turn because he's drawn way too many T's.
Yes, indeed. So back to Andy, who does not have that E he kind of wanted. He did not draw that N he kind of wanted. He's got Goji, Koji. These words don't fit anywhere. So it's going to be interesting to see. I guess Goji does fit here. Is Andy going to risk that and open this big triple? Not so sure.
Yeah, maybe at this score he has to start thinking about things like that. Nice thing about Goji is it does set up a new S hook for the S that he has. Again, the S not currently doing a whole lot for him on this board, so if you can give it a bit more utility, that there's some upside there. So I'm kind of liking Goji. There's the downside that it could backfire with like a 60-point Z play from your opponent, but at this score, maybe you have to try something like that.
Yeah, and one benefit is if Jackson can hit this spot or the overlap or the underlap, Andy can draw Kiva, Kiva, which would score 48 points with one of those 4 remaining A's. So he's also setting up an S. He is behind. He still needs to fight to come back in this game. So that might be the right play. It's really interesting to have seen that challenge. It feels like a nice reversal of fate from 2023 with the Lauer play. Yeah, possibly this is Andy's way back into into victory.
Yeah, that does seem sort of like a cosmic correction of fate to have played Lauer, and then Jackson's always on he's thinking you're always just going to be playing phony, so he challenges your valid word of woes. It does seem like there's something bigger going on here.
So Goji scoring 28 here. Andy also considering a Jin, Jin, for 29. Unfortunately, the problem with that play is it keeps KOGVS. That is going nowhere on any board. And Andy is down 60 points. So I think we like Goji. It's aggressive, but it does the things that Andy wants to do in this situation to get him closer to bingo. Both blanks still out. Anything can still happen. And Jackson's going to have a head scratcher here. He can't really do anything about that Goji play.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jackson, he's got that F. It seems like it would go so nicely through that eye of Goji, but he cannot make a 4-tile play there. In fact, I don't think with all those T's that is any 4-tile play there, even keeping the F. He doesn't have the O to go under Goji. He doesn't have the S to do something about tags. Like, this spot is completely staying open, I think.
He has one play here.
Ooh, yeah,
block.
TT.
TT per 15. You hate to see it, but it does get rid of 2 of those T's. And I think Jackson's going to do that.
Yeah, I think that's forced.
It seems so. It seems like it's a forced play. You don't know what Andy's cooking. Maybe he has the Z. Maybe he's setting himself up. That's by far the biggest scoring spot. It's so easy to hit with pretty much any rack except Jackson's.
Oh, he also has Rift there, so I missed 2 words there. Somebody fire me.
Yeah, Rift looks good as well. It scores 9 extra points and keeps 2 of those T's, so it's a little bit more dangerous. You might draw into some unwieldy stuff, but yeah, I think this might be better than TT.
We see Andy has not drawn a vowel. He has drawn the X, but that's not very good for you if you don't have any vowels. So this is a tough turn for Andy.
Yeah, I think he's looking at playing Pax through this A of Fila. That has to be super bad. But he's setting it up now instead. He's playing Cop for a few more points. And now he's set up Pax with maybe Sex or maybe some, if he draws a D, Dex. So that looks like a pretty good option. I don't know if I would have exchanged. I think it's worth just chilling here for Andy. I think this is a good decision.
Yeah, I think the 2-tile sequence of Cop scored 29 points and then hitting Sex there at the very least for some more points next turn. Then if things still aren't to your liking, you can exchange at that point. But for now, he's just going to keep up the scoring. That's actually coming back in this game. He's only down by 26.
Yeah, Jackson drawing very weirdly ZDD to his TIT blank leave. That's not what he wanted. He's considering just playing Zin here in the same spot as Jin was earlier. That's 33. If he draws a couple vowels, he might be able to bingo or do something next turn. He could also just, play here, which makes a lot more sense. Keep the Z, keep Zin available. It's unlikely Andy's going to have a play there. He's keeping his lone vowel. He's keeping balance. I think this is better.
Yeah, I think this is a lot better. There's some upside with the Z here on the rightmost column. Hooking W. If he draws an E, he'd have WE. Z5s would score 50 points there. So it makes sense to just hold on to the Z and see what becomes of it.
Charles, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what Andy's considering doing here?
Let me see.
Can you?
Oh yeah, he's thinking about Vav setting up one of his the last two S's. He's got both of them, but 2 blanks unseen, so it still could backfire.
Oh, he doesn't do it, which is very smart. Jackson would have hammered that spot with the Z and the blank. Vav's coming down for 30. I think this is sensible, but it would have been really cool. I'm glad he lined it up. That's good content.
Yeah, it's fun to think about, but I think this is just a lot safer. Gets him within, it looks like 15 points now. So he's basically back into this game. Still holding the S and the X. That feels really good if you're Andy.
And a great draw for him too, EIO. And that's the thing. If Vav were to come down, Andy would have preferred to have a much better potential follow-up to that. But given that he was keeping so poorly SSNNX, it was just not worth it to set that up, I think. At least short term. Long term, it might have been, because it's so hard to block. Back to Jackson with DINOTZ blank. Now he has the option of playing Zin again. He also has the option that he's looking at. I guess he's looking at Dints. He's up 15. Is he comfortable enough to block that big S lane and keep the Z? I don't know if he's in that position. I think he has a much better option here that he hasn't spotted yet. If he spots it, he's gonna play it in short order.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Diazo burning the blank for 77 seems like the play as long as he sees it. If he would need to sort of expand your horizons a little bit and consider plays that burn the blank, whereas a lot of players, myself included, will, once they have the blank, they sort of think, I have to bingo with this. It's never going to be worth it to play it without a bingo. I think in this case, it is very much worth it.
Yeah. What is he? He's looking at divot. Oh no, this is a really big mistake from Jackson. This does block the S pretty well, keeps the Z in reserve, but he was just not thinking about using his blank. Diazo is a very, very, very big miss here.
Yeah, after something like Diazo, even if Andy bingos to that S and Vavs, like you're still in good shape. Whereas this one keeps the score uncomfortably close.
But Jackson's still in the lead. By 30, he has a blank. Maybe he has 9 lives. We'll have to see what happens in this game. I don't know how many more mistakes are possible here before a fatal one comes into play. But Andy plays Joe and OF really quickly. You might have missed that. I almost did. Keeping EINNSX and bringing the score to within a few points. So a very astute play by Andy, who's trailing. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, good. Just a good scoring play. He's only down by 2 points now. Still has the X for future scoring. Meanwhile, Jackson certainly expected to draw more vowels than he did. If we look at the unseen pool, it is pretty heavily skewed towards vowels. So drawing something like MHYW, not only 4 consonants, but 4 scoring consonants, seemed like almost the most unlikely thing that could have happened.
And you have to wonder, if you're Jackson, why didn't Andy play JOE? He has the same knowledge as Jackson of how many vowels are unseen. So either Jackson's thinking maybe Andy wasn't paying attention to the unseen letters and only had 1 E, but if he only has 1 E, how many vowels does he actually have? Does Andy have a lot of consonants? So it just feels so skewed in favor of vowels. I feel like Jackson is likely to draw 3 vowels, 2 vowels, no matter how many tiles he plays. Yeah, a very, very bizarre position now that we're in.
Yeah, and Jackson doesn't really have a ton of playable options. He has like WHY, but that doesn't go anywhere. His options might just be like Mick MYC to the C of Kurt. Not a whole lot else that I'm seeing.
Jackson considering exchanging these 3 tiles, going for an E or an I for wins. So he has identified that spot in the top right that he missed last move. This seems like a pretty interesting idea, but yeah, it's possible you want to get rid of a little bit more here, just in case Andy blocks that spot. Then you'll have better tiles to work with on future turns. So a very bizarre position where I do think an exchange is correct, but it's got to feel very uncomfortable to exchange when you're only up 2 points after being up 110 at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, I think an exchange makes sense here, and I think it also makes sense not to just go all out for wins, just because that spot is the most likely spot for Andy to play next turn. You can't really count on that spot staying open.
Indeed, and this spot on the bottom, although it is also a triple, is way harder to access. A 6-letter word required. 5-letter words way more common. There's so many more combinations of tiles that can make a 5-letter word on a 7-tile rack. So Andy with AEINNSX. Do you play Axe and AT? Set up 2 lanes for yourself? Isn't Jackson just gonna come over that and block it? But that's okay. Andy's back in the game. The score is tied. I think AX might be a great play here.
Yeah, he does have to be thinking about the fact that there are 2 blanks out. Jackson just exchanged. Starting to get more likely that Jackson's going to have a blank and possibly hit back after something like Axe. But there are 2 spots available after Axe. I guess they could both get blocked if Jackson fully overlaps it. So I'd be a little bit hesitant about Axe, but might come around to it in the end.
Yeah, and if there was maybe some play from the C, like K9 looks incredibly dangerous, but something that used the X or something a little bit less dangerous, just to go for a blank and keep the X in reserve. Andy is 1 tile off of plays like Axone, Axile. Those won't score that much, but he can kind of think about that as a potential thing if he's thinking about keeping the X, but I think you get rid of the X here.
Yeah, he could also, I don't know if this has any merit whatsoever. He could do Xenia to the other side of Woolers. That keeps NS drawing into a bag that has a lot of vowels. Opens up an E to bingo through, but doesn't really do much about the right side of Woolers. You can still end a 5 with an E. After that, making AWE. Also plays through the X could be damaging. So for only 29 points, doesn't seem quite worth it, even though it does some decent things.
Honestly, Charles, I am loving that play of Xenia. I don't know if it's just me, but it looks great. It accomplishes so many goals, scoring points, going for a blank. I actually really love it. The game being tied right now, Andy just going under 10 minutes, thinking about his move. It's dangerous, certainly, but it's the exact type of danger I think Andy wants in this situation after a 4-tile exchange from Jackson. So we'll see what he does.
And Jackson has drawn Gauze in that Wooler spot where he missed Diazo a couple turns ago. We'll see if he's remains unaware of that spot or if he's sort of broadened his horizons a little bit more. He's still not drawn well, so he's still going to just be thinking about playing for points rather than bingoing. We do see Andy setting up Xenia. He's probably thinking about it the same reservations that I had about it, that it puts the X in the triple lane. Might be giving back 40 points for no reason, but it does some nice things.
Nick's here, like putting the X right next to the dull word has to be more dangerous. You're not opening as much space, so Jackson's just going to be able to pounce on that spot. I feel like you play Xenia here, even though ANS is a slightly better leave.
Although again, with now we're looking at 16 vowels to 14 consonants, it's possible that NS just by itself without the A is a little bit better, just given that you're probably drawing multiple E's and I's. I certainly wouldn't be sad to play all my vowels in this situation. Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay, he must be going for something that I don't see right away. Maybe N next set under divot if he draws an E.
Yeah, but why? That's an interesting idea. I mean, he's just keeping things contained, but yeah, Bond's coming down. That blank is an O. Yeah, Andy making that play. I feel like he was just a little bit like, I don't want to open something big for Jackson on this board, but Bond's coming down. That was Jackson's plan, drawing a big play there, keeping ZN blank on the last turn. And we'll see what Andy is thinking. If he draws an E, he does have annex, like you said, underneath, but he's drawn an A. So now I feel like something like axe is kind of forced, and it's such a worse position to play it in now that Jackson has a 70-point lead. But he will play it, and Jackson does not have a vowel to go atop this X. He can't block AXE, and he can't block this lane unless he can't do anything about this. This is actually crazy, and he's still in this.
Yeah, Jackson's had some rough timing this game with just draws that aren't working out, and this is another one of those, as you say, Josh. That X spot is probably staying mostly open, even if Jackson does something hooking AT. The AXE spot is just going to be sitting there. So still some life for Andy. He's down by 42 points. He's at this point probably just going to be looking to bingo at some point. It feels like it's been a long time coming, but he's really benefiting from the fact that Jackson can't do a whole lot about this spot.
Yeah, Jackson up 42, so he's probably feeling okay here. I don't actually know. This double-double, if Andy hits it, what's unseen to Jackson is scary. 42 points is not a good lead here, and he just has such bad options. What do you even do if you're Jackson?
Yeah, like do you play like hug or something, making get, but then you're keeping two I's and a Y, which is like horrible. That is exceptionally bad leave. But he doesn't really have any way to use a Y and an I at the same time while hitting that spot. So it's honestly a very, very tough and sad position for Jackson.
Yeah, is there an R or H that can go here? I mean, both of those look like words. Something to hope for maybe on a future turn, some sort of overlap. But it's just, wow, it just feels so sad. Jackson thinking about maybe grin, maybe rig. It's crazy that he just doesn't have a way to block. Andy has drawn MY, so I don't think he will be bingoing, but Jackson has no idea what Andy has. He's got to be really worried here.
Yeah, the thing, Jackson's POV, Andy just played Chi. He played off one tile for 13 points. That feels like a fish. It feels like a fish for something. So he's probably thinking, well, Andy fished and drew the X, so that's why he played X. So he's at this point, yeah, grin I think is a decent idea. Just take out the AXE spot, and then hopefully next turn you can take out the AT spot on top of X.
Right. For those wondering why AX over AXE, it sets up two bingo spots. It's a board forking play for these two spots. So that's why the E was not played. Yen coming down for 22 very quickly for Andy Huang. I wonder why he did that.
Yeah, he did have plays overlapping X, but he probably just didn't like what they did to his bingo chances. Like he could do something like Mini or Yamen or just many. Probably wouldn't do many because MAT doesn't take much in front of it. But he could have maintained bingo options while scoring more points and also getting rid of the M at the same time.
Right. YEN does take an E hook in the North American lexicon only, So that is another lane that if he drew an E, he gets. And he does have mangers here, but Jackson's drawn the second blank, which must feel pretty good. He might still lose, though. What is he going to do to inhibit this spot?
Yeah, his options for actually playing there to block. It looks like he's maybe thinking about burning his blank to do it. Actually, I don't know what he's he thinking that maybe he can make the blank a C. I don't think uke is a word.
Yeah, I think that is what he's thinking. And if that comes on the board, Andy will have an absolutely incredible opportunity to win this game if he just pulls the trigger on the challenge. But we do know Andy does sometimes struggle with word knowledge. But I think that's what Jackson is thinking. Play YEUCH. And if this gets challenged, it's probably GG.
Yeah, but also if it doesn't get challenged, it's like very close to GG the other way because it blocks iron and also blocks sat. And if Andy makes plays overlapping uke, we expect this to be a C. Jackson can just immediately start closing things again. We do see the blank. We have an access to a blank ham. He did circle a C.
Oh, no hold. Andy, what are you doing? No. Wow.
Okay, so that play is accepted. Jackson has tiles. It's too late to do anything about it. A nice phony there from Jackson. I think that does all the right things other than runs the risk of being challenged off the board.
This is, I guess, everything we could have hoped for this rematch. Just insane phonies, challenges, nonsense going on in this game. Andy had every incentive to challenge this word if he wasn't 100% sure. But
yeah, there's a lot of ways to spell yuck, and this is not one of them. But YECH, YUCH, YUCCH. This could have just been one of many variant spellings. So I feel like Jackson probably had an inkling that this wasn't good, but had an inkling that it had all the properties of a word. And might
there's
stay
no
on the board.
way. There's no way he would have made this if he had any idea that this could be phony. My goodness. But it's not over. It's not over. Jackson has used both blanks for non-bingos. There are 4 tiles unseen. Andy is still within range to win if he bingos next turn. He's just going to have to look for the best possible fish. He has some space to work with. He's got to look to see if there's maybe something he can draw to this S. It might require a 2-tile play. My idea here at first glance would be to play 1 or 2 tiles around this area to set up a new line and try to hit something to the S as well. What are your thoughts, Charles?
Yeah, that would be my first thought too. Just like dumping the M on top of uke, setting up like emu or something. But you'd have to make sure, you'd have to do some diligence to make sure that you actually do have a bingo on the bottom of the board. It probably would need to end with like ENS or something. I actually don't know how many of those are actually available here. We'd have to do a little bit of, parsing to see. The pool is small enough and it's got enough duplicate letters in it that you could actually just iterate through the letters and see what you could draw that would play down there. Downside is Andy's down to under 5 minutes on his clock. Might not have time to do that all completely accurately.
Yeah, and this is getting crazy. Jackson's rack so terrible. I can even imagine if Andy does something like MASE or MESA, I mean, for 31, getting himself within 25 points. WAUL is in the bag. I think he's still losing, but it's getting really close. I don't know. Andy has very good chances here, I think, to take this crazy unlikely victory from Jackson. But yeah, WAUL, those are the tiles that are actually in the bag. Andy doesn't know that. Andy is looking at all 11 of these tiles. I think he's hoping to draw an I potentially next turn, but he will not draw an I. Jackson has all of them.
Yeah.
Action.
If he draws an I, he actually has Syringa on top of Grin, which is kind of a bingo line that we're not really thinking about. That is kind of an escape valve with an I draw. Maybe makes a one-tile fish a little bit better. I'm also seeing pointed out in chat, and thanks for the extra info. He could hit an NESS bingo on the bottom of the board to that S. So he could fish off the R and go for gameness is one example of something he could try to do. So he does have maybe a few more options for bingoing than I thought at first glance. But yeah, as you said, Josh, with Jackson's horrible letters, that could still happen.
Is grimness not a word? What if Andy plays AG?
Ooh, yeah, that's a fun idea. That would give him 3 chances to draw the I. As we see, Jackson has all 3 I's. It looks like Andy might be going for just MI next to Bonds, but that doesn't set up anything new for him. I think he's going straight up for Syringa.
Yeah, he's not going to draw an I. He's going to draw one of ALUW. I don't know if he has anything that is going to hit here. Angler's not fitting. Nar's not fitting.
So, Josh, what do you think about putting emo here instead of Mo? That feels considerably stronger, setting up SER.
Oh, that is a great idea, setting SER up. I think Andy must have missed that. He's drawn the L for anglers. Is there nothing? There's nothing through the S, though. So Jackson, if he just empties the bag here, is going to win, but he's considering SEI. The problem even for Andy is if he drew Syringa, that's a pretty airball like bingo, and he's not down by 40, he's down by like 60, so that might not have even done it for him. Jackson doesn't empty the bag. He's thinking about SEI. Unseen to him, really not much to worry about, Jackson, despite his terrible tiles.
Yeah, from Jackson's POV, there's nothing that ends with an A, at least not that I see. So the spot on top of Grin basically doesn't exist. Oh, he's going for Guy here. It seems as there's something we're missing. It feels like the spot on the bottom should be more his priority. Maybe he's just trying to stop Andy from making one last desperation opening in that spot.
Yeah, I wonder, but now there's still chances to draw something for Andy on 2 sides of the board, potentially, at least like theoretically. So if he makes a 1-tile play here or here, there are now 2 lines that Jackson can't block simultaneously. I think Jackson will still be fine. The last tile in the bag is an A. Is there anything that Andy can hit?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right away. I feel like it's close, but not quite.
Andy under 2 minutes here. What a crazy game we've just witnessed.
Yeah, I feel like from Andy's point of view, he might try to play off the R and go for gainless. There's still 2 I's unseen. Because the I is the most likely draw here. I just play off the R.
Yeah, from his perspective, he draws one of those 2 I's and it's GG. He's just not going to draw it. He's going to draw an A, which hits Galinas and Anlages. Jackson only now needs, I think, to block over here and make sure he doesn't give back a spot for Anlages, Lasagna. Lasagna's is not going to fit through this S. I think Jackson has won this game.
He does have to be careful, though, because if he puts the I or the E or even the O on top of RE, like to make a 4 or something, he's giving back Seer or Soar or Sire. So there's a little bit of, he needs to be careful here not to accidentally give back overlapping plays with his blocking play.
Yeah, he's looking at Lieu. Is that Galinas?
This feels safe because of the U. The N needs to go there, so it's pretty easy to calculate.
Yeah, so just making sure he knows what Andy has and that there is no way to fit something above that U. He hasn't hit his clock yet. This looks like a winning move. It sets up OW as well, which is kind of a nice touch. And we might see Andy try something crazy here. This is the time where he's going to make he's likely to make a desperation phony. The reason, by the way, for those wondering, they saw that intro video that Andy played that ridiculous Lauer phony, is that he had a tie. He was in between wins in the standings. So when you have a tie, the tie break, which is point spread, the differential between all of your games combined, doesn't really matter because you're in between standings. So I think maybe Andy's not going to do what he did 2 years ago that made everybody on the internet go crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't an everyday thing for Andy. That was specific to his circumstances in the tournament. Playing without a tie here, he's got to take it a little bit more seriously. Can't just throw whatever he wants onto the board. So we're expecting like a 20-point play here, possibly involving Sear and Jackson taking this win.
Yeah. I think probably Andy's best play is Galina or Anlich, keeping the S for next turn. He's running out of time, looking at Gala and LA, which won't give Jackson an outplay, but Jackson's just going to play OW very quickly. And Andy will go out with his ENS. What an incredible game. Some very, very surprising things happened.
Yeah, this one was full of surprises, like phonies, intentional or not, challenges, missed plays, bad draws. This game had it all.
Yeah, totally crazy. We should look for the next round pairing. I haven't been thinking about that. So I'm going to take a look at that while this game takes its final. What is the word? I've been trying to use a word to say takes its final, uses its final. Anyways, I'll figure it out. ENS and Cats coming down. Let's listen to the overhead mic and find our matchup for next round.
398, 452. Yeah. Nice job staying.
Yeah, I'll have to pull an eye.
For
Game was,
okay, nice.
and then, but I
Yeah,
guess
that's good. I mean, I would have won if you drew. I had both with Uke, but
this block my bingos,
would you have?
Mangers, and Grams.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt like you had that. I just couldn't afford to let you bingo.
I think this was good. That's cool. I mean, I was going for Syringa. I missed.
With this? I see. Syringa like here. Yeah, honestly, the fact that I had 2 eyes with this is actually pretty good for me because it really made it harder for you to bingo.
Yeah, the eyes.
Yeah, I was really good for being there. This is a great play. Yeah, you did a good job putting pressure on.
Yeah, I was fishing for a Nixier Annex when I played this or this.
Okay, I was kind of doing the same with Z,
Yeah.
but yeah, super interesting game. That was the one upside of me challenging this, is that it became a really interesting game. Would not have been as interesting if I let it go. Wow.
Alrighty. So that was a little bit of a zoom in on the thoughts of both of these players at the end of round 2 of day 3 of the Scrabble Players Championship. Charles and I will be in the booth for the next 2 games. Our next matchup, highly anticipated, Mac Meller versus Ori Swift, who we actually haven't seen featured yet on stream, but Ori, one of probably the 5 players most likely to win this championship this year, or at least make the finals. So very excited to see this matchup coming next.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Mac, we all know how good he is. Ori kind of flies under the radar sometimes, but he always shows up to these big tournaments and is, I definitely agree with you, Josh, one of the true contenders in this field.
Indeed. So I think we're going to cut to a short break. We might even be able to cut to the overhead mic again. They're talking about the game. But
consider
we
playing
will be back
Nick
for
just to
round 3
quit
in
on
just a
this.
few minutes.
Oh wow.
And it would
okay.
have, I guess, blocked the Z play.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have done that. I almost played Xenia, but I just felt like that was a little bit.
That's too much. I prefer Knicks to that.
Yeah. The Axe just gives back too much parallel,
Yeah.
and this was too early. You're exchanging 4, so you're holding. I can't play this.
Alrighty, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, sponsored by NASPA Games. Round 3 of 7, Charles. Mac Meller at 13-3 versus Ori Swift, clawing his way back into the top 5 at 10.5, 5.5. That means he has tied one of his games. So Mac will be first to act. We haven't yet seen Ori on stream. I'm super excited. I love the way he plays. What are you thinking, Charles?
Yeah, Ori, one of my favorite players in Scrabble. Definitely one of the best players in Scrabble. I think, was it 2 or 3 years ago, he made it to the finals and lost. So he's kind of out for vengeance here, trying to make it back into the finals. Mac was, of course, champion last year. He's no stranger to the finals either. Honestly, if we had a Mac Ori finals, I would be 100% okay with that.
Yeah, I would too. Ori and I have played a lot of games. We tend to play just these crazy games. He really thinks about the game deeply. He doesn't really analyze much, but he just has it in him to just create really cool situations and think of very much outside the box ideas. So hopefully we'll see some of those in this matchup. Mac first to act. I feel like Mac's been first on stream a lot.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we're rigging it slightly to make him look even better than he is. I welcome any conspiracy theories in that regard.
Yes, indeed. So if they are ready, the players can get started. I can't wait to see how the tiles fall. Yeah, Mac in first place still.
Seems like they're still waiting for the go-ahead. We're shaking hands. We're getting underway here. Mac first chance at the blanks.
All right, 2 tiles out of the bag. You see them on his score sheet. That's 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we don't see the 7th one. DNT, JIRN. All right, so not a great opening draw from Mac, but DJINN saving the day. He's going to put that D on the double letter score. Patented vertical opening. The best players in the world open vertically. And
Yeah.
Ori's going to play QI almost certainly with DJINNI.
Yeah, the slight downside, I suppose, of Jin is it takes an eye, and this plays perfectly into Ori's substandard opening draw. This really bails him out considerably. So we're going to see this very, very fast.
Yeah, the only other thought is, do you play Jive first from the J? But that J isn't a big enough threat to not play the Q. Or he's actually saving VLEI. It's lined up on his rack, which would go under QI if the J gets blocked. Back to Mac with ACIOORT. So him too, looking to play through that J of Djinn, or Djinni now. Of note, this does not take an S hook. That is not valid. I'm pretty sure both players are very well aware of the rule. There are no 7-letter Jin words.
Yep.
Did you know that, Charles?
I've heard that rule. I think I had forgotten that rule. So I was just trying to remember them manually, but that is a good rule to know. There's a lot of them that seem like they could take an S and don't. This being one of them. But as he said, Josh, Mac is looking to play through the J here. Maybe do a little bit of diligence to make sure he's not missing a bingo through the N or D, but he does not have anything available, so we see this come down.
30 points for Kotija. Nice cheese word, nice new word added to the dictionary very recently. Ori has drawn triplicate L's to go with his doubled I's, but it's actually not that bad. He can just play VILLI, deal with all of his issues at once. Is there something else in this position?
That seems like the only option here. Any other play he makes doesn't do all the things he wants in terms of getting rid of the 2 I's and the 3 L's. This does everything at once while scoring pretty nicely. So for the second turn in a row, a very straightforward decision for Ori.
Yeah, both players with pretty easy first turn decisions. Things are probably going to get a little bit complicated from here. Mac has seen a W and a U, ACIORUW. Wicca through the C in Kotija. I don't see a great way of getting rid of both the U and the W at once.
He does also have a nice play from the V of Villi. That would be vrouw. I think that's a Dutch word for a woman. Unsure why it's in the dictionary, but there it is. We don't complain too much. It's a nice way to get rid of the V, U, W all at the same time. Mac would have to decide if he just wants to put that S hook out there. It is tempting from a scoring and leave perspective. The S hook is a little bit scary, but I would be trending towards something like that.
Yeah, VROUW, it is dangerous. You're setting up that huge S hook with no S's played yet, but it is the only way of getting through that W and U at the same time. So in terms of points plus leave, that has to be Mac's best play by a significant margin. The question is, will he incur the risk? He has it lined up.
I guess
I think this would be a great play.
If he wants to, he has one other play that gets rid of WU. I don't like it as much. It'd be playing Out War through the T of Cotilla. It does triple the W, so it scores a decent amount, keeping IC, but I feel like vrouw feels a little bit better to me.
Yeah, we know Mac to not like necessarily to create such risk early on in the game, just like a lot of other top players. Why give your opponent just an easy way to score 40, 50, or even 90 points super early on? But you have to manage your rack. Out War looks decent in terms of leave. The leave is similar, maybe even slightly better, keeping just an I and a C instead of that extra A. But it creates a lot of danger as well. That R in the triple lane, not a good candidate for defense. So I think it's between Wicca and Vru. He has both of them lined up at the same time. We don't know which one he prefers at the moment. He's probably waffling in his head between the two. You definitely want to play Wicca to the C in this way, not set up the triple for Wiccan and Wiccas, right?
Yeah. If he is going for Wicca, I would expect it to start in the spot you outlined. The U isn't great here. Maybe it gets slightly better with the N open of Ginny. You could do bingos, possibly. A small amount of upside there. Would that sway me towards Wicca? Probably not, but it is another thing to consider.
And Ori, only having used 55 seconds on his first two moves, is stuck with another triplicate situation. And he's just waiting to see what Mac does, if it changes anything for him, if it gives him a decent option. Mac now looking at Out War, which would probably help Ori the most, giving him Lanner to that R.
Yeah, I think all of these plays have downsides. I think Wicca feels the safest in terms of not giving back too much. It does kind of set up a marginal X spot. A few other words go there. Some maybe D-wax through the W or whatever, but Out War just specifically gives your opponent easy access to a triple if they can make a 6-letter word. And the pattern of 3 letters, then a high-scoring consonant, ER, that's very common for 6-letter words. You'd be kind of afraid of like a 42-point play coming down in that spot after Out War.
Yeah, Wicca definitely matches the risk-averse nature of Mac's style of play. However, if you watch his videos on YouTube, you know that he's been sort of swayed by the way that the best bot plays, the best computer Scrabble player at the moment, which doesn't really care too much about that risk-averse nature of maybe playing somebody worse than you. Ori, if he's worse than Mac at Scrabble, it's by a very small margin. So I think here I would go for Vru. Out War, I think, would be a pretty significant mistake. But Wicca makes a lot of sense. Mac has burned over 4 minutes on this decision. It's a tough one, but yeah, it's a good thing he's making a move now. 24 for Wicca, bringing him to 84 to 56. Ori now to act with AEELNNN. Do you play Newell through the W? Keep 2 N's?
I think he probably is going to be looking at Wiccan here. Something like Neen, N-E-N-E. Seems pretty good just to get out from underneath the N's. Scores decently enough. He doesn't have scoring options on this board. There's the combination of duplicated 1-point letters just leaves him with very few options to score more points than the 18 he's getting for this.
Yeah, so Nene, Neen, however you want to pronounce it, a word that would have saved Mike Frentz a lot of trouble yesterday in his game against Mac Meller. Looks like a very, very solid option. The only downside is reopening that Wickens hook for huge plays if Mac has one of the first 4 S's. I still think it's probably the best move. Ori looking at 9 now through this eye, maybe through this eye, probably through the one down there. Look at Mac's draw. I mean, that's what happens sometimes when you keep a U. There are only 4 U's in Scrabble, but what a terrible, terrible draw.
Yeah, I feel like Ori has the right to complain about those 3 L's he had earlier, but 3 U's considerably worse. I guess both players feeling the wrath of the bag a little bit early here.
Yeah, and we're in a casino playing this, so I could make this this shout out to John Juanda. Both players have a lot of trips going on this game. Hopefully some of you got that.
I certainly did not, so count me among those who are in the dark.
I think 9 probably a mistake by Ori. I know he's probably weighing the scales, saying, okay, if Mac has 50 for just an S, I will be very unhappy. This does open the board. He is behind, but I would have taken the extra points.
Yeah, it does turn out that Mac would have been able to play something like Rums underneath Nene, making Wickens, and kind of getting him out of this situation. He would be keeping 2 U's and an O, but would be scoring a lot of points in the process. Instead, unless Mac wants to play Ulu, there's not a whole lot of options here.
Yeah, I actually think Ulu might be worth playing. It's interesting both players just made a decision fearing the other had an S. Ulu keeping MORSU. Now with that R hook on Niner and that S hook, wow, that's a beautiful R I just drew there. Mac has decent chances at drawing a bingo. If you want to have one letter with the U that isn't a Q, it's an M. The M does a great job at dealing with the U being the worst vowel in the dictionary, or in the alphabet, I guess. And lots of words, lots of ways to play through. So I think it might be slightly worth it to play Ulu for 6 rather than exchanging. Because if you exchange, what do you keep? MORS, that's marginally better. ROS, I'd take 6 points.
Yeah, I think I'm coming around to Ulu here. It does set up a slightly more usable S hook in addition to 9s that is floating out there. So does some good things for you. And as you say, Josh, I think I would be exchanging if that consonant was anything but an M, but the M actually does really help you out here. There's actually some decent bingo chances. Certainly not great, but decent bingo chances after Ulu.
Yeah, with 2 tile plays, I've started looking at common draws like 2 vowel draws, consonant vowel draws. If Mac draws EO, he gets numerous. There are definitely other options he can draw from the bag. We'll see what he gets as Ori has ABELNOS on his rack. It looks very good, but is there a bingo here?
Yeah, no bingo available. He would have ownable through the W of Wicca. That, of course, does not take an S unless you get extremely creative with the definition of ownable. He's going to know that's not a word. So he's going to be looking at playing short here. As you're pointing out on screen, Josh, something like lob here makes a lot of sense. Lob does have a pretty big downside. If your opponent has an O and a high-scoring consonant, you get hit back pretty hard there. I guess the upside is then you have access to the triple. So over the course of 3 turns, maybe it works out for you, but it often doesn't.
Yeah, so instead, Ori looking at lab. Maybe slightly safer? Probably not. I don't know why you would keep an O over A.
He's keeping the O for Obi, I guess, so that he can bingo there if Mac does not have an O, I guess would be his thinking.
Yeah, that's very astute, actually. Didn't think about that. If you play LAB, put it on the board, you keep the O for OBI. Increasing the average score of your bingos by a tremendous amount. A lot of bingos will have an O in second position. So that's a very nice touch, I think, if Ori decides to do that. Of course, we know the hard and fast rule if we are fans of Scrabble streams. Opponent always has an O. I think that's the best coin term I've ever come up with in Scrabble. Indeed, Mac does have an O of his own, so that would not work out necessarily very well for Ori.
Yeah, he's going back to Knob here. I'm curious if he thinks the L has some specific synergy on the board that I'm not seeing. All these plays feel very close, and I feel like I don't know if he can justify a play in another spot. Maybe he could do something with Wiccan again. He could play Knob interior to the board or something like that. But he's setting up his S in that case in case his bingo doesn't work out. Maybe he's thinking about that.
Yeah, and I think playing a little shorter with AB, setting up maybe more bingos, seems a little bit too risky to keep those 5 1-point tiles and set up an easy spot for a 3-letter word on top. So I think we're playing next to the WI in Wicca. It's just like so many options, or he's burning 3+ minutes on this decision. Very understandable. We can't all make flash decisions like the intuition of Nigel Richards. So
yeah, and Ori does have the L for Lulu. I see it mentioned in chat. That is also, he does not have a 5 that plays there. He might be thinking there's some upside to keeping the L for Lulu in addition to Sulu that's also available there. So there's some activity in that area of the board. It looks like he's deciding to disrupt it a little bit. I get why he wants to do this.
Yeah, this is a 5-point sacrifice to not set up a higher scoring spot for Mac to set up his own S with Wiccans. And I actually like this from Ori. It's probably slightly too many points to give up in my book, but we love to see these quite rational decisions by a player we haven't yet seen on stream. Cool play.
Yeah, I think that's a fun one, and definitely a turn that felt like it necessitated a few minutes here. Ori is still ahead on the clock, so he's still feeling okay about that. I think Mac here is probably just going to use the Wiccan's hook. He's got the R for Niner in the future. He's looking at something like Rugs.
Yeah, and I guess the only question is, do you want to float that R out there at the expense of maybe keeping 2 Rs, play Mugs, which floats the M out there, a slightly worse tile to play a bingo to or from, and take 6 extra points. But I feel like keeping 2 Rs, they're the first 2 Rs in play, would be a pretty bad idea. I think playing Rugs makes a lot of sense, and the play of Knob must signal to Mac that Ori has an S a huge amount of the time. Mac can see that Knob plays here. He might even realize or recognize the idea that Ori probably doesn't have another O with Knob, because then he'd play it up there and set up OB for himself. So a lot of thinking to do on Mac's time about Ori's previous play, which is something that these top experts can often really get ahead by doing. If you think about why your opponent made their last play, what they could have done with those same letters. So Mac has a decent amount to think about here.
Yeah, sometimes you can sort of overthink those situations and read too much into what your opponent's done, but I don't think this is one of those times. I feel like Ori, after Knob, is just creating S insurance for himself. It's basically a play signaling. Ori's trying to bingo. If Ori doesn't bingo, he wants to score 40 points or 35 points with Wiccans. That's really what the play of Knob will signal to Mac. And so with that knowledge, makes it a little bit easier to use his own S in that spot because he knows that he's stopping Ori from doing the same thing.
Yeah, and there's enough going on this board that I feel like even though you don't want to float that R in this area, there's already so much going on with 9-9er hook, 9's QIS, the Ulu's hook. I think Mac wants to go all out here, just block Ori from scoring if he doesn't have a bingo, score 30 plus on his own, and keep a pretty balanced leave. So back to Ori with AEFGLOS. He is trailing by around 40 points now. Score is 123 to 84 in Mac's favor. And Ori is about to lose his turn?
No, this is good.
This is good? Wow. I would not have played this. That's amazing. Flowages. I was playing Mac in some Blitz matches before this tournament. He played soakage, and I'm like, that's not a word. I need to review my AGE words. Okay, by far Ori's best play. This is why they're sitting at the table. Back to Mac with EHMORTK. He's looking to overlap this ES and score big. What's the best he can do?
Yeah, he's drawn some really good tiles for that use. He could do something like Mother. He's got Hork set up, which is definitely improvement here. He's got a few options here. He could do Hoke, setting up his M, possibly. That seems a little bit drastic, especially given what we know about Mac. So I'm expecting to see Hork come down pretty quickly here, make a quick turn to make up for the fact that he's spent some time on previous turns.
Yeah, the MT usually not a good combination to keep by itself, but that E adds a lot of value. And if Matt can draw one of those 6 remaining A's, then that becomes a very strong combination of MATE. I think definitely worth it now that Mac is a little bit behind to keep a few tiles, keep some balance, and go for that bingo.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about keeping the R for Niner. In a situation like that, maybe you do Hoke instead. There's still a lot of vowels in the bag to draw. But again, Hoke sort of does some bad things in terms of setting up 50-point counterplays for your opponent. So I'm not surprised to see this.
Yeah, we're coming down. Ori with EESSTVY on his rack. So he's drawn 2 S's, the last 2 S's of the game, actually. So he's going to want to keep those in tow, at least one of them. What are you seeing here for Ori here? Do you hook onto Ulus? Do you hook onto 9s? Do you play something with Horks? He's seen Yeets, the new word.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of options here if he wants to get rid of the Y and the V at the same time. So something like Yeets keeps the V, but with plenty of E's and A's out, the V isn't so bad. The V could still work out as a bingo tile. He could do something involving Cotillas. He could just play SV, Sev. That blocks the big spot for 9s or Niner. Leaves bingo options mostly just to, if you have an S, you can do Ulus and Cheese. With Ori holding the last S at that point, it's a little bit nicer for him. Or there's the R of Rugs that's still available. So I think Ori does have a very defensive play available here if he wants to go that way.
Yeah, and I wonder how good is EFTS here, keeping both the V and the Y. I feel like you kind of want to eliminate that F as a threat, a scoring threat, but maybe I'm overvaluing things. I just don't like any of the options in this position. I hate the V. And yeah, maybe you want to play Sev or something. Keep that Y for scoring.
Yeah, I'm not really liking Fs too much just because it keeps you too far away from a bingo. You're playing your 3 best tiles or 3 of your best tiles while keeping the 2 worst ones. That the F isn't super dangerous, so you don't need to address it right away. But yeah, but a tough turn, not really any exciting options here. Certainly nothing very high scoring for you here. So it's just debating the merits of some kind of marginal plays.
Yeah, so many options to look at. You can play Sev here. You can play Sev here, here. Like, you have to think about so many different placements for so many different words. Yeats scoring 28, I guess, is probably Ori's best score. I just hate keeping that V. You play something like Jive if you want to keep both S's. Something like TYES to set up your case S for Styes makes sense, but don't you want to keep that S for later? Super weird position. He's taking time. I could see him taking a lot more time here as well.
Yeah, this turn does feel a little bit pivotal because if he does something like Sev, that basically dictates how the rest of this game is going to go. And he has to decide if he likes that direction or not. Does he view himself as a favorite in a situation like that? And honestly, with him holding the last S and therefore holding a lot of the scoring power on this board, I would be very tempted by something like Sev making Cotillas.
All right, looks like Ori is going to yeet his way to 200 points exactly, keeping VS on his rack. Lots of vowels left to draw, both blanks still out. Mac Meller with a pretty terrible draw of BGRT to his nice leave of MET. He's going to be looking to score something maybe through this Y, or just do something that gets rid of some of those consonants. Maybe just gob here. It's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, he could play through the O of Floges or the I of Wiccans, just dump 2 of his higher scoring consonants for 20 odd points. He does not have anything through the Y, unfortunately. It seems like the G, the M, and the B actually all play nicely in that spot, but nothing actually works for him there. I think if he did have something there, that would be far and away the place he would be looking to play the most.
Yeah, MIG here actually looks quite good the more I look at it. You're keeping that R for Niner, and there are just a number of very high scoring plays you can draw, potential double-double plays, making that hook. Usually you want to keep an M over a B, but I actually think in this case, both similar in value with those 4 other tiles. So a good play by Mac to sort through, or try to sort through some of his trash. He's up to 190, and Ori with ADERSUV. So decent draw for him, save for that U, I guess.
Yeah, the play at default too here is just Yaud, Y-A-U-D. It keeps the V one more turn. Sucks to keep the V for that long, but you do score decently while keeping some letters that could result in a bingo. He does also have the R for Niner in addition to the S that he's been keeping. So that feels pretty good for me here.
Yeah, if you're going to keep a V going together with ERS is pretty much the best thing you can hope for. Setting up that lane for himself, keeping the R for Niner, like you said, looks pretty strong. I think it's certainly worth taking 24 here. But Ori looking elsewhere.
Yeah, the V doesn't do a whole lot else on this board. You could go a little bit more fishy and do something like VAU, VAU to the U of Rugs. That's actually almost not an improvement. In fact, I would say that's not an improvement at all, really, from a leaf perspective. So, well, I guess, yeah, maybe a little bit better. You're still keeping the U, but at the sacrifice of 10 points, it's probably not better.
And we see Mac has drawn the first blank on his 2-tile draw, so he's going to be primed to bingo relatively soon as well. I really think Ori should be playing Yaud here and trying to draw a bingo somewhere. He has the S for QIS, he has the R for Niner. Those bingos do intercept with each other, so we could see a potential block from Mac if Ori draws something. But I think, yeah, going straight for the kill makes the most sense, and it looks like he's decided to play Yaud. That's the play we thought Nigel was going to make last 2 rounds ago, but
we were proven wrong then, but maybe we won't be proven wrong here.
Yeah. So yeah, Var and Niner had some merit, but I think this makes a lot of sense for Ori. He doesn't really know how close Mac is to a bingo. His last play of MIG could signal strength, could signal weakness. Mac does not have a playable 7-letter word. In this position, he's spotted debt, which overlaps very nicely the E of Yeats and the AU of Yaud, which were just placed on the board, Ori with a pretty poor draw. And I think Mac will be first to bingo.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. If I'm in Mac's shoes, I'm trying to decide if bratted is a word, is brutted a word. Can you make the blank a vowel and double here? Of course, Mac being Mac doesn't need to waffle on bingos like that. And so he knows full well that none of those are words. So he just goes for a nice scoring play, keeping the extremely potent ERT blank, especially with Niner available. That feels really, really good.
Yeah, and with the Q gone, it's so hard to imagine a draw that doesn't give Mac a bingo. This one will certainly give him stuff playable with Niner at the very least. And Ori, not in a very comfortable situation. He is up 12, and it is his turn. And so he's thinking maybe a little bit about defense, playing over. If he plays over a Niner, you might see an 11-letter word come down at some point. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, I think over is the right place specifically for that reason, and that reason alone, just making sure that the stream game is the one that has the 11-letter word. He could be thinking about drove from the D of Ginny. That actually doesn't get rid of the R hook because drover, I believe, is a word, but it gets rid of the V at the very least. He doesn't need to be too attached to his E. That we see that there's still 7 E's unseen from his perspective, so might actually be a positive to play off his E.
Yeah, I can't imagine Ori isn't going to play in this area of the board, but there are some options like Ova, Nova that are quite fishy that give him a very good chance of a bingo. I feel like in this spot with a small lead and a huge threat with 3 R's still unseen to him, he's going to do something that inhibits. And drove for 21, taking 2 points over a Niner. Looks pretty good to me. Back to Mac with EEHIRT blank. He's going to bingo somewhere.
Yeah, the R hook on drover is certainly going to give him his choice of bingos. In fact, he doesn't really have a whole lot else on this board. He does have a bingo from the N of Ginny if he wants to play it. So that would be a different idea than anything involving drover.
Yeah, so a bingo from the N positionally feels kind of risky if Ori manages to bingo through that. He already is ahead 32 points. So Ori would take a nice lead and close the board. But scoring points seems pretty good. Mac has Erethic lined up, which is super nice and defensive, eliminating any counter bingos going vertically, anything from the N all at once, but creating a kind of big spot to play through to reopen the board. He's seen Nephrite as well. That's what he has lined up. That is the bingo from the N. Hopefully you all had time to see that at home. Sorry for spoiling.
Nephrite does give back a bingo for Ori if it comes down. So I agree with your analysis, Josh. I think it's from Mac's POV. He should be doing Erethic to not give back any new lanes for 7-letter bingos.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, if this is a huge swing. If Nephrite comes down, Ori is very much in the game. If Erethic comes down, Ori's going to have a really tough situation with an open triple, a deficit, not much else going on. So we are hoping to see, if we're Mac fans, we're hoping to see Erethic. Ori fans, or for fans of closer games.
Yeah, I wonder if Mac's a little bit afraid of Erethic because it gives back big Z plays on the triple. And you might judge this as a little bit safer, but we see it go down where we are assuming the blank is a P. We can see the blank is a P. This is really going to bail out Ori.
Yeah, this is a P. That's the worst drawing I've ever seen. Okay, yeah, Nephrite coming down. And this does make perfect sense. You're right, the Z still being out. Or he could very well have had the Z on the drove play. So Mac in no position to assume that he won't get hit hard if he plays downwards. But Ostinato, a better bingo than Orations here. It does look like you don't want to necessarily open it triple if you can help it, but taking 72 here, or 70 points here, and not opening the board, this is actually really hard to hit.
Yeah, that anytime you're opening a triple like that, it just intuitively feels like you're doing something bad. Like this is going to work out badly for me. With the consonants and vowels in those positions and those specific vowels, especially the I, kind of makes it hard to hit a too big of a play there if you're Mac. So I think this is a big improvement over Orations. It also blocks the E the big bingos that could end in an E with one blank still unseen. So I think a good idea overall.
Huge draw for Ori Swift, that second blank, as Mac here with AEM PPTX is going to look to score with his X and try to hold on to whatever lead his next play gives him. But it's looking pretty good for Ori Swift now with 11 tiles left in the bag. The fact of the matter is this play of Exam scoring very well for Mac, regardless of what Ori has, gives him options potentially to play a lot of tiles and leave only a few left for Mac in the pre-end game situation. But I think this is the best Mac has had to play on this turn. And Heredity spotted instantly by Ori. If this comes down, I think Ori's winning this game.
Yeah, nicely spotted by Ori. This is his only bingo. There's not a ton of bingo spots on this board, so maybe not quite as impressive as you would think because there's only, one or two spots to look at. The H, the cheese spot, the P, that's about it. But still nicely spotted by Ori. He's probably going to play it pretty quickly here and be in really good position in this game. The only wild card, I suppose, would be the Z is still out. Mac has not drawn it. So Ori will be very likely to draw it. I don't know if the Z doing a whole lot on this board, but maybe it would be the last gasp for Mac if he's able to get it.
Yeah, Mac up by 24 here. Heredity would score 78, bringing Ori 54 points ahead with one tile remaining in the bag. He's obviously going to just look and see if there might be something slightly safer available. Like Charles said, this is the only playable bingo, and the unseen letters from Ori's perspective are very, very bad. So he's got to feel very likely to win this game if he plays Heredity. And Mac will have one turn to make something happen. But I feel like even with the Z, what are you playing? What are you playing to that Y that is any dangerous? Maybe Yowza? If Mac has Yowza, I guess the score is tied, but Ori should still have the advantage there. So he's just
something like
Heredity.
Yowza or Zappy would be nice for Mac, but are kind of unlikely. We see Ori kind of grabbing the bridge of his nose. He's clearly unsure of Heredity, which makes sense because Hereditary is the more common way to say that idea. In fact, I've personally passed up Heredity specifically for that reason because I think it's just Hereditary. So not surprised to see, well, a little bit surprised. I should say I'm surprised to see the miss, but I understand why it happened.
So, this is such a strong play anyway, setting up the D, the R, and back to Mac to Act, who is in pretty rough shape if he thinks about this play of I. Once we get that score update, he has missed his best play through that F. He's playing alpha instead of PFFT. Oh, he's taking it back. Has he spotted it? Okay, this is a word that Mac has missed before. Very nice instinct there to take this back. But now he's given Ori valuable information. Ori now knows he has OFA on his rack. If PFFT comes down for a slightly better score, I think that has to be the better play. Ori knows that Mac has AO, but I think it's not going to matter. Ori's going to bingo next turn and probably win the game.
Yeah, lots of Ori's sevens start with a W here, but he does have one that starts with an R that's going to play making ire. He also has something from the P of Nephrite. So even if Mac had tried to do something, I don't think he even had anything to block I. If he sniffed that out as a fish, wouldn't have been able to do much.
Wow, very interesting though. Mac seeing PFFT and passing it up. Maybe he sees a likelier chance of drawing a bingo, and this is actually a pretty good looking draw. Is there a possibility that that Mac might win this game after re-widen?
So it looks like Mac's up by 26 at this point. Rewiden's going to put him down by sort of a small size bingo. We know that Ori's going to draw the Z after that. I guess the question is, what becomes of the Z? Does he get Z stuck in any situation? It seems almost impossible to imagine with ZA available. Yeah, Zeg and ZA. So he's never going to get Z stuck.
Yeah, maybe there were specific things Mac was going for. Now apparel is a threat from the pool. I think now though in Ori's spot, he has to just deal with that, go with the punches. If Mac has apparel, then it's GG. There might be something else that Mac could have, but in this position, I think you take the bingo.
Yeah, the bingo is too much to pass up. It's a lot of points. And you just hope that Mac didn't hit something amazing, something like apparel. That would be, I guess, what he was thinking with Alpha was something like apparel was very likely in the pool.
Yeah, so rewiden coming down, that blank is an N. This is a valid word. And it appears that with this 90 points, Ori Swift is going to take down last year's champion, today's leader in the standings.
Yeah, we see Ori's going to draw 2 A's and a Z. He's going to be able to play off the Z, not for a ton of points, but for some amount of points, so Mac can't get fancy and try to extend this endgame indefinitely to stick Ori with the Z.
Yeah, Mac to act in this endgame. He knows he's lost. Rewiden, a word that everyone knows. We'll take a look at the matchups for next round, but a very nicely played game on both sides. And that was just that play of Nephrite. Possibly Mac had an improvement there with something with Drover. Possibly not. Maybe he made the best call. Mac 1 letter off of Parapet, which he could have drawn. But he's going to have to settle for something that doesn't win him the game.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably just going to play Applet or something on top of Rewiden. It would be a nice play, but nothing here is going to get him especially close. It's going to be a relatively good-sized win for Ori, and making this Division 1 of SVC just a little bit tighter. If you can beat the person in first place, not only are you happy about it, but everybody else trailing that leader is happy about it as well. So Ori doing everybody a big favor here, taking this win. Josh, I think you're muted if you're saying something.
Oh, sorry. Next round, we have some very nice matchups available. We have Joey Krafchick versus Will Anderson, Jackson Smiley versus Mac Meller. That is the top game, but I think we should show Joey versus Will. What are you thinking, Charles?
I think most of the matchups at the top are pretty compelling, but for all the Will fans out there, it feels like we need to throw them a little bit of a bone today.
Yeah, I think so. We haven't seen much of Joey on stream either, as Mac's clock is dwindling to under 3 minutes. I think that's the matchup we're going to take for this final round before lunch, as Mac decides what he is going to do here. He still wants to make sure he's playing the best endgame in this situation, so maybe something on top of Rewiden would be worth doing, like paper. You have the engine. What does the engine like, Charles?
Yeah, let me check here. It likes Petal in that spot. I guess the PR has some good play coming back. You just have to make sure you're not giving Z play for Ori better than what he's currently got on the board, which is very underwhelming. No, that's totally wrong. The engine is lying to me. Petal gives back Za on top, so we really hope Mac doesn't do Petal here. Give back Zed. He probably would be better served doing something like, paper would give back Zen. So maybe he has to be really careful if he's making plays up here.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. Hopefully Mac's not going to go. He's not going to go overtime. Mac can play a game in 30 seconds and beat like the top bot online. So he's going to do something that does not give back a huge spot for Ori Z. Just what that is, we will find out soon enough.
I do think Applet, APPLET, is his best option. That does not give back too much it does give back Azan, which is a little bit of a better score than what Ori's going to do with his Z anyway, but we'll just let Mac go out in 2 relatively straightforward. So Mac down to under a minute on his clock now. So he's punishing us, Josh, for some reason that we don't know about. We have to come up with stuff to talk about while he thinks.
No, he's just trying to solve the end game. This is what the players do. Every spread point matters in this situation. So Mac is trying to make sure he makes the best play he can come up with. He has perfect information. He's looking at what Ori has. He should know AAZ is on Ori's rack. So he's looking to see what Ori can do first and foremost, then what Mac can do to inhibit that, and then also what Mac can do next turn and what Ori can do next turn. So it's very complicated. He is going to play Pat, keeping ELRP, leaving 9 seconds on his clock. And where is he going out with that?
Looks like he's going for repel through the E of Drove.
Yeah, Leper or Repel. Can Ori do something about that? Because that does appear to be Mac's only playable outplay. And with 9 seconds on his clock, Mac might not be able to make his next moves in time if that gets blocked. So if I'm Ori, I'm trying to block that. But it's just so hard with AAZ to do anything.
He could do something like Azo that would, I think, force Mac to do something like help next turn, and so you're starting to run the risk that Mac's not able to make his plays in time. But maybe that does work out better in the long run for Mac anyway.
Yeah, so Azo for 12, the idea to block Repel and Leper, and then go out with the A next move. That's probably his best choice. Zoa also possible in the same spot, which is they're both very nice to set up Za and AS.
Oh yeah, that is a nice little sequence here. So probably doesn't work out well for Mac to force this kind of thing. It's possible he just missed Applet.
Yeah.
Although I feel like I'm invoking the wrath of somebody up there to ever imply that Mac would miss anything.
Yeah, he rarely misses. That is actually the truth. Again, 28 rounds before the best of 5 finals in this 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. This guy on the left trying to defend his title. He's doing a great job so far. Ori, though, going to take him down in this round. We're going to have 1 game before the lunch break. After that, we will have 3 games. We will say goodbye to Charles, who's actually been co-commentating in 2 separate streams these last couple days. He is also one of the lead commentators for the Let's Play Scrabble stream, which is running simultaneously right next to this one down in the playing room. So, Charles, thank you so much for joining us. I will say that again before you depart, but you must have a lot of skills to be able to commentate both lexica, maybe even within the same day.
Yeah, I am doing the afternoon session for Collins, so if you're not tired of hearing my voice already, you can guarantee that you're tired of hearing my voice by tuning into the Collins stream this afternoon. I think I'll be joined by Elise Bickford for the afternoon session. And yeah, Josh, it's getting harder and harder to do both at the same time. This game in particular, I had to stop myself from suggesting QIN about 6 different times. So luckily I didn't make that mistake, although in our first game, I did suggest that Mac could possibly play the Collins only Plowtail. So you can see the bingo knowledge, the bingo differentiation starting to slip a little bit.
Yeah, I did hear you say that, and I don't think anyone noticed. You don't think you had to?
I think my brother noticed. My brother posted in chat.
Oh, come on. Why would he do such a thing? He is evil. As Ori's doing all of the math in this game, I want to say a huge thank you once again to NASPA Games for sponsoring both streams being presented this weekend and this week. So none of this would be possible without the fact that this is the most prestigious tournament of the Scrabble calendar in North America, being run by NASPA. This has been run for, I think, 37 years, since 1978, has a top prize of $10,000. Mac calling for help. As this clock goes down to 2 seconds, we're going to go out with Za and Az. Final score in this game is going to be 476 to 416, an Ori Swift victory. We will be back for the final round after listening to this postmortem and taking a short break.
Could have just played
So you guys-
Applet.
You made me think I mistracked because I was like, PERL only goes out there. That's
Yeah.
an applet too.
No, I should have just played Applet because I was thinking I just didn't see the recursive setup. I was just thinking KA, so I lost a little spread. Yeah, I should have just played Eretic here. I guess I was worried about the Z, but I don't know. I didn't.
I needed a tile, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I used to give you the R2, but yeah, I don't know. It was a tough call because I came very close to playing Eretic and Drover, but
I'm an Eretic guy. I love putting that C there. cutting
Yeah,
things.
yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm going up 50. There's still this S-hook potential,
Sure.
but I didn't love my position there, so I figured I would just go for the open board.
I've had a while to groove my racks, so
Yeah.
I've got S or blank probably.
Right, so I didn't love that. I figured I would rather have like an open board than like an uncontrolled closed board. I don't know. Might be wrong. Yeah, this is a good play. I couldn't do anything about
Well, I
that.
actually had heredity, but I
Oh,
I was
wait,
just like,
not a natural. Surely.
no, I had it with a blank, but
Mhm.
this was just like
Yeah.
crazy. I was a little unsure of heredity too, so I
Okay.
was just like,
Gotcha.
this is great play though.
Yeah, I almost drew into parapet to go out.
I saw that.
I
Yeah,
was, if I had
was
drawn one of
lucky
those
to go.
A's instead, because I kept APPT, I was trying for that or palpate.
Yeah, you left
Very
two A's
close.
in the bag.
Yeah, very close. Yeah, that or palpate I was hoping for.
Sure.
Because
I think this might actually be correct to not play regardless. So I was just like, oh, it's really convenient. I'm not like 100.
yeah. I mean, how many were in the bag at that point? If you remember.
Probably like 15 or so.
Yeah, I mean, so there was still what, like an R left, but that's it basically.
I mean, RD blank. Yeah. From my perspective, there's
Just
one
an
R.
That's it. Yeah. that's
Yeah, and I
pretty
thought
good.
about waiting a turn, but I was just like, well, if he draws the R.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna play repel there and just flip
Yeah.
through the Z is what I was gonna do. I mean, just with the truth, not the birds. Yeah.
That was an ugly start. Like,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, and you're just playing the U's.
I had 3 U's here. I had ORMUS.
Okay.
I think that's better than exchanging because I'm setting up my S here.
This was setting up my S, but all I
Yeah.
had was ALES. So I was like,
yeah,
well,
that's probably why I did. I mean, MOR. I mean,
yeah, I'm surprised nobody doubled.
I know. I was gonna double before you did this.
Well, that was getting taken one way or the other.
Yeah.
It was either over this way for
Uh-huh.
like a couple less or drove, and I decided to take the points, which was correct.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, you never know, hindsight, but I mean, I feel like with the X and the Z, I mean, you could just as easily hit me there, right? With drawing 4, so I don't know. Easy to regret it, but
This was interesting. Now
Yeah.
I'm keeping SALE. I can
Yeah.
play Lob or Lab. Lab gives me the O.
well, Lab has got to be better than Lob to keep the hook, right?
Right. And so I ultimately decided you might just hit me for a million there. I'm just going to
Yeah.
set up my S
And
and
if I use
try,
it's not the end of the world.
try and bingo over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
This kept SV.
I figured you had the last S. I mean,
Yeah. SV.
yeah, I had you on the S like the whole game because of that.
Yeah.
Which is like, again a big reason why I didn't play Erectic because I didn't love my. I mean, I'm up 50, but like this is open.
Sure.
It's like unblockable. I mean,
Yeah.
that was, which is why I think I don't know. Yeah.
And
Interesting.
this kept SON.
So, okay.
Over sun, and I think I'm just playing over in one of these two spots. I didn't see anything else.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw nothing appealing. Although I
Then
could play
what did you
Oba
have
for
with
nothing.
9? Do you remember?
Oh, lean, Lean.
Oh, so you didn't have an R. Wow.
Nope.
Okay.
That was just a play.
Goodness. Yeah, it was.
I had any here.
Mhm.
That was the other candidate keeping
Okay.
A and L.
I might have done that without an R, but I mean,
Yeah. I drew an S first out of the bag.
yeah. I skipped OUR. I was debating Drow, but I didn't want to open that without an S. Maybe I should have just done it. I don't know. Looked at that. Looked at Outwar. Everything's kind of mediocre.
AILIE.
Well, what else are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
RT. So that's obvious.
Yeah, our easy decisions were early. And
Yeah.
Then the easy decisions stopped.
Yeah, I had ERT blank with this, so it's feeling pretty.
I was not expecting a rack that good. I thought you were stuck on content.
No, I mean, Braded is not a word, right? So it better not be a word. I'm going to be mad. No, okay, good. So that's got to be fine. Yeah, I made some questionable plays. I don't think I missed anything like egregious.
Yeah,
But
this was probably my most questionable play. Any.
yeah, I think this was my most questionable play, honestly. I mean, it didn't work out. It obviously doesn't mean it's wrong.
I need to see.
Yeah.
Flowages, but then
Yeah,
tie
man,
game after.
I almost played Mother. I kept MET, but the K, I feel like that's got, especially goes well with the R.
Well, here you could swear that that'd be ideal.
Yep.
Lucky to
Yeah.
dodge the bingos.
All right. That was the postmortem, lengthy postmortem between Mac Meller and Ori Swift. Love to hear their thoughts on the positions. I didn't think about why Erethic was not chosen. It wasn't actually necessarily because of the counter threats. It was because Mac knew that Ori had an S pretty much, and there was a spot that he couldn't really block. So very, very interesting to hear those thoughts. A super well played game on both fronts, on both players' ends. So yeah, really great to see such a high level of play so consistently throughout this event. We have the top players in North America facing off against each other. Joey Kraftchick is next versus Will Anderson. This is a rematch. They did play in round 2 today, so this is, I think, just a very, very fast two-peat, I guess. Always kind of weird to play the same person 2 rounds later in such a big field, Charles.
Yeah, definitely feels a little strange to sit across from the same person again, but that's what the pairing algorithm gives you. And honestly, at these kind of tournaments, I'm just happy to play another really good player. If I'm, paired up with Will Anderson multiple times, that must mean I'm doing pretty good.
Right. Yeah. I mean, both these players doing quite well. As we're going to fix the overlays, we're going to make sure that under Joey, we have the correct spelling of his last name and his record. I think if we look at the standings right now, what is going on? I mean, both of these guys are near the top. 11-5 was their record last round. And now Joey has won his game. We don't have the result between Will and Carl Johnson, but Joey's at 12-5 plus 391 in second place right behind Mac Meller. And if Will wins, he will be actually higher up. He will be in second place. If Will loses, he'll be in ninth. Yeah, possibly 9th or even 10th place. So a very important result as we're waiting for that to come in. Will has finished his game against Carl. We just don't have the result in yet. So yes, Joey gonna go first. Just waiting on Will. Joey very antsy to play this game, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, kind of an antsy antsy Scrabble player in general, but definitely looking forward to getting a chance at this one, cementing his second place in the standings. Actually, he's too far down on spread, probably not going to be first after this round, but is still in very strong contention for the finals as we getting closer and closer to the halfway point of this tournament.
Indeed. And we're gonna get those overlays ready for you as our producers step back into the fold. Will Anderson on the right with his patented red hoodie, ready to rematch Joey Kravchuk. What do you think is going to happen? Are we going to have a? What are you going to say? Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
I was going to say it's a battle of the patented red hoodie versus the patented periwinkle blue. Am I seeing that color correctly?
Yes.
Some kind of bluish purple headphones. I feel like it's a clash of styles here.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we said it yesterday. If you're wondering why Joey Kravchuk is allowed to, or why he is wearing those headphones, those noise canceling headphones, what is going on? Is he getting some sort of, feed into those ears? He has an exemption. Certain sounds give him very, very high anxiety. So that is why he's wearing those. He's trying to eliminate the bad sounds so they can focus on his games. Many players are actually wearing some form of ear protection, whether it be just ear plugs or earphones, but you need to get an exemption. You need to have a valid medical reason, which Joey does have. So both players at 12-5, it seems. We don't have the results in electronically. We've actually been faster than the electronic standings, which you can see at the top of the chat. You can click those, see what's going on. But both players are 12-5. So Will in second place, Joey in third, Max still in first place, one game ahead of the field. Joey first to act. I hope we get a shootout this round.
Yeah, I think you asked me, Josh, what I thought would happen in this game, and all I could talk about was the headphones. In terms of what I actually think about is going to happen in this game, both players very high-powered, word knowledge among the best. So I would not be surprised to see a total shootout here.
All right, first rack for Joey Kravchuk, ABEIOT, and that M almost drew into a bingo. He just needed one more letter of the alphabet for Niobate, but he's going to very quickly play Biota. Joey, a fast player, quite an accurate player. This looks like a pretty good decision. You can play Ambit as well, but I like this.
I wonder if he just overlooked Biome. That feels a little bit better here, setting up the E in the 444's AT leave.
Oh, you're totally right. Yes, Biome. A better play here, I would say, for sure. 4 extra points and a similar value of leave. So, yeah, maybe a couple points left on the table with a 31-second decision for Joey Kravchuk. We might see that again. He does play a little bit too fast still. He has slowed down, though, over the years. And Will with a very nice opening rack, ANORSV blank. He's going to be looking through that eye of Biota. He's already spotted Corvinas, which he'll probably play if he doesn't see anything better than that. Is there another double-double available? That's where he can score the most points.
Yeah, it looks like he just has the one double-double, so nicely spotted within just a couple seconds of Biota coming down. That's at least one of his available double-doubles, but we know there is just the one, so far and away his best play. His next best plays would be about 20 points worse. So I think Will's just going to think about it a little bit. He's probably iterating through the alphabet relatively quickly to see if anything else jumps out, but he's going for this pretty quick.
Yes, he is. So Corvina's coming down for 90 points. Very early lead for Will Anderson. He's got to feel pretty good here. Back to Joey with EEMRTUY. So seems close to a few things. You got the meter or metri suffix. Anything that he can do in response, or does he have to just bide his time for a turn?
Yeah, I think he's going to be biding his time a little bit. He does have that Y spot underneath Corvinas, but no other vowels that go under the S, so he's going to have to leave that one alone for a little bit. He is setting up what might be his best play of Bayer through the B of Biota. That scores 29 points, keeping EMT I think, again, a pretty good leave. And I feel like this came up in a previous game, Josh,
Yeah, was
where we
this-
specifically said that EMT is good with an open A, and we see it happening right in front of us.
Yes, but also I think we've seen this exact rack in a previous game.
I was going to
this
say-
Nigel's first rack against Mac.
It felt really familiar, but I didn't want to say anything in case I was wrong. But if it's not exactly the same, it's extremely close. Somebody wants to go back in the VOD and check it out.
I think it was E something. I'm pretty sure it was ET with Rumi through that H. That's crazy. Yes. Very, very rare that you see the same rack in Scrabble, unless it's a very high probability rack, such as like Etesian or Retina is our favorite. So yeah, some weird flashes into the past there. Back to Will with AADEFLW, a pretty nice and balanced post bingo draw. He's not going to have anything tremendous here though.
Yeah, there's no real hot spots for the F or the W. There kind of is one under Ya for yaw, but that's really hard to hit. In fact, basically impossible to hit with the W, so not really a hot spot. He's going to have to get a little bit more creative here. He could do something like dwarf through the R of Corvinas. That intuitively doesn't feel like a hot spot. It feels like kind of a marginal spot on this board, but it does hit 2 double letter scores with reasonably sized tiles and keeps a good leave. So that is one option if he doesn't just want to play on top of Buyer.
Yeah, dwarf doesn't open anything, closes stuff down, keeps AEL, which is quite balanced. Definitely like that. You could also see few. That's what you're saying above the ER, but that does keep 2 A's. It's interesting. I'm curious to see what Will decides here. He's probably going to take a decent chunk of time, which is not something you really want to do against such a speedy player as Joey Kravchuk.
Yeah, there's something to be said for not like changing your style too much based on your opponent. Like you should just kind of be treating all these experts as kind of the same type of expert. But when you're dealing with speedy players in particular, you don't want to take unnecessary time on early game turns. Like if you were to spend 5 minutes on your opening play debating things within 2 points of each other, that would be a bad decision. Definitely better to play quickly like we saw with Corvinas. One nice thing about Dwarf is it immediately starts restricting the most obvious consonants for 8-letter words, those being the R of Corvinas and the T of Biota. Starts moving towards a more close board, which would be in Will's favor, given that he has a pretty good sized lead already.
Yes, and if people were wondering, the previous matchup these two players had 2 rounds ago in round 16, Will won by a small margin, I think, of 24 points. So that's actually a pretty important thing. I feel like the psychology of having just lost to somebody might be pretty strong. I like this idea of declaw through that C, maybe. Just leave the board open, try to keep scoring. I'm not sure, though.
Yeah, it does set up your F kind of nicely if you have a draw that works out, or even if you don't have a draw that works out. Maybe it's nicer when your draw doesn't work out. You at least have a 26-point play there or something like that. It does sort of the opposite thing of Dwarf. It just maintains existing bingo lines and actually creates new ones, but does go a little bit deeper into the bag for the second blank. So I think I could take either one of these, Josh.
Yeah, very aggressive play, definitely, especially with the score line that they have, Will being up 41 points. But it's a really nice score, and it's the play that guarantees Will a nice score the most next turn. And he doesn't really have any reason to believe Joey has any strength on his rack. Obviously, when someone plays 5 tiles, then 4 tiles, they're most likely more balanced than usual, and so therefore more likely to do damaging things to any opening you create. But you too, you can draw something nice. Will has drawn pretty okay here, and Joey's gonna have to struggle a little bit to figure out how to respond to this play. Maybe he plays meow for 27. Are we gonna get a cat cam, Charles?
I'm not currently on screen, so it would just have to be an audio cat cam of a cat desperately meowing to get away from me. But yeah, we might see a meow come down. You can just imagine my own cat meowing in the background. That does seem pretty good. I don't love the leave of EGIT. It feels a little bit iffy to me, but maybe it's the best he can do on this turn. He doesn't have a ton of other scoring plays. Maybe something like Jamote, keeping an eye next to Declaw, just playing as many tiles as humanly possible. But that again seems a little bit aggro, sets up like the X and high scoring 4-letter plays, things like that. Meow is more biding his time.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, at this point, Joey being down 70, he definitely is behind. He doesn't have an S, he doesn't have a blank, he doesn't really have a clear path to do anything. I think I like Meow, sort of keeping EGIT, but there are 5 N's to draw for a potential ING. I know the G is a terrible tile, but I feel like that has to be better than Jamote. Like Jamote opens so much for Will, like increases the scores of plays on this side, opens the floaters, keeps a lone eye with so many more left to draw. I feel like that would be a mistake, but not sure what to do. Maybe Meg, keeping 4 1-point tiles, 3 of those being vowels. That looks really awful as well.
Yeah, playing short like that doesn't feel right here. I'd rather do something like Meow. It's a little bit more balanced towards vowels and consonants. You still have the really straightforward lanes for 7s on either side of Biota if your draw works out. You're also floating an E out in huge amount of space that's unlikely to get blocked in the near future unless there's a specific reason to block it. I suppose you could make little short plays next to the A of the claw, so now that I'm thinking about it, it can get blocked, but often stays open. So we see a totally different idea here, Gem. The same idea as Meg, I guess, but it opens up the top a little bit more for bingos, starting with a consonant and an E.
Yeah, just a 1-point sacrifice, leaving things open. I guess it's a sensible approach for Joey, but he immediately draws a second I. Actually, he's drawn into Troylight. Okay. So that will fit pretty much no matter what. I think Will's going to play Fob here, keeping AINS, but the question is, Troylight is Joey's only bingo. What are we going to see after the sequence, Charles?
Yeah, there's some danger lurking for Joey that he might not realize, but he does have to take the bingo. I would say, like, it's kind of a matter of philosophy here. I would say his draw was bad, but the outcome was good. Just because he drew a bingo doesn't mean the draw was bad. It just happened to work this time with the T floating out in space. Fob is a nice scoring play. I think maybe Will's only option. And now we really just need to see what Will draws on his 3-tile draw.
That's a D. That's another N. And an E. So
this is going to get hit.
This is going to get hit pretty hard, isn't it? So Troylight coming down.
Will's making a face.
For less than 60, or 60 exactly, and Adenines. Triple. Game over pretty much. 140 for Will Anderson. Such a horrible outcome for Joey Kravchuk after a couple slightly questionable moves at the start of this game. He's down 150.
Not counting Joey out quite yet. He does have 49 points for Zep next to Adenines. Keeping a decent assortment of vowels and consonants that could work out for him in the future. As soon as next turn, he's still got that area around D Claw to bingo off of, in addition to the A of Biota and some floaters in Troylight. So he obviously needs a lot of help from Beg at this point, but getting a good Z play here while having bingo upside the next turn is about the best he can hope for. But he would really rather not have Will holding the second blank.
Yeah, with Ratafi about to come down potentially right here after Zep. This looks like a bloodbath in Will Anderson's favor. Joey considering Plotst as well. Zep has to be better than that. Both plays you don't really want to eliminate this space on the board. But from Joey's perspective, of course, he's down way too much. But this whole part of the board open for business. Normally we see the top left of the board inaccessible or not accessed in a Scrabble game. In this particular case, there's a lot of play left. A lot of stuff can still happen in Joey's favor. So he's going to play Zep. And had Will not drawn into this rack, who knows? Maybe Joey Kravchuk bingos 3 times in a row on this board.
Yeah, there's definitely tons of upside on this board for many more bingos in the future. Unfortunately, that upside also exists for Will, and with the blank, he's going to find it a lot easier. His only bingos here are Ratifi in the spot you mentioned, Josh, and then Ratifi's off of the 2 R's in Corvinus and Troilite. So he's probably going to take the high-scoring spot. He just has to think about what he's setting up there. There's still 2 C's out. There's a P out. There's some stuff that can damage him here. There's 3 T's out, a V. I wonder if it's worth it here. It feels like it isn't, but maybe playing one of the lower scoring ones could be a consideration here.
Yeah, so this little illustration demonstrating the huge risk involved with playing Ratafi for 81, a 17-point improvement over just playing from one of those 2 R's. I think I take the points here. I give Joey Kravchuk maybe one chance to make something big happen to reduce his deficit to under 100. And after that, I feel like the dust will settle. But it's definitely a little bit scary to make such a huge opening in a game where you are just so likely to win no matter what. So why not reduce the risk? Why not sacrifice a whole 17 points? Will might do that.
Yeah, he kind of has to do some thinking here. Like, how much better does Joey's average play get when he plays Ratifi on column 2? And is it somewhere near 17 points? It might be somewhere near there. And you have to think about the worst case scenarios where Joey bingos ending in IC or something and then immediately draws another bingo. So you don't have to think about it, but I see, Josh, you're drawing on screen. There's also the chance of double doubles through the E after that position of Ratifi's. So
that's good for the board state. If we have some horizontal action going on here, that eliminates a lot of the space. So I could have gone either way, honestly. I usually say don't sacrifice more than 10 points. When you're up 105, you can sacrifice points as long as you're winning the game. But Ratifi comes down. Joey does have the T and the V for this spot, but nothing fantastic. So,
well, he does have Vexed. That's actually 60 points. So I would characterize that as fantastic.
I don't know, man. I feel like when you're down 200 points, you need something more than 60.
Yeah, I guess, taking into account the score of the game, you would want more like 130 in that spot. He could do something like Lev and see if holding on to the X has any upside. He does have that new spot next to Ratifi to plunk the X down, so maybe he could try doing like a 2-turn thing where scores a lot with the V, then tries to score a lot with the X, and then tries to bingo. At this deficit, anything's kind of a long shot, so I'm not surprised that he's going to take the points here with Vexed.
Yeah, you have to do this, like getting 40 for the X next turn. It's not going to do it. You need a bingo, and then you need another bingo. So we'll see if he gets that. Will has drawn ADNORRT. I don't think he's going to have anything fantastic here, but I think looking to play next to the FEE, excuse me, while he turns the board, something I'd consider maybe ORRA at first glance.
Yeah, definitely something like Aura or ORAD in that spot feels very strong. It just, you don't have to worry about Ratifis anymore. You don't have to worry about whatever 50-point plays might exist to the left of Ratifi. And he doesn't really have any other obvious places to score. So even absent all those other considerations, if he's just purely thinking about scoring, again, that's the area of the board he's going to be zeroing in on.
Indeed, with those 2 S's still remaining, the biggest threat to Will here is a big bingo with Ratifis. So something like ORRA, ORAD. The main issue with those plays being they leave Will vowel-less, but with 17 vowels remaining out of 38 tiles, that's pretty nice for your chances to draw at least one vowel. When you're ahead this much, you don't want to leave yourself vowelless, just in case Joey does something desperate and tries to open a spot you can't deal with. But yeah, Will's going to go with Aura. Actually, Aura's probably better. It limits overlaps that open this area, and it limits AS bingos, which is something you want to be thinking about. There are no DS bingos that Joey could possibly have, I think. So I think a small mistake, leaving 3 points on the table, giving Joey small chances back into the game, but I don't think it's going to matter. EHIJLOS, ISO Hell was Joey's idea before this play. What now?
Yeah, he's got the J, no big J hotspots apparent at this point. I think something like jog, possibly to the G of gem, could just be an easy way to move on from the J and try to bingo. Maybe jig, actually, we see Joey, I think, grabbing those 2 tiles. There's a lot of eyes unseen, so maybe jig just a little bit of an improvement. I don't see any way to do any kind of crafty, oh, that was kind of a pun, crafty J setup. So he's just going for the dump the J and try to bingo next turn, which I think is maybe his only option here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything Joey can immediately draw from AS. He would need 2 S's for assholes, but he's not going to get that. There is only 1 S remaining from his perspective. He's drawn a second H, and Will has drawn 1 vowel, but some clunky stuff to go with it. CDDIKNT. What does one do here? Is retick a word? Is that what
he's looking at? Yeah, he's looking at tick in that area.
Yeah, no retick, just tick here. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to necessarily give Joey a tile to play from, but if you're going to do that, a K, very difficult to work with in most cases. And this scores incredibly well. That's like 40 points.
Yeah, that was a 37-point play. And the K, while it's a little bit concerning, at this score, you can withstand a bingo from the K pretty easily. There's not too lot of... the pool is kind of dwindling. It looks worse and worse. There's still 3 U's, a W, a Y, a Q. So the chances of Joey bingoing 3 times at this point seem pretty remote. So Will's feeling very secure here with his lead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Joey has given up here at this point. Like, it's so late in the game already. He's down almost 200 points. I'm surprised he hasn't even made a play yet. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we know Joey to be a fast player. Will usually takes his time, but he's been playing quickly. He's been playing accurately, and Will Anderson, of course, Blitz champs champion. So if he needs to put on the gas, he can, and I think Joey knows that. So there's really no need for any shenanigans here. Joey's just going to try to reduce his losses to as small a margin as possible, and to do that, I don't know, play off an H somewhere, play HO, HA. What are you seeing here, Charles?
He could go all out for points with something like Lash, making buyers, sort of give up on the S temporarily. There's still one to draw. The S doesn't do a whole lot other than biotas on this board. I guess it also does trows. So it is marginally helpful, but it's not going to guarantee you a bingo on this board. I'd be sort of just looking to score points at this point, try to drag my score up a little bit, and if a bingo happens accidentally in the meantime, so be it. But yeah, I think I agree with you, Josh. Joey is probably resigned to the loss for this one. It's just there's not enough high-scoring spots on this board anymore. His letters aren't quite good enough. He can't really do anything with his H's that helps him out a lot. In fact, I don't see any way to score more than like 20 with an H. So it's not looking good for him at all.
Yeah, and maybe if there was some 9-letter word ending in za, that would be a maybe crazy desperation thing to go for. You would probably be able to find those better than me. Charles is very, very knowledgeable of the 9-letter words. I don't see anything that Joey can go for. I guess there's some decision you want to make about maybe leaving this ED open as well, but Lash scoring so well. That is 39, I believe. Pretty much the best he can do, and he's just got to hope for something huge here.
So I did look up the 9s ending in ZA. We've got affluenza, influenza, Les Pedeza and Mycorrhiza. That's all he's got to go for there. Mycorrhiza does involve an H. Actually, it might still be in the bag. I think, yeah, all those letters are in the bag, so maybe he just fishes for that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Mycorrhiza. How many points does that score? MY, right?
Yeah, MY.
Oh my gosh. Dude, I think that's 146, if my math is correct, but not in the cards anymore. Will Anderson with DDINNOQ. He is considering playing Dino, or Dinos, excuse me, to this S. Look how great this play is. It just completely destroys any chance or any likely chance of Joey accessing that bottom right of the board. Beautiful decision by Will. He does have the Q though, but pretty likely he'll be able to play it here if he needs it. There's still 2 U's or 3 U's to draw maybe from Will's perspective. So I don't think he's going to be stuck with the Q, and even if he is, he's not going to lose. He's up so many points to Joey with EEHIMOU. Still hasn't drawn anything of note from this K hitting that triple.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's some KH bingo that he could try to go for here. That would be a nice scoring play. He's down by 145, so maybe if he scored 100 and Will had to play the Q for 11, there's some very outside shot that this still works out for him. But he would need that play to happen this turn, I think, and it's not happening this turn. He's going for Auri, which is kind of unfortunate. It blocks that R for bingos, but with so many vowels and not a lot of other exciting options, I think it's just kind of moving on from this game with that play.
Indeed, and Will has seen a U draw and an S draw, so he does have Shuk if he wants it, maybe making biotas. He also has probably a lot of other options that don't play the Q and hope for some other vowel draw for a potentially better play. Doesn't really matter what he does here, but I guess the value of Shuk isn't so great because it allows bingos underneath while blocking bingos to the left of that A. I wonder what he's going to do here. He's probably going to do something pretty good. He has the last S. Maybe you play something here, but clip. That takes a T.
Yeah, I was thinking with the Q and the U and the S together, he doesn't need to really be in a rush to play off the Q if he can do something like to make more value for his Q later. But yeah, as you mentioned, Josh, something like clip not only takes an S, but takes a T. He would need to figure out something where he holds the only hook available, which is a little bit harder to achieve.
But yeah, if Joey doesn't use the hook immediately, SUQ comes down for 41. So that is a pretty nice idea, I guess. But yeah, nothing great in the cards for Will. He's up 126. The result of the game already decided. 9 tiles in the bag. If he plays 3 tiles or more, Joey can no longer bingo more than 1 time. So SUQ coming down, 1 eye remaining for the potential danger underneath. But it's all academic from here.
Yeah, Joey actually does have a kind of clever play here. It's an 8-letter word, but not only using 6 of his tiles. We'll leave that as a puzzle maybe for Josh and the chat. That kind of would put a little bit of a flourish on a game that didn't quite go so well for him.
Yeah. I noticed in the chat, maybe I should use a different color for this illustration. Is this better for people? Hopefully I can make it as visible as possible for every user. Back to Joey with AEEMOTY. He can play an amazing word here, nicely found in the chat, tomato-y, which would completely empty the bag, but probably scores better than anything else he has.
Yeah, the engine does like that. It scores 30. He's not scoring 30 anywhere else on this board, at least not in a way that would be as nice for the board for his future turn as tomato is. So that would be a nice little play here. Actually, I don't know enough about Joey. If he gives up trying to find cool plays like that at the end of lost games, I know sometimes my enthusiasm we're doing a full board scan, it's a little bit less when I'm down by 150. So we'll see if Joey can sort of overcome that malaise and find something cool.
But it even feels like it's not the best play. It's exactly what you don't want to do. Empty the bag completely, give your opponent full knowledge of your rack with no tiles in the bag, give them a nice way to potentially play through that E and go out in 2. It might not even be the best play, but it's certainly the flashiest and certainly a good way to say, okay, I'm done with this game.
And I don't think Joey has anything from the K, so we might actually reach the end of this game not seeing a play from that spot. It was probably a little bit concerning. There were probably a few turns ago, there would have been a few winning sequences that involved that K, but it's sadly going to be ignored here. 6s starting with a K are not super prevalent, so Joey does not have one here.
Yeah, he's looking to play off OY maybe here. Or maybe Toyo. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously nothing good here for Joey Krafchick. But yeah, he's going for points, not emptying the bag. This doesn't create a lane for himself. It only creates 6 tiles as an opening for something with toy or something that he could draw. So he's just going to put that T on there. He sees how many consonants remain. No need to give Will a 2-word play on top of the OY. So I think this is a good decision.
Yeah, I think
draws.
this is very right. Just not needlessly giving Will points on that triple because there's nowhere else for Will to score. So you don't want to give him a 30-point play for no reason.
Yeah, Joey drawing GGR, pretty much a regular draw with this very unbalanced pool of letters. Will is stuck with one consonant yet again. He's had one consonant for the last few moves. And there are 10 tiles in the bag, so we'll probably see Will make a 2-tile play, not quite emptying the bag, just letting Joey deal with uncertain knowledge of what remains. But I don't really know what 2-tile play you would make here. An engine would probably have a decent idea.
Yeah, if you play your 1 vowel, you're at risk of just entering the end game with no vowels, which could put you sort of at the mercy of your opponent where they set up cool things that you can't do anything about. But then again, Will's up by a lot, so you wouldn't have to care too much about it. Really, like 2-tile plays here might be something like nip through the eye of jig. There's not a whole lot else to do just because there's so few vowels open.
Yeah, and I guess, yeah, Will was considering maybe briefly to play end to block that underlap of Suk. I don't think there's any threat unseen to Will. I don't think Joey could possibly bingo with these unseen letters, but that QI spot would be nice to block. Little does Will know, he's very likely, depending on how many tiles he plays, to draw that last I, which if he does draw, I'll be like, wow, that's very unfortunate. I think he's thinking about Phon, Phon, which does a decent job eliminating, I guess, some of the threats from this T that leaves 1 tile in the bag. We'll see what he does. I think end would be a mistake. I would play something like Phon or Nip, maybe.
Yeah, the engine is suggesting just emptying the bag with Handel through the HO up top. I guess that almost entirely stops Joey from scoring up there. And then if Joey doesn't have the I, there's almost nothing that Joey can do. So that's kind of a tough play to make in practice. It keeps you with 3 consonants. And if you draw one, you know you're in an endgame with no vowels. So not surprised to see this come down playing 2 tiles, not emptying the bag, and also retaining the vowel.
But yeah, if you are going to empty the bag, something like Handel makes a lot of sense. There are many sequences that Joey can have, starting with a 6-letter word from that T in toy and going out next move. So something like this makes a lot of sense, doesn't eliminate those threats, but makes it a lot harder for Joey if he has a word there, which he does. He's going to play Tagger.
He should be going for Kegger here, probably. That feels
Kegger
like it
is
works out.
valid, isn't it? So regardless, I think I think he's made a very good move. Will has drawn that I. But nothing great to go underneath Shuk. Does he have anything? He has Kilned from the K, keeping CW. That might be his best endgame, but it's kind of ugly.
Yeah, Kindle or Kilned is a little bit ugly. He could do Inclined from the Eye of Troylight. Leaves him with just a W in case Joey decides. Then Joey would have to go out. That could also work out. Of course, I had the engine telling me that move. I don't know if I would have seen it as quickly as the engine did, but Will's in secure position here.
Yeah, Inclined looks great, threatening to go out next move. If you play Kilned, Joey can play a little bit slower, although you are scoring a little bit more immediately. But yeah, all academic, like I said. Will Anderson is going to take down Joey Kravchuk twice in 3 rounds to put him in a very nice position, solidly in second place, or maybe even first place, depending on how Mac's game versus Jackson goes. Probably not, though. Mac has 600 almost points of spread, more than Will Anderson does. So yeah, regardless of what happens here, it feels like Will is going to either be in second or third. Actually, Kenji Matsumoto jumping into second place with a similar spread of 1070 to Mac Meller's 1136 after last round. So if Kenji wins against Carl Johnson, he will be in second or first place. Will either in third or second after this game. Going into the lunch break. So Charles, this is going to be it for our brief encounter on the hot mic. But I'm hoping you had a good time on this neck of the woods. But I hope people will check you out this afternoon on the Let's Play Scrabble stream.
Yep, once again, gotta plug the 2 simultaneous streams going on for the first time ever. Colin's action going on at the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. I will be there this afternoon. I think I'll be there tomorrow afternoon, and also doing the best of 5 finals that's going on in Collins. So everybody out there currently watching, if you know how to operate a computer at all, you know you can have 2 windows open at the same time. And you've got to have both streams open at the same time. More viewers for everybody, even if you're not actively watching both. Just makes our numbers look better, makes YouTube like us more, all those good things. This is the kind of stuff we need to keep doing if we want Scrabble to grow. So everybody open as many browser windows as your computer can possibly handle.
That's a great suggestion. That's usually what I do when multiple Scrabble streams are happening at once, but there never has been a situation where 2 incredible high quality Scrabble streams are occurring at the same tournament at the same time. This is an awesome moment for our community. So please do check out the Let's Play Scrabble channel. You can even contribute to these live streams by becoming a super friend. There are many of the members of Let's Play Scrabble's community that have already given some money to the cause, and everything that is given to that channel will be contributed to future tournament Scrabble streams. As Joey comes to the conclusion of his unfortunate loss to Will Anderson, he should notice that Inclined is being threatened. That little fun design I've just made. He needs to play something, I think, vertical, parallel to Inclined to block. It's kind of hard. Line or tome.
Yeah, definitely. If he's paying close attention, and he hasn't played super quickly, so I think he is still paying attention to this game, trying to stop Inclined, which I guess will probably just do Kindle at that point. And since Joey has only 1 tile left on his rack at that point, there's no danger of getting pinged and ponged for little bits of points here and there with an unplayable C. So I think Joey probably just doing a little bit of math to see how that works out for him.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Maybe you just play 1 tile. You can play toe or lie or tom to block Inclined, and then maybe go out in 2 after that. Just play 1 tile at a time, since Will is going to be stuck with his C. But you have to be a little bit careful. You have to do some math. Joey doing some diligence. As we've said before, even though the game's result has long been determined, it's very important to try and extract every single point of differential, of spread, when you can in these tournaments, because at the end of the day, who's going to get into the finals? It's the two top players, and if multiple players have the same amount of wins at the end of the tournament, the tiebreak will be how many points of spread they have, how much the total differential is between their scores and their opponent's scores throughout the event. So Will's smiling. He's liking this end game. It's really interesting. I think you still play Kilned. Is Joey threatening to go out with UM? Maybe not. Maybe you don't play Kilned. I don't know if there's anything else to do. Can you go out in 2?
Looks like Joey is threatening Moo on top of Fawn, or Mew, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So can't get too fancy here, Joey. I guess you could try to block it, but then you lose your 36 points for Kindle. So
that's unblockable.
Oh yeah, you're right. That it's pretty clearly unblockable. Nothing going on top of Gem, and only certain vowels going on top of the P. So just let him have it.
Yeah, Kindle coming down, and I think it isn't even necessarily worth it for Joey to go out in 2 here. MU is 11 points. Can he get? I guess he can get 8 for the M here, and then for the U, what can he get? He can get 4. So I guess slightly better to just play
1 more point,
one at a time. So 1 more point on offer for Joey if he decides to delay this endgame 1 more turn with Will's unplayable C. He will not be able to make a move next turn. Well, he can make a move. Where's the best place you want to put a C if you're stuck with it here? Do you put a C on Huri, Hurik? What's the most plausible phony you can
I think I go for Kun here, C-U-N. I've wanted to play that so many times.
Kun, yeah. Yeah, it's a very cunning play. And if Joey makes a mistake and shows Will his final tile after that play, the game actually ends. Joey would have to challenge the play off the board before showing Will his tile. So that's a little weird rule for you guys while we're waiting for the end of this game. But this will take us into the lunch break. We will be back at 2:30, I believe, unless they made an announcement for 2:45, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, with the final 3 rounds of day 3. Things are starting to heat up in this game, or in this tournament, in this national championship in Maryland. And I'm curious to see what will happen in the last 3 games today and the final day tomorrow before the finals. There are 10 rounds left after this tournament, or sorry, after this round. As up comes down, let's listen to the postmortem between these two, if there is any.
At 397. Would that be possible? Do you have 301 after?
Oh yeah, I did 6 twice. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
397
to 524. Yeah. Yeah. What can you do?
Some check words.
Think you possibly missed something?
Nah.
Sure not.
Yeah, Biota left EM. Buyer left EMT. Gem was a tough turn. I had EIOT. My options were like Gemote, which is shitty, put the O there, E there, leaves an I. It's 25 or whatever. I could play Midgets for 22, leaving EO. But with the R floating, I figure Gem is like a reasonable idea. EIOT sucks, but it's the best of all the shitty options.
Could be.
It worked out, sort of.
Yeah. Well, short term. Just had the goods. Yeah. All right.
Well, I'll see you after lunch.
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right, a brief postmortem there. Joey definitely disappointed, doesn't know what he did wrong. There were a couple of turns where he could have made a slight improvement. The opening turn,
Very
if we can get that muted. Yeah, the opening turn, maybe playing Biome instead, and the gem turn, I think Joey missed the option of Meow. He didn't mention it in the post-mortem, but those are very small mistakes, if mistakes at all. So very unfortunate result for Joey. Great result for Will Anderson. We have a lot of Will Anderson fans in the chat. So yes, lunch break will actually be extended to 2:45 p.m. Eastern. That is in 1 hour and 49 minutes. Charles, you will be back, but not here. You'll be back on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. We will shout that out as much as we remember to. It's been great to have you. Always a fun time to commentate and analyze with you.
Yep. Thanks, Josh, for having me. Thanks to the producers behind the scenes, especially the Christian brothers, or the K brothers, that is, making things running smoothly in the background. And yeah, I will be over on the Column side this afternoon and a couple days in the future. So, of course, got to do one more plug. Make sure to check out the Let's Play Scrabble stream as well. Even if you're not a Collins person, you can just have it up. You don't have to see any weird words. You don't have to listen to weird words. You can just give us a view for free. I've personally been shouting out this stream on that stream. So, of course, we have to do the other thing going the other way. Everybody involved is happy and successful. So with that, I think everybody here is going to take a lunch break. Stick around on this stream if you want to see Josh. He's not going anywhere, with some great commentators coming up in the future.
Yeah, we've got Annette Oberstad coming in for the last 3 rounds of the day, so that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So yeah, thank you so much, Charles. We'll see you on the other side, and we will be back in 1 hour and 45. See you all soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship from Maryland, the live hotel and casino. This afternoon, we have a new commentator. Welcome in, Annette Overstat. I think this might be the first time we've commentated together. How are you feeling?
Thank you. It is. I am so excited to be here. I think this is going to be an absolute blast. I've done some commentary for nationals in the past and other tournaments, and it's a pleasure watching these people play.
Yeah, Annette has done commentary for Scrabble tournaments, but also for poker tournaments. In your experience, which is more fun to commentate? Probably Scrabble, right?
Oh gosh, probably Scrabble. I would say. I don't know. It's tough, like because there's a lot more money on the line in poker, so it's like there's more at stake, you know. But this is just.
I guess there's.
I mean, this is my passion, so like I love this now. So I got to pick Scrabble.
Right. And it's also like there's a lot more psychology. I guess it's a lot more fun to not play a poker tournament and commentate it versus playing a Scrabble tournament.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Anyways,
Yeah.
we have a cool matchup for you guys. We have Nigel Peltier playing Mac Meller. Mac's in first place. We haven't featured Nigel Peltier on stream just yet, but he's always a pleasure to watch. And if they are ready, we can go to the view of the board, but I think announcements are still happening at the moment, so we might just stay with you guys for a little bit. But I'm really excited about this matchup. We had something going on earlier. I think yesterday there was a crazy game between Nigel Peltier and Robin Pollock-Daniel. Robin won in the middle of the game after 6 passes, which ends the game on the spot if one player notices that 6 passes have occurred. And Nigel lost that game 171, I think, to 307. I was talking to him yesterday about what happened. The board was completely locked down. We had a picture of it, and he had to just exchange letters and try and draw a play that opened the board, and he failed to do so, and he went 7 minutes overtime. So terrible game for him. Something like that is unlikely.
That's insane.
Yeah, something like that is unlikely to ever happen. That's like a once in a tournament, once in like a year occurrence. But crazy stuff. And I'm wearing these sunglasses in honor of him. I remember there's an iconic picture of Nigel Peltier and Nigel Richards where Nigel Peltier is sporting sunglasses, and Nigel Richards, he decided to do the same. So there's just a picture of both of them in their respective sunglasses facing over the board. So yeah, cool stuff. Excited for this matchup. Mac Meller, of course, still in first place. He's been in first place all day today, and I think a significant, if not all, of yesterday. I think there was a moment where Kenji Matsumoto was ahead. Don't worry, Kenji is not gone. We will be featuring him in the next round, round 20. 3 more rounds this afternoon. Stream sponsored by NASPA Games. There's another concurrent stream on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. You should be liking, subscribing, watching as much Scrabble as humanly possible. I think that's what you've been doing, right, Annette?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I haven't been able to watch all of the stream live, but I've done my very best to catch up, whether in the morning or at night, because I don't want to miss this action. I mean, the games have been so good. The level of play is just amazing, and I'm just excited to be able to watch this live.
All right, so without further ado, I think we can show the board cam. The players are hopefully seated. Yes, Nigel in first in this game. Mac in first in the entire tournament. Nigel's a game and a half behind, so he needs to keep winning. It's very tight at the top of the standings. Mac Meller is 13-5. There's one other player at 13-5. I think Will Anderson, and other players are right on his tail. So it'll be very interesting to see. It becomes more and more important to win as many games as possible. There are 10 games left before we crown the 2 finalists. So I'm really excited. I think that you can afford to lose a few games here. It is pretty tight at the top of the standings, but I think going 7-3 for Mac will be good enough for a final spot, potentially. Maybe 8-2, but Nigel can't really afford to lose more than 1 game.
Yeah, I mean, every game at this stage is just so important, especially for, the people who aren't at the very top, like Nigel. Like, he really probably needs this win.
Yeah, and luckily with a tie, this sort of puts Nigel in a weird situation where his differential, his spread, tiebreak, doesn't really matter as much. But there are a few players in the standings with the tie. I think 4 players near the top have a tie, so it's actually even important at this stage.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. It's like usually when you have a tie, you don't have to worry about that much about spread, but when 4 other people have a tie, it makes a big difference.
Oh, is Nigel Peltier 11-7?
Oh, did they make a
that's
mistake?
true. Yeah, he is 11-7.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
never mind. 11-7 plus
there we go.
368. Yeah, there is only one tie near the top, and it's actually Chris Cree and Nigel Richards have tied.
Man, I wonder what happened that game.
Yeah, crazy game. So yeah, Nigel Peltier can't really afford to lose more than one game, I think, at this stage if he wants to make the finals. Whenever they're ready, they can get started. If I was on another channel, I would say, let's play Scrabble. I guess I just said it now. I think they're still announcing things, actually. I see people clapping in the room, so they're just going to wait until Alan Stern stops talking.
Well, maybe this is a good time to shout out the other stream on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel where you can watch the Collins dictionary.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm really curious. I love watching Nigel Peltier play. If you guys watch Scrabble content as much as me and Annette, you know he played an incredible game against Laurie Cohen last year in Albuquerque, where Laurie came back from a completely lost-looking position to just overcome a 150-point deficit and beat Nigel. So we'll see what happens. Tends to be a lot of craziness going on in Nigel Peltier's games. He's always exciting to watch.
Yeah, it looks like they are ready to go. The bag has been shook. The handshake has been done. I think we're ready to play some Scrabble.
I think we are. So, Nigel, looking away from the tile bag, making sure to not give off any suspicious vibes. Most important rule in tournament Scrabble, do not be anywhere near the tile bag when you're drawing, or if you're near to it, make sure the tile bag is above eye level so that you're not looking inside.
Yeah, not everybody can hold the bag behind their head like Jackson does.
That's correct. So OOD. EF. The last 2 letters L and D and T. Sorry, I got confused for a second. Footled coming down immediately for Nigel Peltier. That is, of course, his best play. Doubling the F, 80 points. A very nice start.
Amazing start. That is exactly what you want on your first turn against Mac.
Yeah, and QI, the first 2 tiles you see from Mac, he's probably just going to play QI and IF.
Yeah, I mean, what
he's
else
got
are you
the
gonna
J
do?
as well. This is really, really weird to start things off.
Yeah, it's not the rack you want to have after an opening bingo.
Can you think about jig instead?
I mean, you can think about it, but I don't think that is the right thing to do. I mean, the Q is just a much worse tile.
So yeah, jig would play here. Yeah, hard to fault either play. I don't know how long he's gonna take. I think you just have to drop the Q. It's very interesting though. Like there is almost a possibility of playing Vigil, which kind of sets up the Q, but not quite.
Yeah, I just think that Nigel's going to play through that V so often that it's going to block the setup anyway, even if you draw it.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate first draw for Mac Meller. So yeah, Nigel has drawn AENNTUX, a pretty good post bingo draw, and he's going to be able to hammer that X underneath the LE.
Yeah, for sure. That is a very good spot for that X. So would you consider just AX here probably? Oh, interesting. Oh, never mind. Well, we both missed that.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, immediate to know. That is.
Yeah, I was not even looking for a bingo yet. That's clearly the right play.
Wow, an incredible
very well spotted by Nigel. Yep.
Yeah, don't know. I'd
like to think I would have seen that in a game.
I would have missed that. I might have missed that. I'm not saying I would have, but yeah.
Well, on the bright side, Mac did draw a blank, so he's not completely out of it yet.
Yeah, he's looking at jive through that E.
Yeah, that definitely looks like the stand-up play right now.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think there's much else to consider. He has a blank and 3 consonants. He's going to be gunning for a bingo very soon.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe on-
Jiver would probably be slightly better than just playing Jive. Get rid of
Yeah,
one
Jiver.
consonant.
Yeah, totally correct. Yeah, the GRL might go well together, but I think you only want to keep 2 consonants here if you can help it. I guess the one thing is leaving this L open after just jive, and also being worried about a potential play with jivers that like kind of shuts the board down and scores really well. What we do know is Nigel Peltier is going to bingo for a 3rd time in a row. He's drawn CNOPS blank. This is exactly what he needs to stay in contention for the one of the final spots.
That is
great.
amazing. What a start for Nigel.
Yeah.
But I think we both know not to count Mac out too early here. Anybody can make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, totally agreed there. It looks really difficult. He's down 26 to 163. He's about to be down almost 200 points. But yeah, anything can happen in Scrabble. You might start with a 3 bingo game, and you might start with 26 in just having to play QI and then jive and then nothing else. But Mac has a 2nd blank. There's still some hope
So
there.
he
He
decides
has
to pull back the R, which probably, like you said, it keeps the L open, and having an L himself, he probably feels like it's likely that he might draw a bingo, with 2 L's there, that he wants to just keep that lane for himself.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Yeah, I wonder what what an engine would think about that decision. There is some logic to it, as Mac has drawn AGI to his GLR blank leave. That looks pretty good, but it really depends on what Nigel Peltier plays here on his end. He has some decent bingo options, but a lot of them are a little dangerous. Pounces, opening that triple, and Poco Sen in that same spot. Those are his highest scoring bingos. Are we going to see him pass it up? Maybe he can play instead just peon and IN. He has such a large lead, but maybe you don't want to open that triple.
It's an interesting choice. I mean, maybe if he had something a little bit safer that doesn't open a triple, he would sacrifice the points to do so. Maybe something through that D or E. I feel like with this lead, the last thing you want to do is give your opponent a chance to triple against you.
Yeah, it looks like compends maybe the safest option for Nigel Peltier. I like this idea of Poco Sen, though. Definitely safer than slotting that S in the triple lane. That's a big S.
But putting an N in the second to last spot, I mean, you could get hit by some ING bingos there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely still not safety for Nigel Peltier. He's definitely going to be looking for something that doesn't open a triple. I think that would be the number one thing in this position. You're already up 100 points early. The safest way to go is to prevent Mac from getting that all-powerful 100+ point triple.
I mean,
So
if we look over at Mac's rack right now, if Pocosin does get played, there will be triples.
Yeah, something like
glaring or gargling, or
gargling. That would be so good.
Options. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Triple G. Yeah, gargling would maximize the score. So that's what Nigel's looking at. This is an incredibly important moment.
A very important option for him right now, what he decides to do.
So Poco Sen playing on top of the ED, scoring 74 would bring Nigel to 237. Gargling would then score 149, if my math is correct, for 8, 10, 11.
Oh, it looks like he's changing his mind.
149. That would leave Mac still behind by 30, 40 points.
It would be more of a game for us to watch, though.
Yeah.
So I
So
mean,
that's, I guess, what we're hoping for, right?
yeah, just being greedy here and wanting a good game. I mean, I hope that's the sequence we get to see here.
Yeah, if Nigel maximizes points with pounces, I don't think Mac Meller has a triple-triple through that S. But yeah, we're liking compends here. That score is 70, so it's a few point sacrifice, but it really, really does a fantastic job at keeping things safe. Tucking that S away as well is always a good thing, the S being the easiest letter to play through on a Scrabble board.
Yeah, I
So he's
think it
taking
would
time.
be sacrifice here to not give back that triple lane.
Yeah, pouncers also an option. A bunch of other plays that don't open triple triples are definitely on the table here. And Nigel taking a long time. He probably knows not to open a triple triple, but he has to find something that doesn't do that and doesn't create other paths to victory for Mac Meller. The game is still early. Mac is still bingo 3 or 4 times, so it's not a given.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I mean, we saw him very much consider playing Pocosin, and I mean, it's probably on his mind still.
Indeed. Mac just has to sit there. He's probably already seen every single bingo he has that's playable here. I see something like, I guess, claggier through the E, something like that seems to play already. Anything through that A, I wonder. I'm going to look.
Haven't seen anything yet.
Sorry, not A, that L.
The L?
AGGLIRL. That doesn't look very good. But yeah, Mac's seen it all because Mac is Mac. There's grillage through that L. Okay.
Oh, it looks like he's thinking about pouncers probably through the U.
It looks like it. Yeah, that would be a very safe option. That wouldn't open actually any lanes really to play through. It's very nice and defensive. So pouncers here would extend to this row, and there's just not enough space to bingo through that S. So that would be an extremely defensive option and a very defensible option. It's putting the C in this triple lane. It's kind of hard to do anything about a C in third to last position. So that would be a very good option. It also prevents certain plays that Mac could have, making JO to reopen that left side of the board. So it has a lot of defensive and board control merit to it.
For sure. It also takes away bingos that Mac could have through the LED somewhat, depending on the positioning.
Yeah, indeed. Penoches is also being considered. So yeah, Nigel slowly but meticulously sorting through all of his playable bingo options except for one. Compends, I think, would be what I would play, but this definitely has a lot of merit to it. Mac is just like, well, okay, you opened 3 bingos on me, and I'm gonna bingo now, but
yeah, I like this play from Nigel. I'm sure Mac is looking at that rack and being like, wow, he could have given me a lot of triples there, and being very sad about it.
Yeah, she got to move on. I wonder what Mac's gonna do. So grillage still playable. Yeah, something like claggier through the E. Laggier, the new word, now fits underneath, and that does open a triple that Mac
Yeah, it's
might
a little
want.
sad when you have the blank and your lowest or your highest scoring bingo is 66 points.
Yeah, but do we open the triple now, or do we just try to bide our time? I feel like it's already very desperate.
Yeah,
Nigel
God,
laughing, I think, at what's going on.
I think
but
I
I
would
don't
just
know.
throw the tiles out there in the triple and hope for the best. I mean, you're down so many points. You really need to get very lucky to have a chance to win this game.
But is Mac really trying to win here? I mean, it feels like he is so unlikely to win that it might just be worth it to throw in the towel and not open a big scoring spot and even open the top of the board. I feel like way more often if Mac plays something like flaggier or claggier, through that E. He's going to bingo once or twice more. Not maybe not win the game, but lose by a lot less than if he throws the triple open and lets Nigel just score a bunch of points through it and leave the top of the board unscathed.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know. I just have such a hard time giving up on games that I would probably rather do something that gonna lose me the game by 300 instead of having a chance to win. Like, I will do my absolute best in every game I play to win games, which is why my spread in tournaments usually suck.
And it's actually, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's the rules. Try to
Right.
win at all costs. So
I just think for me, like, I don't care that much if I get 6th place or 12th place in the tournament. Like, I'd rather give myself a chance to get 3rd if I can.
got it. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Mac looking at Ganglier. Actually, he can play Grillage to the E. Maybe he wants to do that, open a little bit less of a dangerous triple, a harder one to work with for Nigel to block. And that at least leads lines open in the top part of the board. Maybe Grillage is what I want here.
Yeah, Grillage looks pretty good too. I mean, it does what you want to do. And the difference between the score of these bingos just is so small that you're not really giving up on points at all by doing that.
Yes, indeed. So as we wait and see how Mac responds to this 172-point deficit after 3 turns, Nigel is sitting on ADILPRR, a nice balanced rack. He should be able to do a bunch of things, regardless of what Mac does, to secure his lead. But yeah, great start. Great start for the underdog.
Yeah, for sure. I think whatever Mac ends up doing here, Nigel will be able to handle at least closing down the most important threats.
But if we do see a comeback from Mac Meller, maybe the most impressive comeback one has ever seen on stream. I have lost games where I was up 200 points on my opponent. And it looks like Flaggier, the choice by Mac Meller. Apologies for the recent... I said something about claggier. That's only a word in the international lexicon. So I believe this blank is going to be an F. I'm going to double check our little view here. And it looks like indeed... Actually, it's an S, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Slaggier.
Gives himself nest to bingo too, should he draw into something good and it doesn't get blocked.
Indeed. So Slaggier coming down, that S, nice tile to put out in space, as always. And Nigel Peltier to respond. He's looking at playing Raid down to...
I don't think that's going to work. I mean, IL is not...
IL? Yeah. I hope it doesn't.
I don't think he really has any options there, does he? I mean,
Pile?
dial, I guess.
Pile works. That's
Pile
much better.
works. Yeah, that's
it's very hard to end a bingo in P.
for sure.
So this looks good.
That looks like a good play. Does keep
Terrible
2 R's,
draw.
but you know, when you're up that much, just keep scoring.
Terrible draw for Mac Meller of GIIRTTU.
So do you just play like quit from the G and be like, all right, I don't know what else to do?
That would be so nice if he had
That'd be
that.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a G to play from, so. Oh, wait, it doesn't have 2 U's. Ah, I see. Yeah, that would be really nice.
Nor is there enough space.
Yeah.
But yeah, GUIT, probably a lot of players would love to play that word at some point. That is valid. And is also the online handle of a top expert player from the West Coast.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Did not know that. Huh.
But I've never played it, I don't think. And probably neither have you, right?
I don't think I have, no. Been close.
So what is he
So
looking
what
at?
do you do here?
Yeah, UIT separated from ITRG. I'd be looking to try and play through that sea of pouncers. It just feels like there isn't anything good to do. Probably SIG in that spot. Just
That is so
CIG.
sad.
It's just like such a sad situation.
I don't see any great options.
Yeah. I think
I mean, you're also looking to try to open some space for yourself, but like, how do you do that?
well, it's really interesting is that, of course, we know Mac Meller to be incredibly accurate and word savvy player. he prides himself on his knowledge of 9-letter words, and now we have this situation where it's very hard to play an 8-letter word on this board, but these 3 groups of letters are somewhat primed for a possibility of a 9. So could be at some point we see some fireworks, some out of nowhere. No one else would find this sort of play other than Nigel Richards type move.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, having watched Mac play so much against Best Bot, and the speed in which he sees 9s is just absolutely insane. So if anyone's going to find a crazy word through those floaters, it's going to be Mac.
Or is it going to be Nigel Peltier, who's sitting on the possibility of re-altered
Oh, wow.
through the AL?
That is amazing. Oh, that would be
he hasn't
such a great
lined it
play if
up.
he spots that. I mean, you are going to look through those tiles probably with the letters that you have. So I would say there's a good chance
There it is.
There it is.
There it
Oh, what a
is.
nice find.
I don't think that Mac is going to inhibit this area of the board in any way.
Yeah, I just don't
He's
see
just
why he
sitting
would play there.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. He doesn't really know how to approach this. I think I would just play Sig. I create a line to the triple, and just hope for the best. Yeah, he's just like
Yeah,
he
what
sees
else
it. He's
do
like,
you
oh,
do?
yeah, what else? What else? Right?
You just shrug and go, okay, I guess I just don't have any better plays.
Yeah, I guess you could play Jiver and RIN and try to get something
That's
like,
just also so sad.
yeah, it's just terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're gonna see Sig for Mac Meller and then re-altered for Nigel Peltier. If he has any content in him, he's going to make that play. I think re-altered is coming down. You might think, okay, maybe re-alter isn't a verb for some reason, but I mean, re-alter is a word we all know, and unless you're pronouncing it as realtor, which I have been guilty of.
I've had some people challenge that against me before because they've just read it wrong.
Yeah, but it would be really nice to see 4 bingos in 5 turns for Nigel Peltier. Would be a fantastic way to increase his chances at hitting the finals. I remember this is such an anecdote. As Sig comes down, I remember Nigel Peltier being like, I don't know, something like 8-10 in a national event a few years ago, and then just like went on an insane tear of like going 8-1 or 9-0 or something. And I saw him at like one of the top tables. I'm like, wait, weren't you like out of it? And he's like, nah, man, it's crunch time. It's crunch time. And I just remember him saying it's crunch time. And this is crunch time. If you've ever seen it, re-altered, beautiful, beautiful find by Nigel.
Yeah,
and
very
Max
nice.
is like, seriously? He draws AI to his UITTR leave. And
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're Mac? It's just one of those games that you're just not gonna win.
yeah, he didn't do anything wrong.
No,
And
some games really are unwinnable.
I usually tend to say that every game of Scrabble is winnable. I would like to make a very small exception to that rule in this game. And I think the only mistake Mac made was sitting in his exact position against Nigel Peltier, shaking the bag in the exact way he shook the bag, and just letting this happen.
Yeah, so really that is the way he could have won that game, was just shaking the bag differently. So clearly it was his fault that he's going to lose this game. So it would have been winnable.
Exactly. Just shake the bag differently.
Yeah, just got to draw
Maybe if
better.
you played Jiver, and
Right, everything would have been
ended up,
different.
like 6 times in a row. Who knows?
Yeah, so what do you do now if you're Mac? I mean, at this point, I've given up on this game too.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah,
nice.
it's rare for
All
me to
right,
say
so
that.
we're in
but
agreement.
Listen, at some point you got to throw in the towel, and I think the time has come.
The top move recommended by the engine right now on point and leave is TUI for 10 points. Mac is not going to play TUI for 10 points, is he? It sets up an E. It sets up etui. Maybe Nigel
don't
has
have an
7
E.
consonants. Maybe he has 7
Yeah,
consonants.
no.
I think this is a situation where if you're really just trying to win, you play TUI there, but TUIS here makes a lot more sense. You're setting up somewhat of a lane here, and you're not opening as big of a situation on the triples.
Yeah, I think that is probably his best move as well. I mean, you can't play TUI underneath Pouncers now. It just gives back so much. I mean, the fact that you don't have an E yourself just makes it so much more likely that Nigel has it too. And he just drew 7 tiles, so I just don't think he can do that.
Do you play Audit through this D? That creates some space. You can maybe make a play.
Yeah, you
down
could do that.
here, get some space going down here. I don't really know. That
Yeah,
also
I don't really know either. I just make a play.
you get 80 patient, are you?
I feel for Mac in this situation though. It's no fun to be in a game like this where it's basically just over already.
Yeah. But what's great about Scrabble though is that the score doesn't really matter in terms of the experience of solving the puzzle, right?
Sure,
No
you can
matter
still
what the
make
score
plays.
was on this board, you want to be finding moves, finding the best move for yourself in any given position. When the game is lost and won, it's actually there's a little bit of pressure that is relieved from it not affecting the outcome of the game. So it actually becomes more pure in
For
a
sure.
way. So 2 E's for 8 coming down makes perfect sense. See if Matt gets some help from the tile pool. The blanks are gone. There's some S's, a bunch of E's left. He has a pretty decent chance at hitting a bingo soon.
Yeah, what do we do here in Nigel's spot? I mean, he's got some pretty high scoring tiles on his rack. I'm not seeing any amazing spots for that Z yet.
So Nigel had something lined up earlier. He had ZOMBY lined up that actually fits right here. Zombify.
Oh, wow. Maybe he didn't
is
see that.
playable for 52. He does
Oh,
not
that's
see it
amazing.
and plays Yam instead, which is a great play in its own right. It prevents any issues with Mac trying to reopen this area of the board, set up a line onto the triple. That's no longer possible or achievable. And yeah, of course, 52 points would have been really nice, but that's an incredibly high level to find such a move. And there's no need for Nigel to even find it.
Yeah, I think you saying that he had a setup that might have just been him randomly having tiles on his rack that was in that position. I mean, if he had seen that word, he would have played it.
Yeah, probably.
So,
but he has drawn a vowel.
Yeah, he has. Yes. Mac, on the other hand,
he's drawn 3.
Back to more one pointers that don't do much.
Yeah, this is sad. Now, again, the top play recommended by the engine, Naira, through the N and the R. I think that's a monetary unit. What else? What else do you do? This would be a great moment to just like send everybody watching to the Let's Play Scrabble stream. I cannot imagine, a less contentious game on the other stream. Like I said, if you love Scrabble, you love Scrabble, whether you're down 122 points or up 122 points. Scrabble is still a very fun puzzle game. So if you're Mac, he's looking at Atria. That plays, I guess, with AR on the top of the board. He's looking at AIA. Oh, that's probably Naira. That's probably what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Naira looks
pretty
left,
good.
though.
Yeah, it does get rid of 3 of his vowels.
Yeah, but it's a nice find.
Yeah,
he's
like that
demonstrating, no matter what the situation is, he's demonstrating very nice play finding ability, as we are wont to expect from him.
Exactly.
Back to Nigel with BLOKRWZ. See mention of the possibility of playing Zerk through the E of Realtered. That would score a nice 34 and keep his lone vowel. I think that looks pretty nice.
Yeah, I think that looks pretty good too. Seems to be by far the best play he has with the Z here. Maybe could consider keeping it for another turn if he wanted to, but Yeah, I don't really know what else you would do.
Yeah, if you want to keep the Z for some reason, you could play work through the R. This also actually eliminates, just like Zerk does, pretty much eliminates this as a threat.
Right.
Of course, I don't think Nigel is worried about losing this game. He's playing walk instead, which is not as good just because he's giving a nice possibility of an overlap with the word okay. I think.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred Zerk over Walk here. I mean, it scores well. This play would have been better if you had maybe kept an O on your rack.
Yeah. Mac, I think, is going to hammer that spot very soon with Rebato. Yes. Rebato. That scores 61 points. That's a bingo score that Nigel should not have allowed. Of course, he can allow a few bingo scores at this rate. But I think playing work instead would have been a lot handier. Mac under 7 minutes. He's had a lot to think about this game. Not a lot to hope for. Nigel Pelletier drawing BLNRSYZ. His options kind of suck now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Nigel in this spot, you pretty much feel like you can do whatever you want as long as you don't do anything stupid, and you should be okay.
Yes, indeed. So, Max down 178. Is there any hope, Annette? Is there any hope?
It's very small if there is hope at all. I know I wouldn't have much hope if I was in Mac's shoes right now, but I'm not Max, so he could make something happen.
I'm gonna leave this on the board. We need this this down here. This is what Mac needs to come back. He needs all of these lines and more. But he's drawn WU.
Of course he has.
Yeah, Benzil would have been really nice through that E of re-altered, but Auto comes and inhibits that. I guess, what do you do if you're Nigel? BYRL? That's kind of a high level of difficulty to find. But it sets up a line, actually, if Mac has Mac has an S. There are two S's unseen from Nigel's perspective. He could actually just sneak a bingo on this row here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about that though. I mean, because you're keeping the Z, so most likely, as long as you draw a vowel, you should be able to score pretty well after a bingo there. And you're keeping an S yourself, so I quite like Berlin in that spot.
Yeah, I think I might just put the S on it, to be honest. Just eliminate the risk of that line being opened and play an extra consonant, because I just want to make sure I have vowels and consonants on my rack at all time when I am up so many points. Interesting situation, but I think Burls is probably the winningest play. It probably wins 99.9%, whereas other plays 99.8%. That's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I mean, you could also play something like Imply from the IMP, which isn't great, but it doesn't open anything at least.
Or Imply.
Maybe you'll draw into like Zany, like, I don't know.
Yeah, Imply is pretty good. That's actually a pretty awesome idea.
It's
just playing Imply. Just don't play Rimply, which is a phony that Will Anderson did against me in 2019.
Did he get away with it?
No, I was good at Scrabble in 2019.
Nice. Good for you.
And Will wasn't such an intimidating YouTuber / like one of the best players in the world at that time.
It looks like
only
he
one of
set
us.
up Burl on his rack.
Yeah, Burl. I mean, Burl is totally fine. If Nigel just draws a vowel here, he will be totally fine.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, there's a chance for Mac.
It looks like Burl is coming down. I like that play by Nigel here.
And for those wondering, the standings are at the top of the chat. They are a pinned message. You can take a look at who's doing what. It's a pretty tight ship at the top of the Division 1 at this 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Mac Meller in the lead at 13-5, but right behind him, 10 players, I believe, are within a game or a game and a half of Mac Meller. As Nigel has drawn a second S and a couple of vowels, this is pretty much it now. 19 tiles left in the bag. Mac gonna do something, and it's not gonna be enough. Should he fish for a housewife? He's looking at maybe doing that. That would be actually
Oh, through the IF. Oh, that would be amazing.
I think you do it. I think you play TI for 2 points.
I kind of love it. I mean, you've lost a game anyway. Might as
It's
well,
like,
right? Just try one time.
Block this line. Block this line. I'm going for this line. Block it.
And then Nigel's just going to play Zins and be like, sorry, dude.
Content. Come on. He's really thinking hard about it. There are 4 E's from his perspective to draw. That's not terrible odds. And Housewife
No, with this
scored
rack.
94 points. That actually might lead to a 1 game once in a while.
Sure. I mean, why not?
He can immediately play huswife, which is, I think, a Dutch word for housewife.
Yeah, that's kind of fun too, but
Scores really nicely if he really wants to cut his losses. But he has a chance here. He's under 5 minutes. Come on, Mac.
wow.
Do it for content. For content.
Think about it.
Oh, come on. I will
Gosh.
be so happy. I'm going to, like, I don't know. If I had money, I would buy Mac like a car if he does this.
A car just for housewife?
Yeah, he'll never have to work a day in his life.
I mean, Mac has had a rough game when he has 4 minutes left on his clock at this point. That is very unlike Mac.
And he doesn't know this, but yeah, mentioned in the chat, all 4 E's remain in the bag. So actually, it's a 4 and 19. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't do it. I mean, it was nice. It was a nice thought.
It was a
really
fun
was a
idea.
nice
I'm
thought.
glad he set it up at least.
Come on. Still hasn't his clock. Is he just going to go overtime, like, considering this position?
I think he's
gonna
considering
have
housewife
to-
now.
Yeah, he's considering housewife. He has no time. I mean, we
Yeah.
know Mac is an extremely fast player when he needs to be. He might not even go overtime, but he has many, many moves left to play. Maybe 4 or 5 or 6.
I'd
left
be
in this
surprised
game.
if he does end up going overtime. We both know how fast he can play.
Oh, it also goes for row house. If you play the I elsewhere, you go for row house.
Wow.
Okay, he plays housewife.
Yeah.
He's definitely that'll be the first thing he mentions in the postmortem to Nigel.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, I could have gone for housewife, but
Yeah.
decided to cut my losses. That sounds like our boy, doesn't it?
It did take out Nigel's best spot to play Zins, though.
Yeah, now Zin's here on
Yeah,
the
he could
cards.
play underneath of Imp too, but that's not. Oh, that's great.
No, that's great.
Let's give back some easy
spot for an
scoring
A,
plays. Yeah.
Well, Mac drew 1 E, so he knows Nigel didn't have all 4 of them.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, damn it, I could have drawn that.
Indeed. So, Nigel Pelletier, with 11 minutes on his clock, he's up 163 points against the top-rated player in North America, I think, and the 2024 victor of this exact event in South Bend, Indiana. Sporting a very nice button-down shirt. He was telling me he found these shirts at a nice price at this country store. Nigel in his classic beanie. No sunglasses this time though.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of dark in that room too. You said they're playing inside of a casino, right?
So the venue is a hotel/casino. This is a venue that has 2 mezzanine levels with a bunch of seats, and lots of comedy shows happen. There's a stage we're not allowed to use, not allowed to even touch the stage, but it is a little dark. That's the one thing. You might have seen like a clip from the 2023 championship. That room was bright as can be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit dark in there.
Yeah,
That's
I
a good
kind of
one.
like that though. It looks cozy.
Mac is currently rated higher than Nigel Richards simply because Nigel Richards hasn't played in 7 years, so his rating is currently defunct. Until the end of this tournament, he will have a new established rating, which will probably be higher than Mac Meller's. The Coati coming down immediately, a very nice overlap of Zins, and this game is probably going to speed up a little bit, at least on Mac's end. Nigel's drawn DEH and RSU. That G is still a threat, but other than that, the board is pretty much exhausted.
Yeah, what do you do here if you're Nigel? Do you try to go for bingo yourself from that G?
Maybe. I guess you could play something down from unis, so you can hook your S onto unis and block with something like SURD, leaving one tile in the bag and setting up your HE combination. Maybe you draw like HEAR, HEAD next to SURD. Other than that, is there some way, I guess Nigel can play OE for 2 if he wants it.
Ooh, that's kind
Setting
of
up
fun.
his case S, but I don't think there's really anything he can draw with that as a 7-letter word, so it's probably not worth it. Does set up Herds, HURDS, for 48 points, but I guess, I mean, I like plays like that, but I don't think it's quite worth it.
I like plays like that just because it's really annoying from your opponent's point of view. They're like, really? And then they have to deal with blocking it.
Yeah, that's exactly the thought. Really? It's like, come on, bro. Yeah, you perfectly captured the psychology of like being completely lost all game, and your opponent's like, hey, I got another great play. Do something about it. Yeah. It almost hurts, right?
Yeah. No, I love plays like that. I would very strongly consider it just from the psychological aspect, just to tilt my opponent.
So we have confirmation in the chat. Joey Kravchuk had a very fantastic 2025, so he's actually higher rated than Mac Meller at this very moment.
Wow.
And if some guy named Josh Sokol was still active, I think he would have the top rating at the moment. But alas, that guy is washed up. HUN, the consideration for Nigel Pelletier, leaving 2 tiles in the bag, setting up Shun, and keeping EDRS, which is a very strong leave. He can hit that G, I think, from Sig, in Sig, and that looks like a very nice spread play as well.
Yeah, I like that play as well. If you're not going to want to go too fancy, that seems like pretty standard play.
Yeah, no fear. There's really not much to worry about from or through that G from Nigel's perspective. So gendarme, I guess, possible once in a while. Mac is 2 letters off of that, so maybe he's going to try to draw the S that he might not be sure Nigel has set up with Hun, but I guess that play sort of implies the last S a lot of the time. 2 tiles in the bag. What do? You play like eco here and just try and fork the board, or you just give up?
I would just give up. I mean, even if you draw a bingo there, you're just not going to win the game. And so often, Nigel's just going to have the S.
I actually feel really bad. I've like in the span of 1 game, you've turned into a person that gives up. The beginning of this game, you're like, no, I always try to win. It's just, this game is just destroyed.
I mean, look, what are you gonna do?
This is what we do. This is what we do to people in the commentary booth. I don't know if Ned will be back, folks.
Sorry, guys.
Mac under
I'll
2
try to
minutes
do better next game.
with ADEENO. He's looking at trying to fish off OE. Probably sees the possibility of gendarme. Problem is, if he draws those letters for gendarme, Nigel will know
It's just
exactly
gonna
what
get
he has. It'll get blocked.
Yeah,
So-
if you're gonna fish here, you almost need to find a fish that plays off 1 tile and opens another lane. It's just almost impossible.
Yeah, but what 1 tile can
What do you even
play?
do? You play OH? Like, can you draw into anything with a D? Probably not.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
Are we gonna see Mac go overtime. I don't know when the last time it is that I've seen Matt go overtime, except I guess in a blitz match when he's lost. But
I
he's
think
gonna play. What is he looking at here? He has
know.
NEE. I guess he's gonna play NEE and OE. Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
I
that makes
guess.
sense.
Fine. Take the points.
19 points. Back to Nigel with ADEMRRS. So he didn't get that E in space that he might have been hoping for. We could have easily imagined a play like ODE from Mac, opening a spot for Dreamers.
Hmm.
But this is going to be an easy endgame, regardless, for Nigel Peltier. I don't think he has a way to use that shun hook and go out next move. Mac has drawn FV out of the bag to add insults to injury. Yeah, Nigel's going to look at this endgame. He has 6 minutes to try and find his absolute best move. And after this, we'll have 2 rounds before the end of the all-important day 3 of 4 before declaring the 2 finalists at this year's Scrabble Players Championship. Once again, Josh Sokol here, Annette Oberstad. We have 2 concurrent streams going on. I hope all of you have multiple tabs open. I hope the other game was pretty interesting. And I hope you're having a good time.
Hey, we almost saw Housewife come down though. Almost. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's great to have you, Annette. Yeah, you
it's
started
really good.
commentating in 2022, right? You commentated this event.
I think that was my first time, yeah. I've really enjoyed it ever since, and every time people ask me if I want to commentate, I jump on it so fast because I just think it's really cool to be able to do that with you guys.
Yeah, it's cool to do it with you. You're usually playing these tournaments. Me too.
I know. Gosh, I wish I could be there so badly, but timing-wise, it just didn't work out. Couldn't get anybody to watch my cat, and it's just, it's not that easy to just go away when you have animals.
So Mad coming down. That's 29, keeping ERRS.
Does
Unsure
he
if that
have
goes
places to go
out.
out here? I mean, Air is with Imp at least. I don't see a second out yet.
Yeah, but can Matt go out in 2? Probably not.
Doesn't look like it, no. So
But yeah, this does give back OF probably a little bit, I guess, careless for Nigel Peltier to give back such a high-scoring spot. But I
it does
guess
guarantee him to go out in 2 though, because there wasn't really much Mac
Oh,
could
yeah.
do to block that spot. So it does
just
stick
didn't
him
see
with a
that.
lot of points. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, totally. I didn't even see that spot.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nigel. All right, let's listen to the overhead mic and see what Mac has to say about this.
It happens. I don't know what I could have done. Not a whole lot, I feel like. But yeah, I skipped JIVGL. It's like, well, yeah. I just don't think that was my game, but it happens. Yeah.
That's weird. It's a weird one.
Yeah. I don't think I had anything better with that. Maybe like Village, but I mean, I have to open the board at that point. Like at that point, I'm still, close enough that I don't have to just cut spread. But it didn't last long. Once you got the 9, I was like, all right, that's GG. Might as well just try to lose by as little as possible. I almost had OI here. I thought about fishing for Housewife. But it just doesn't make sense. There's like a 15% chance of hitting it. I thought about like putting the I here to try to set that up, but I mean there were 2 S's left. Like it's a good content play. It's just stupid though. I mean like I wanted to do it. I sort of pretended to do it for the stream, but like it's just not smart. I mean spread still matters like a lot. So but that would have been cool to get that down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
IF is a fun
yeah.
2 for 9.
You normally would think it would be like IFY if anything, right? But
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Cool. It's a cool play as is. Also.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just got to be more sensible from a pot standpoint. Like I think. Yeah, I was just lucky you gave me something here.
Yeah, that
but,
was cool. Bingo
Yeah.
score.
I mean, I just had all one pointers and couldn't. Yeah, I think I kept AIRT and drew AAO. It's like, yeah, I was due for one of these though, I guess. But I've done this to my opponents a couple times this tournament, so. All right. Cool. I guess we should submit that.
All right. Yeah, not the most, I guess, encouraging post-mortem. Mac unfortunately did not have a chance this game, but at least he gave us some content or some potential content. Tough one, but still very good chances for Mac to make it to the finals after this disappointing loss to Nigel Pelletier. Our next matchup, Annette, is one that is very heavily anticipated, at least by me. Kenji Matsumoto facing off against Nigel Richards, both of them fighting for a very good day 4 and an attempt to make it to the finals. I think whoever wins this next game is potentially knocking the other one close to knocking the other one out of contention for the finals.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this matchup. I had the pleasure of playing both of them in St. Louis last week, and it was just really, really fun. When I started playing Scrabble, I never thought I'd be playing at this level. So being able to watch them play this live against each other as well, just such a treat.
Yeah, so let's see if we have some results in here. My scoreboard just froze. Okay, no result in from Kenji, but Nigel did win his game 567 to 426 against
Wow.
Joey Kravchik.
Wow.
Extremely high scoring game. Maybe a
Huge
triple
game.
involved there.
Yeah, maybe. Damn.
And yeah, Kenji was playing Chris Cree. So Nigel Richards at 12.5, 6.5. Kenji at either 12 and 7 or 13 and 6. We're gonna cut to break while the players get ready, and we will see you guys in just a couple minutes with more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere.
Am I good to say?
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Josh Sokol, joined this afternoon by Annette Oberstad. We have Scrabble royalty over the board right now. Nigel Richards, greatest of all time. Kenji Matsumoto, the leading strategist of today's group of top Scrabble players. Kenji has written 2 books, one for beginners and one for experts. There's Words of Wisdom, Breaking the Game. If you want to improve at Scrabble, I highly recommend reading one or both of those books, depending on your level. Nigel is first to act, 12.5, 6.5. Kenji, I think, has lost his last game, so he really needs to win this one. These players have played multiple games in the past. And I think Kenji knows Nigel's game better than anyone in the room.
Yeah, super exciting matchup here. I can't wait to watch these people play. It's going to be a top of the line game. I mean, like, can you even think of 2 better players playing against each other? I mean, there are some that qualify, but this is definitely up there.
Yeah, so ABGNNSY for Nigel Richards. He is probably going to just play Gabby, keeping 2 N's and an S. It's defensive enough. The leave isn't terrible. Don't really know what else you would do here. I guess Yang.
Yeah, Gaby looks pretty good. I mean, you don't want to burn your S playing like BANNS or something. That seems not very good.
Yeah, and the B is a really bad tile in Scrabble. It might even be worth keeping 2 N's over a B and an N. I don't know. I'm curious. I would maybe just play Yang here. But
I like
just-
Gaby. I mean, it's defensive. It doesn't take an S. Makes it tough for 7s to play.
No, Nigel does have an S, so an interesting choice. It is the top choice on equity, on points and leave. Kenji with an awkward AEFHUUY. So he's going to have a little bit of trouble here. I think he's just going to play Fugue through that G. Get rid of both of the U's at once. And sets up his high-scoring H and Y for next move. Anything else you see here?
Pretty good. FAUGH maybe sets up the Y. It's not great.
He does have 30 points on offer if he wants to keep both U's. Well, if he wants to make the best play, I guess. If this is the best play. Hey!
Oh, hey, that's a fun word. I don't think you can do that, though. Leaving 2 U's on your rack, that is terrible. That's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, well, the only saving grace is it does leave Fugu for next turn. That one saving grace, and creates a situation where Nigel is very likely to use one of the 2 openings that Kenji creates. So I don't know. It's an interesting idea. Maybe Fugu first and then Hei next. It's a situation where you're not happy, but you have options and you can leave yourself with options next turn. In situations like these, it's all about what are my options next turn looking like? How can I set myself up not to fail?
Right. I would definitely prioritize getting rid of my U's in this position. They just play so poorly together.
Yeah. And Nigel has drawn 1 vowel and 2 consonants to go with his NNS leave. SOXT is his draw. So depending on what Kenji does, he's going to have some better options that are going to be opened up for him. Unless Kenji makes a really interesting play here. I guess he can overlap the B with the Y. Do something.
Yeah, but can you get rid of one of your U's that way, though? Not really.
I think AYE, I guess, possible.
Yeah, again, you're stuck with 2 U's on your rack.
Yeah, it just looks terrible. So
yeah,
we're seeing a few
to play this.
This makes a lot of sense.
You tax on the E as well.
Yeah.
I check the E.
I think your average score goes up by enough. You're not leaving yourself with Hei, but so many players are going to go here for like maybe 50 points.
Right.
Even if Nigel utilizes this triple with a 6-letter word. If he uses this, maybe Kenji draws something here. Maybe he redraws Hei. I like this play.
Yeah, I think it's close whether or not you decide to tack on the E there. I might have held it back myself, but I can see why he didn't.
All right, so back to Nigel. He's probably going to play Xenon, right? I don't think you tack the S on here. Xenon through the E. Scores really well, defends really well, and keeps both of those S's in tow. and basically tells Kenji, all right, what are you going to do? I think you have to open the board at some point.
Yeah, Xenon looks great here. Does exactly what you want it to do.
Yeah, the only question is if you want to tack the S on, the reason you might do that is by adding this S, it makes it a lot harder for Kenji to make parallel plays overlapping. But
Yeah,
I like
I
this
mean, on the
decision.
right side though, the problem with putting the S on is now you're just telling Kenji that you have another S, so it's going to keep him from wanting to make any kind of setup plays if he did happen to have his own S.
Yeah, very, very good point. That aspect. And also, this did save Nigel in this particular instance, except for that draw of QJ. But with Xenons, Kenji would have scored a lot higher with the play of Ahoy,
Mhm.
making SH. Now he can still play Ahoy, overlapping the NON, scoring 29 points, keeping AME. That seems to be his top option, but he might think of something different.
Yeah, Ahoy looks very solid here. I mean, it scores a lot of points, keeps pretty well, opens another lane. I can't really think of anything that would be better than this. Unless you could play like Homie maybe, but that keeps 2 ace, which is just not great.
Yeah, so Ahoy, just standard play coming down for Kenji. It's a good play. It sets up the M for OHM, NOM, NAM. That M goes on pretty much everything. And Nigel is going to be forced to exchange. Will we see him exchange one of his 2 S's? A very, very rare thing to do. You never really want to throw an S back into the bag, even if it improves your chances of bingoing next turn or doing something nice. If you throw an S back into the bag, that's one more S your opponent can draw. But I think we might see him exchange an S.
I'm really interested to see what Nigel would do here, because I would immediately just be like, I'm going to keep my 2 S's and exchange the rest. I could see Nigel maybe thinking out of the box, finding some way to justify keeping the J. Like, I don't know. Like, I never know what Nigel's going to do because he always seems to surprise me.
Yeah, you might think about the J being somewhat useful for his small dinky play of JOI, JAY, the Q for QI, but in these situations, those 30-point plays, that's not what you're going for. You're going for the first bingo. You're going for a balance, not for very specific things. So is he going to keep RSS, TSS, just SS, RS, TS, just an S? So many possibilities.
Yeah, like you said before, I don't really want to throw an S back into back from my opponent, so I would definitely keep 2. It's just a matter of would I keep another consonant? I think for me, the answer would probably be no. I'd rather go for the blanks, but I don't know. I mean, the R is very synergetic, so it's tough to say if, you should be going for turnover in this spot.
Yeah, there's no good spot for an S. NAS not valid in this lexicon, but keeping those 2 S's, preventing Kenji from drawing one in the future, makes a lot of sense. Back to Kenji, who's drawn a blank. AEEMTZ blank. He can score 77 points right now if he wants to use up his blank for Teasel.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I mean, it's very easy to get a blank and not want to burn it and just wait for a bingo with it. Would you burn your blank in this spot, Josh?
77 points. Hard to say no to. If you play Medze, you don't want to play Maze in this spot. Actually, you could play Maze in this spot.
You could play Maze.
Yeah, you probably do play Maze. But he's going for it. It's 37 extra points. That M is very useful to continue scoring. He's going to take a bingo lead. But
yeah, it's hard to justify or to not justify making that play. It's if you see it, it's so many points. It's basically a bingo.
Yeah, but is he giving something back to Nigel? Nigel has drawn ALPORSS. He has an incredibly nice play available of Parasols. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, he has Reposals through the E as well.
Yeah. So this did give some bingos to Nigel. Sporl was what Nigel was going to play. That 6 does not take an S. That would have scored 44.
Oh, wow.
Making a really nice overlap. But now it's Parasols for 78. There's no reason for Nigel to take a point sacrifice with Reposals. And let's see what Kenji's drawn ACIIMNJ. Is he going to be able to hammer that J that Nigel threw back into the bag?
First glance, I'm not seeing anything that scores amazingly with that J, but I definitely could be missing something.
Yeah, if that A were in a different spot, Jicama, Jicama, would have been very nice.
Yeah, that would
Right
have been
now, Kenji's highest score is Jasmine, Jasmin, through that S. That opens a lot of danger.
I don't know if I like that play at all. I mean, it gives back so much, even just a simple play underneath the J there is going to score a lot of points.
Yeah, game is now even. Kenji down 11 points, but on turn, can play something like Aji if he wants to be a little bit safer. I don't think you want to play J and keep 2 I's. Maybe you keep the J, play something like MI? It's like nothing
That doesn't
looks
look
very
great
good.
either.
Yeah, very interesting spot, and I'm curious to see what Kenji decides. There's a lot to think about. You could try and set up the J. Like I can see you can put an M here and set it up with Jin, but I mean, AM for 4, that's not ever going to work.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just Ahi next to Xenon.
Yeah,
He's got a
AJI,
pretty
I
good
think
scoring spot.
sensible play here for Kenji. Also a possibility that he wants to play in this area of the board. There's a lot of scoring potential for Nigel. Maybe something like Join. Ugh, it looks terrible. Jism is also possible through that S. That's 26. It creates a less dangerous spot here. Same danger through that J. But at least in this case, he'll be keeping AI for AJI next turn. So a lot to think about.
Yeah, I would look at this rack for a while. I don't really love any of the options, to be honest. Maybe tempting to keep the J for another turn. I mean, what do? You just, yeah, I guess just play Jism.
Yeah, looks really good actually. On second glance, looks really good. The ACIN, the most balanced you can get. It works really well with this T and Teasel. You're setting up this new spot. If you draw a second I, you have a Cini. I think this is the correct play.
Yeah,
Back to Nigel, who's going to hammer that spot with Fuji. Pretty instantly, I think.
Yeah, that seems like by far the best play by him.
Yeah, Fuji for 54, about to come down. Kenji has drawn ACDEINN. He has Incanted, and Fuji does not quite block.
Nice.
His bingo to that T.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy to see that.
Yeah, if there's nothing else to look for, maybe a 7 on this rack. I don't see it. The engine doesn't see it. So Incanted, Kenji's just looking up, try and remember if there's a 7-letter word here. He's going to alphabetize his letters, maybe look through the FO, from the O, from the L. Because Incanted, it's kind of an air ball. So if you have another bingo, it might be worth considering. Maybe there's a 9 through FE. But that'll come down, I think, in short order.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for us to say sitting here what his only bingo is when you're over the board. You really got to make sure you're not missing something better, even if you see a bingo right away.
Kenji turning the board towards him, that might help. I think he spotted it pretty instantly. He's just looking for something else.
Yeah, probably just making sure he's not missing a better bingo.
Yeah, and that's going to block the play that Nigel is looking at. Nigel currently HOO looks very nice, making FOO. That D is going to get in the way of that.
He still has a good play with those same tiles through the M, though.
Oh, nice. Yes. Yeah, that still works. But yeah, Kenji going to take a small lead here. It's a very nice game so far. Very balanced. Both
Yeah, I'm
players
happy to
take
see a
the
bit
lead
of a closer game this time. Actually, he also has Who lined up next to an A. If he's looking at that spot. I don't know where he wants to play those.
So HOMO 32 points, HOO 29. I think you do want to eliminate the play onto this triple. That would make a 2-letter word with with the M. Of course, you can still play from the O, but it's not nearly as dangerous once that O is in the way.
Yeah, I would agree
AERT,
with that.
very nice leave. Nigel does not have to panic here. He is only down 23. He'll be taking the lead by around 9 points with this play. And we'll see what he draws. Still a lot of good stuff, still a lot of bad stuff.
Sure, he also has a pretty good spot of hitting that lane on the right himself with that leave, making NAE.
Yeah. So back to Kenji, DEEIKLW. He's looking to score some points with those letters, but nothing great. I guess you can just play weak, making now and YE in this spot here. Lots of E's to come, but also lots of I's. We're in a very similar situation to so many games of Scrabble.net where you don't really want to keep an eye on your rack, do you?
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to play off both of my E's and keeping an eye here. That's a little scary. You could get into trouble doing that.
Yeah, looking at the possible plays here, it's just no good plays with the eye. Like the highest equity play is nailed, keeping the W.
Yeah,
and
God,
the
I
K.
don't like that at all.
So I think you just have to sort of.
I mean, you could play something like, yeah, do or wed.
Okay, Kenji's lined up do like. That is not a word. It's plausible. I hope he does not try and play that. That will come off the board.
Yeah, those like words are so tough. I've looked at that list so many times and I still make mistakes.
I know it isn't a word, but now that he's lined his letters in like alphagram, it just feels like it is. It feels like there's a word in there, but I know that there isn't.
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
getting
problem with those
confused.
like words. They're all so plausible that knowing what's not a word is a lot harder than knowing what is a word.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So, will Kenji make a fatal mistake against Nigel Richards? Play a plausible word. Do-y is a word, not do-like. Or will he settle down, talk himself out of it, play something like weak for 33 points? He's lining it up. This is he's shaking his head. He's like, oh my God. Am I about to talk myself out of this word? Or am I about to play a phony word?
I have a feeling this is the kind of word that he would probably play against other people in this field, but not against Nigel if he's not sure.
Yeah, this is very stressful for me here in the booth. We don't want to see a phony play, but we kind of do want to see Nigel's reaction. It's been a while since someone's played a phony on Nigel, and he's not going to react. Like Kenji plays it, Kenji's not going to be able to get any tell off of him as to
Yeah,
whether
no,
it is
you
or
would
isn't
never
a
know
word.
until he says challenge.
Nigel would be a good poker player. He's got a great
Oh, he
poker
would.
face.
He'd be a great poker player.
But yeah, Kenji's tanking. He's in the tank. He is so like he's on a polar cap right now. It's like, is this a word? Is this not a word? This is such a pivotal position, and he's going to burn a lot of time. And this is the difference between mere mortals and Nigel Richards. There's no uncertainty with the words.
Yeah, it's so hard when you have a word like this that you just in your mind you think it's a word, but then there's a voice in the back of your head that's like, wait, is that a word? And then you're just going back and forth, and you're basically just flipping a coin whether or not to play it.
Yeah, and it's just even worse when you're on stream, you know everyone's watching.
Yeah.
Kenji's been telling me this tournament, his worst played games are the ones that are on stream. He does not want to continue in that same path. And so that's why this is all the more difficult if he talks himself out of a valid bingo, which we know is not valid.
I mean, to Kenji's defense, I've watched the games that he's played on stream, and I don't think he's played poorly. You know, sure, there's been a few minor mistakes, but I wouldn't be beating myself up over the way that he's played.
He's turning away from the board. And I was like, poor guy. Yeah,
Poor guy question words.
it's honestly painful to be in these situations. I've been there before.
Yeah, we all have.
You know that once you hit that clock, whether or not do like is a word will be determined by the man in front of you. And you know what's going to happen if you get up to go to the challenge computer. So we're hoping for weak WEEK. I think that's probably just the best play in the position. 33 points, keeping DIL somewhat balanced. And Nigel just waiting. He's got Eritize lined up through the Z and Teasel. That is his best play at the moment. Scores way more than anything else he could possibly have. And if weak comes down, I don't think anything changes. I think Eritize will follow.
Yeah, I hope he talks himself out of playing Do Like. I feel his pain right now because I've been in this position so many times as someone who's really not sure about a lot of words. I question things all the time, and it's really hard.
And an interesting difference between other top players and Nigel Richards, a lot of them, if they know a word is invalid, they will instantaneously challenge the word. Opponent hits the clock, they neutralize it right then and there. And it's intimidating to face that. But it's somewhat more intimidating to face a hold. And then you just have that anticipation of like, oh, well, I guess I'm losing my turn. However, it has been known to happen that Nigel Richards holds a word and does not challenge. That's happened to me twice against the GOAT himself. So it could happen that he holds a word and then lets it go.
Didn't he hold a word earlier today too? One of the stream games. I forget what the word was.
I don't think so.
Like he had hold for a second, but
maybe I didn't hear. I think I would have heard of that. I think there might have just been some miscommunication with the score or something.
Yeah,
like
that could have been it too.
But Nigel's been sharp. He's played 3 lexica in the last around a month. He's played the French dictionary in Quebec. He's played the WoW dictionary in St. Louis. And now he is playing the North American Lexicon, NWL, in Maryland. And he hasn't had any issues, it seems.
Yeah, good decision here by Kenji.
Yeah. So, Eritize is coming down. It actually wouldn't have come down after Do Like because it would have given back Weed Like. But yeah, easy decision now for Nigel. 38. Kenji has drawn the second blank, so that's very good for him. He's drawn a couple of clunky consonants to go with it, though. DILSTV blank. No bingo playable for Kenji. What would you do here, Annette?
It's a very good question. I would definitely be spending a little bit of time looking to see if I had a bingo in this spot. Doesn't look like a rack that would necessarily have a bingo, but you should always take your time and make sure that you don't have something that you otherwise would have missed. Yeah, what do we do here? I mean, you are going to want to score some points as well.
I'm looking at this. Drop the D with Eritized. I feel like you bingo an incredibly high amount of the time with weeks over here through this E. This E is a very nice floater for Kenji's consonants. That's the first thing I see.
Yeah, that is a pretty decent option. I don't hate that the more I look at it.
Yeah, you can play a little bit longer.
What do you do?
Something like Veld through the E. Remember, the score is very close. Kenji has an advantage here with the final blank. He doesn't have to go crazy. He can play Veld. He can even put the T on it for Veld.
Yeah,
he has
Veld
one of the last
looks
2
pretty good.
remaining S's.
I mean, just looking over at Nigel's rack, he has P-Brain if that stays open.
That is correct. So this is a very pivotal position for Kenji, who's down under 8 minutes after being in the tank for around 5 on the last play, talking himself out of the invalid Do Like. So will he complicate his life even further and try to iterate through the possible draws, dropping this D tile for 20 points? Or will he just make a calm and collected play through the E of Eritize and just out of nowhere block Nigel's extremely important P-Brain. If Nigel gets to play P-Brain, it's a close game.
Yeah, the more I look at this, trying not to be biased, but I think I would probably want to take away those easy scoring spots next to arrow types with play like Veld. Just it gives back a lot of just 30-point plays for Nigel. Like even just like BAP, it's going to score a lot of points, and it's also going to take out the bingo lanes that you are trying to bingo through.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Veld's coming down. Kenji's setting up his S, trying to bingo next turn as well. But if he doesn't bingo, he has a nice scoring spot to work with. There is one S remaining, so some risk associated with this play. But there's no H, so you can't really hit the Veld spot very, very hard.
Yeah, he definitely dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, very, very important block for Kenji. I like this move, whether or not it blocks P-Brain. So Nigel has to change course. What is he going to do with AAB? INPR. Prana is a lot of points next to weak. It is 36.
That is scary.
Yeah, it really is. But
I don't think I would have it in me to play that.
It's his highest score by 6 points. What about Parkin? Parkin takes the G, takes the S. It's also
What about just Parka?
Yeah, Parka looks okay, except those 4 eyes remaining in the pool. Kind of bad, but Nigel's going to go for this. It's a lot less risky than the other options. There's no X to be played underneath that A of Parka. And Kenji's drawn the Q. I think he's just going to play QIS very quickly. He would have hoped for an A or something to play through. Kamotix would have been amazing.
Ooh, that would be so fun. Always wanted to play that word.
But yeah, QIS for 46.
QIS looks pretty standard.
Yeah, he has a lot to work with on this board after QIS. He's taking a small lead. Nigel has not duplicated his eyes. He has ABEINNT. So he's going to have a decision to make once again. No playable bingos.
Yeah, he does have a big scoring spot now underneath Parka. Do you take that spot? Is that a little too risky, maybe? Just to play like Nib?
This is really, really bad.
Yeah.
Just giving your opponent so many options. The score is close. I'm very curious to see what Nigel decides here. Probably going to play something like Obtain through this.
What about something like Benny down to the X?
Wow, he just plays it. What in the world?
Wow.
Like instantly. Is he trying to time rush Kenji Matsumoto? Wow. Why not Obtain, Nigel? You don't open the big scoring spot. You go for that blank.
Yeah, you play that so fast. I mean, I can't argue with anything that Nigel does, but I'm just a little confused.
He's about to bingo though. He's got Catenae in 2 spots, one of which is extremely dangerous.
Wow.
He has a 1-point lead. Kenji has drawn a V and a U.
Yeah, he does not have any playable bingos.
What do you do? What do you do here? Do you block this? This is
You have to, don't you? You have to play under there.
What? Like, what do you do? What do you play under there? Mutt?
Oh, that looks so bad, but maybe?
Mutt, NU, and Pit. Like, Kenji knows Nigel's setting himself up underneath Nib, so I think that's what he's going to be drawn to.
You don't have a choice.
This is an incredible swing in this game. Kenji looking primed to bingo on his next move after QIS, suffers a poor draw. Nigel makes a daring setup of his E and his A, and Kenji at somewhat of a loss. He's playing Mott instead. What is this? Is he trying to bingo from the Q? What do you draw?
I'm guessing maybe he just wasn't sure of Mott?
No, I think this is just a miss. I'm so curious.
Yeah, I'm very curious too.
He is low on the clock.
Yeah, the clock will make you do stupid things.
I can't believe this. Katanei's
Wow.
coming down. Kenji, terrible draw to his VUL blank. It's going to be hard to win. This board
Yeah.
is exhausting itself. Holy mackerel. What an incredible swing here.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate turn of events for Kenji. I mean, he drew the blank, it was looking pretty good, and then it just went downhill.
Yeah, Kenji was playing this game
Wow.
incredibly well. Katanei coming down. Nigel has a 49-point lead with 7 tiles in the bag. Kenji has a terrible rack despite having both blanks.
Yeah,
What do
it's
you do?
always really rough when you draw both blanks in the game. You feel like, surely I must have done something wrong if you lose those games.
Wow. Nigel with almost a bingo draw there, I think. And yeah, Kenji's looking down the barrel. There's some really nice tiles unseen to him. This is going to be tough to win. Do you play VAW? Do you play WAUL? There are no good options. Do you
Man,
exchange?
I mean,
You exchange if you're Kenji, actually.
I mean, either you need to get rid of the U or both the V and the W.
So the clock is currently stopped. Kenji at 3 minutes 32. They have a scoring discrepancy. I guess this is good. He gets to think about the position a little bit more without having to
Yeah, what a tough
suffer
spot.
clock damage. Yeah, crazy stuff. So they're gonna figure out the scores. I feel like Kenji could like be sure that he's made a mistake, but not want to admit it, so that he can think about this position for a little bit longer. Which I'm not saying you should do something like that, but you can't get in his head. You can't thought police the man.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you do here? You just play VA and hope for a miracle.
Yeah, I
I don't
really
know if you can
wonder.
afford to exchange and lose a turn.
I think you can. I do
Do you
think
really think you have a chance to win after an exchange?
yes, I do. It's sort of on the cusp. You're down 49. But the problem is there's only like one spot to bingo in now with
Yeah.
Harkas. You might be right. Maybe there's a 9 possibility from the sea, like colonizes or something. This is really bad. Just
Yeah, I mean,
suddenly out of nowhere, nib.
yeah, that was such a strange play. Like, I get it, but I would have hesitated to play it for sure.
Yeah, what is going on? Something's going terribly wrong for Kenji's counting. We know Nigel to be extremely accurate. Talking to him today, someone asked him, "Do you ever recount?" And he's like, "No, I count the scores when the plays are made."
Just count it right the first time. I mean, that's what I try to do. It doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, both players are responsible for keeping the score. If there's a discrepancy, you are supposed to stop the clock. You are supposed to make sure everything is handled appropriately. Make sure you find the discrepancy, but sometimes it takes a bit longer. It could be that Kenji had a very, very wrong score. That could be an explanation as to why he made some of his decisions this game. I'd be curious to hear from him what the scoring mistakes were and if they really affected his thought process. I've been in situations where the scores have been completely wrong on my sheet, and it's completely changed what I've played. Sometimes just a 10-point difference can alter what you're doing.
Sure, and sometimes like you scribble a little bit and you can't see your own handwriting, and then all of a sudden you think you're 20 points, lower down than you are, and then you have to go back and recheck. And I did notice when I was playing Nigel last week that he doesn't really verify the scores ever unless you do so. And he also is very softly spoken, so I could never really hear what he said when he announced his own scores. I had like always constantly count his place, which took a lot of time.
Yeah, lots of questions. Apparently, Nigel has Made mistakes, yes, of course. Nigel has miscounted things in the past. We have somebody in the chat saying he did that. Sorry, there was a little bit of a blip there, but we're back. We're back live here. So they're still working on the scores. That's crazy. This is like the longest I've ever seen two top players.
Yeah, someone in the chat here is asking why doesn't one of the commentators just tell them to score? And actually, we're not allowed to do that. The players have to keep score themselves, and it's whatever the scores that they have that will be entered into the system. It's not what the actual score of the game is.
Yeah, so Kenji's still with this really, really difficult decision. He's maybe going to go overtime in this game. But yeah, maybe you play Vaw here through this A and Catenay. Maybe you play WAUL. Maybe you exchange. He's probably going to come up with something clever, but will it be enough to overcome this
know. I mean,
deficit and this huge difference in time?
Yeah, with only 7 tiles in the bag, if you're going to exchange, this is your last chance.
Yeah. So Kenji checking the bag, making sure there's 7 in there. You're not allowed to tell your opponent how many tiles are in the bag unless the bag is empty. So that's another one of those rules, so as not to mislead your opponent. What will Kenji do? 2.5 minutes. Kenji also an extremely good blitz player, so he can make decisions, very good ones, within a very small period of time. Have to see what he does, but Nigel Richards in the driver's seat in this game. What is he going to do?
Kenji here is really struggling. I mean, none of your options are great at all, and you're low on time, and yeah, it's just not a good situation. I think I would just play Vaw and hope for the best. Like, I'm not expecting to win this game, but I guess you could get really lucky and draw into like gullies or something. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of tough to block that Parkas hook.
Yeah, there's just enough space so that the play of Vaw will allow you potentially to get a bingo down, even with Nigel Richards' extreme skill at deciphering what the threats are from this point in the game. Kenji drawing EI gullies. You called it. So
wow, look at that.
I do
Question
expect.
is, so will Nigel try to block these lanes? Does Kenji have a 9?
I mean,
Probably
I
not.
do expect something like, what if Nigel plays TEDS here and makes it really, really hard for Kenji to bingo? You'd have to have an S in 5th position after that play. Is that crazy? Keeping GII?
I don't think
I'm
that's
very
crazy at all. That
curious.
seems like a pretty reasonable play to me. It's going to make it really difficult for Kenji to bingo after that.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what his decision is here. ISED, similar idea. Wised is the thought, but I feel like
That does set up
giving
another
back
bingo
some,
lane.
yeah, you're giving back some counter here. Nigel up 31 points, so Wise would score 22, it looks like, or Whited. Or is he thinking of something else? Because why wouldn't he play Whited instead of Wised?
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what he does for sure. I mean, he has probably already looked at this pool and he knows all of the possible bingos that Kenji can have by now.
So he's looking at now dits. Where does that fit? Oh my god! I wish I was good at Scrabble.
I don't see it either. I don't know what he's looking at. Maybe add it with arrowtized?
Yeah, GIST was my first thought here.
Maybe he's
leaving one
fishing for a
tile in
bingo
the
on his
back.
own?
I don't know. He has tons of time to work with. I don't know how long he's going to work. There is a blank unseen to him, so around 26 times as much thinking to do. Obviously, that's terrible maths on my part, but you can't. I don't think you can block everything if you're Nigel, but you can do your best. He's just playing at it.
Okay, just going for a bingo himself.
No, so added for 25. The idea is he's up 56 after Gully's. Oops. After Gully's, Nigel will be down something like 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's just kind of allowing Kenji to bingo here if he has something.
Yeah, so this is 56 point. No, he's playing Ligules instead. Okay. I feel like that's maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit worse. But oh no. Oh, Kenji's gonna draw RR.
Ooh.
Oh no. That's probably not good enough.
I don't think that's gonna. Does he even have an out with that?
He has ERR.
ERR, but I think.
Is there a B? Oh, that is so.
But Nigel's
awful.
gonna block that though with something like grid, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry too much, does he, Nigel?
No, I don't think so. Not unless Kenji is threatening some other out that we're just not seeing.
Yeah, Resid is the thought for Nigel Richards that blocks ERR, scores super well, threatens to go out with Cog for 17. Yeah, this is over. That is a devastating final pull for Kenji, but I don't know how often he was going to win, if at all. What draws could he have gotten that would get him past the finish line? OR, possibly?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Nigel's play of added makes me think that Kenji probably couldn't have won that game.
It looks like if Kenji had drawn OR, Nigel plays grid. 29, 433, 418, chorus 15, 433. That would have led to a tie.
Wow.
But yeah, this is not what Kenji needed. There might have been a better play than grid. That's just my cursory analysis. Kenji's just gonna have to deal with this. Play 1R off. Nigel Richards is going to take this game. What an incredible performance by Nigel to just, I don't know how he creates these things for himself. Nib was a crazy play, but it worked out, as did Addit.
Yeah, it's been really interesting for me to watch Nigel play over these past 2 weeks. I mean, I've never really watched him before other than just seeing Will's videos. So being able to see all these unorthodox things that he does and comes up with and his thought process has just been very eye-opening. Like, it makes me think about the game in different ways.
All right, let's listen to the overhead mic. Probably not going to be anything to listen to.
Because I had scored wrong by like 60 the entire game. Which probably, yeah, I gave you. I flipped the side for 62 and 32. Which
Okay.
is probably why I made some very good games.
Yeah, we're hearing from Kenji that he had the score very, very wrong, which, yeah, not knowing that in the booth here, we couldn't really analyze what he was doing properly because he had a completely different score. That's extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, not having the right score changes everything that you do in the game. It changes all the plays that you make. So, yeah, that's too bad. I've definitely done that myself too.
I don't know if they collect these. So.
Yeah, I have to give it to John. Otherwise,
I have to give them to John. I haven't given anything to John the whole.
otherwise I had to see it at school.
Put it on the phone.
I don't have the phone.
Oh, right. Okay. I knew that. I just forgot. Sorry.
Alrighty, so that was an incredible game. Nigel Richards taking Kenji down. It's going to be really hard for Kenji now to make the finals at 12 and 8. It's a hen coop at the top, honestly, Annette.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, it's open for a lot of people still to make the finals. So I'm really excited to see what happens over these next few days. Do you know what our next matchup is going to be, Josh?
Yeah, let's try and get Will Anderson and Jackson Smiley. If not, back up Mac Meller and Ori Swift for the next matchup. But Will is currently in first place. It looks like so. Yeah, Will and Jackson. Will and Jackson looks like the top matchup on our scorecards right now.
Yeah, that would be.
So we're
really
gonna take
fun to
a small break. Thanks so much, Annette, for calling this crazy game. One more game before the end of day 3, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the coverage of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Josh Sokol here with Annette Oberstad for the final game of the day. We will have the first place player, Will Anderson, and the second place player, Jackson Smiley. Both of them at 14 and 6 face off on stream for this final round. I am excited. Annette.
I'm very excited too. I mean, this is a really big game for both of them. So whoever wins this is going to be very happy going into day 3 tomorrow.
That's true. Both of these guys primed and ready to try and make the finals. 7 more rounds tomorrow before the final best of 5 showdown. The rest of the players will be playing 3 more games on Wednesday. But yeah, crazy stuff going on. It's so close at the top. These are the only 2 players at 14 and 6. Nigel Richards in 3rd place. And I think Mac in 4th, Ori Swift in 5th. Incredible stuff going on.
I think I just said day 3. I meant day 4. Just to correct myself. But yeah.
This is the end of day 3. I've been in the booth. It's been incredible. Most of the games have been awesome. And I'm hoping for another one in this final round of the day. Will and Jackson, an incredibly competitive matchup. So yeah, Jackson's just about ready to make it to the table. And when he does, things will begin. I believe Will Anderson is going first in this game. Jackson going second, of course. So Will getting a small advantage from that. I've said it before, it's around a 10 to 15 point advantage going first in a game of Scrabble. So not the most important thing, but it's definitely nice when you're going first against such a strong opponent.
Definitely. Would you say that either of these players have a very distinct style, or do you feel like they both adjust pretty well to everything?
Yeah, I think they both adjust pretty well. I guess if you're talking about style, I think Jackson would be more in that conversation. He loves to make setup plays. He likes to make really interesting moves, trying to force his opponents to make mistakes. So he's a lot about the psychology of the game.
Yeah, I've always found Jackson to be a very creative player, not someone who just follows, Quackle or whatever computer you're using, whereas other players are very much like, I'm just playing the equity game, and I definitely don't feel like Jackson does that.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Will doing the thing where he's obscuring his camera a little bit. He has AAGKILM. I'm pretty sure that's his rack. So he has Kalmia available as a 6-letter word for 32. Can play Kalam as well, but I don't know why you would keep that I. So I think we're expecting a play of Kalmia, keeping that lone G. Jackson with a pretty awkward draw of 2 A's, 2 N's, O-U-W.
Yeah, a bit of a clunky draw there for Jackson, but I think he should be easily able to play his way out of this rack.
Yeah, this does give him, I think, the new word wanna. That's valid.
Yeah, that's fun.
Keeping OU, which would hit that double word score twice. Got a little bit of a tilt there for Jackson. I think he's going to adjust that for you guys in just a second. But a little bit better than wanna is probably unwon, which is sort of a bad omen.
Really nice.
You don't really want to play unwon as your first play in a Scrabble game, but I don't think these guys are as superstitious as me. That would keep 2 A's, but actually the leave of AA is similar in value to the leave of OU.
Yeah, I would rather get rid of my U here in this spot. Everybody who plays with me knows how much I hate the U. It's just such a dreadful tile.
Yes, indeed. So, will we see Jackson play unwon or play wanna? That is the question. I think he wants to play. I think you want to play a W here.
Yeah, you definitely want to get rid of the W in this position. I mean, it's also your highest scoring tile, so you're not going to score very much if you don't play off your W.
And here it comes. Very nice.
Very nice play by Jackson.
Back to Will, who has AEGINOT. A bunch of
Oh, he's
bingos
now gonna
just
have a
blocked.
bingo, yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of bingos blocked through that L.
But
But
the
he
N
does
gave
have
him a
one
new one.
from the N.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Negation playable for Will Anderson here. That's going to come down, I think, in short order.
Yeah.
And Jackson to respond. Very nice. Very expected, very nice. This is Scrabble at the highest level. Jackson has drawn AADDISY. Pretty decent draw to 2 A's, I would say.
Yeah, not too bad. I feel like he should be able to at least score some points here. Not seeing anything amazing right off the bat. Maybe like, yeah, I don't know, like Giddy from the G, but that keeps 2 A's. You definitely want to try to get rid of one of those.
Yeah, I think you just take, what is it, 43 points here with AYS. You can play AY
A
for
lot of points.
32. AY for 32 keeps the S for 11 points. That's about what an S is worth. On this board, S isn't worth too much. There isn't a word you can really put an S on to make a second word. So I would be inclined here to take the points, but not really sure. So it's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's down enough that he should be worried too much about the board closing at this point. I mean, the points are really nice. The only problem is that AWA doesn't really take any other hooks than the Y. You're playing off your Y. It's going to maybe be tough to get access to that part of the board after. I'm not sure. Like, how early do you start to think about board dynamics when you're losing like this?
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, already on one not taking a hook, that's not
Right.
accessible. Putting the S on doesn't really change anything to the board dynamic, really. A play from the O is expected at some point. It's going to be hard to sort of access a square that blocks this from happening. So yeah, I don't think you're worried about the board. You're just worried about keeping ADDI. That's just not
that's
leave.
not great.
But
I
yeah,
was
your
certainly
idea of
looking for a
Giddy,
play that got rid of a D and a Y and an A.
yeah, your play of Giddy is pretty good. There is also the possibility of DIDY that plays at L5. So that makes ADTIID and OY. That
Yeah,
also
that's
is bad
not
for the
bad
board.
either. Yeah, Oi also doesn't take any hooks. I don't know if I love that. Like, I would want to keep that O open to make plays to the right if needed. I think I'm leaning AYS here.
I think so. You're down by
so many
73 already. This knocks into your deficit. You're only going to be down 30 after this. If Will has a pretty awful draw, you might even just tie the game up next turn.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I
we're
think I like
looking
this
over at
decision.
his rack. He doesn't really have that great of a rack himself.
Indeed. So AACIUW for Will. What do you do here? You can't play through this N with like Uncia, Unica. I feel like that's too dangerous.
I mean, maybe just AWA on that side of negation. It's not terrible. Blocks up a little bit, gets rid of your W.
Yeah, we might see a double AWA on this board.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Very useful.
Yeah.
Will Stans will know the double Catel technique, one of his first videos on YouTube. And yeah, I don't know what you do. It's a tough turn. You can't really score more than 20 points if you're Will Anderson. Will we see a weird play like walk, WAUK, keeping ACEI? That's the best
That
leave, I
doesn't
think.
really seem worth the point sacrifice, does it?
I don't know. What if you're Will Anderson? I guess you're worried about these floaters.
Yeah.
Negation,
So
you're
would you play Awa? Would you play Awa moving it down then? Are you more worried about being goes through the T or the N? I would probably play it in that spot, honestly, because you're not that scared of him. No, it scores his thing, doesn't it?
It makes WA.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so Will is going to play Unica, which does open the triple on the top. Yeah, it doesn't take any hooks. but it
And
is
it's
going to
really
open.
tough to play over the top of a U.
Yeah. So I
I
guess
feel
it
like
makes
that play
sense.
doesn't really open anything.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Back to Jackson with ADDIORS. Maybe looking now to play his Ds with Dido through that I in Unica. There are no playable bingos here for Jackson, so that looks pretty strong.
He could also consider something like Kiddo down from the K to start opening that side of the board. Setting up an S.
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like maybe though it's a little transparent. You already have this line here, and
It's
it's
not a
kind of
great
hard to get
bingo lane,
the S
though.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like
don't know.
playing Kiddo, you just do that because you prefer the leave, and you prefer leaving these floaters open.
Right. I mean, I think that would be more my style to play like Kiddo. I am definitely way more aggressive when I'm losing than a lot of players are.
Indeed, and Will is drawn into weapons. Weapon with
Wow.
a blank S. So that is going to bingo, I think, no matter what. But I think Dido for Jackson makes the most sense here. Oh, wow. He has a 9 available. Weaponing.
That's sick. Oh, that's awesome.
All right, Dido coming down for Jackson Smiley. That's 25, brings him to 97 to Will's 120. Will to respond with AENOPWS, his highest scoring bingo, 70 points. Weaponing. And that actually does a great job at eliminating the bottom left from contention in this game.
Yeah, that's so fun. I feel like he has a better chance of seeing this word given that he actually has weapon on his rack. Thinking about playing the ING, I mean, it's definitely findable.
It is. And if Jackson had played Kiddo, I wonder if that was his only playable bingo. Maybe.
Yeah, unless he would have gotten something with a D floater.
Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what he does. That would be really cool to play a 9-letter word.
Definitely rooting for him to find this.
Jackson has found AFIRSTT. So once again, very close to frittata as he was in the game against Andy Huang.
Yeah.
But I don't think Jackson's going to bingo next turn. Stratify, I think the only 8-letter word available with those tiles. So he's going to be behind a lot. Will has certainly spotted weapons on his rack, but there are a lot of letters to look through for 8-letter words. Is he going to make it to that IN in the center of the board?
I feel like that's probably the last spot you look at, isn't it? I mean, first you're going to look to see what 7s you have. You're going to see if you have any 8s. And then if you have time left and you feel like, yeah, maybe there might be something better, you might take a look at that ING. But even then, like, it's almost tough to look in that spot because you're not expecting that bingo to score very much.
Also, is there a possibility Will is unsure weapon is a verb? Obviously, he knows the word weaponed, but it could be weaponed is an adjective rather than the past tense of weapon. So
yeah, that is true.
There's some question here, and if he does play weaponing, will Jackson Smiley challenge it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, weaponing is just such a plausible word that unless you know for sure that that is not good, like, how can you challenge?
Yeah, especially knowing that weapons was available for Will. Let's see. Okay, this is a mistake, putting that W in the triple.
Do you think he saw it? Probably not, right? Because he would have just played weaponing.
I think so. I don't think there's really much of a logic to doing this over weaponing. But if it's a mistake, it's a very small one.
Oh, yeah.
And Will is up 189 to 97. So Jackson probably looking to that W now. But what do you do through it?
You don't really have a lot of great plays there. I mean, would you just leave that open and play something else? But then what? Are there any double doubles through that 8-0?
Yeah, the engine's suggesting this move here, making
Well, that's not bad.
opens some danger here, but also opens some nice bingos here.
Yeah, I like that. I don't think you should be forced to take out that W. I feel like that is a mistake that a lot of newer players make. Immediately, if a triple triple is open, they're like, oh my god, I have to block it. But like, really, you don't always have to block it. W there is, I mean, sure, you might get hit by 40, but a lot of the time it's not going to be like worst case scenario.
I agree with that. Another option, I guess, for Jackson, seeing that there are still 5 R's unseen to him, you might want to play FIR right here, making Kip and A-row. The idea behind this would be ASTT, definitely a worse leave than IRST. But
I hate that when you're losing, though. Now you're just killing your chances. I mean, you're just blocking off all of the board. You're making it so hard for yourself.
It's not great, definitely. Jackson will want to make something happen on this board. He is a proactive player. If anyone is a proactive player, it's Jackson Smiley. So I do expect that he would play FAT over Fur in this position. But he's taking a long time. That E looks so juicy. Is there really not an 8-letter word through that E is probably what's going through his head right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning playing fat here, I think, even despite the 2-hour leave. It's just so much better for the board. Yeah.
We're probably going to see Will respond somewhat swiftly here. I see that he can play the word we were thinking about in a previous game, Vru, a Dutch word. And that is really nice to eliminate that W, not open anything else, keep the J in reserve for a potential high-scoring play later. That's what I like here.
Yeah, that looks really solid. I mean, obviously your first instinct when you have a J on your rack is how can I score a lot of points with this J? I mean, Jow is a lot of points, but it leaves pretty poorly. So I think the potential for scoring more next turn with a J is worth keeping it.
Yeah, no hesitation there. Once he saw Vrou, he saw Vru. 33 points, Will taking a nice lead of 222 to 126. That's almost 100 points, and Jackson has not gotten any help from the tile pool.
I mean, he could play like Tix on top of Unica. That's not bad. It opens another bingo lane underneath. Sure, it keeps 2 Ls, but what are you going to do, right?
Yeah, definitely expected a little bit more out of IRST with a deficit and all of those unseen E's. We haven't seen more than 1 E be played, or 2 E's. They've both been played by Will. Jackson has not drawn an E. He actually has an E on his person. It is a tattoo.
Oh, really? Didn't know that.
Yeah, the E is Jackson's favorite letter. It's actually one of Will's favorite letters. If you know his YouTube series, Better Know a Letter, you know that the E is present in a plurality of 7- and 8-letter words. It is so important to draw those E's. Jackson has seen none of them thus far in this game. 10 of them remain unseen with already basically half of the tiles in play. That's kind of crazy.
Would you ever play something like Lux and XED here instead of Tix? I mean, it's a better lead, but it gives up a lot of points.
I would do something like that, Annette, if there was a better spot to play a 7-letter word.
Right.
But I think you have to just go for the points and hope for a nice draw. The only spot for 7s is this. And this is kind of ugly. I think you got to go for Tix, but it's really, really unfortunate.
I mean, Must takes an S, right? And an H?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could draw something there as well. Sterile with 2 E's.
Right.
Siltier with IE. There's definitely a lot of draws that you can get there if you're Jackson. He's considering it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think personally I would play ticks here just because of the score in the game. If it was different, I'd be more likely to play Lux, I think.
Yeah. It's a tough one though. You're giving so much away in terms of leave value. But yeah, Jackson is going to go for Lux and try to get a bingo down as soon as possible. This makes sense. Will Anderson to respond with IJPRRUY. So he's gotten that J in reserve. He's redrawn a U, and he has a really nice option through that E of Vru. However, it opens a triple.
Oh, perjury. Wow, that is nice. Yeah, I wouldn't be so worried about putting a Y into space there.
I agree. It's definitely not ideal when you have such a nice lead, but it is so many more points than anything else you have. And next turn, if Jackson doesn't use that spot, you're likely to draw a high-scoring play there.
Yeah, I mean, if I see that play over the board, I'm playing that pretty quickly, I think.
Yeah. So
I mean, looking over at Jackson's rack, he got an incredible draw of EE to his ILRST leave.
that was his most likely draw, I guess, alongside IE. So I'm not surprised to see that come out of the bag, but yeah, definitely what he needed here.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Will has not found perjury, and he's going to maybe go
tough
for
play to find.
Jura. I mean, we've seen Will make incredible finds this tournament. He made a crazy find of Kithara.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
insane.
insane.
But yeah, Jura makes a lot of sense. It keeps things tight. It balances the rack. But he did leave 20 points on the table. Those points might come in handy later this game when Jackson attempts to build his comeback. EEILRST. As long as Jackson doesn't fall into the trap of trying to hook Unica, he's going to eat into this deficit.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't fully underlap fat there.
Yeah. Best thing is Sterile making musts. And the problem is Sterile does not take any hooks. But he's going to go for it.
Yeah, good play by Jackson there. I don't think he really had much of a choice but to play that, even if it doesn't take any hooks. I mean, you're giving yourself a floating E at least.
And that Z is still lurking. That blank is still lurking. Jackson has decent chances at a potential high-scoring play from this O if Will doesn't block that. But he probably will here. I feel like his best play is play through this E of Sterile. Typier is valid. Keeping GR. You can also play Gripey, Gripey, if you hate the G.
That's nice.
We do.
I would not have been sure of that.
Yeah, I think Will likely know that Gripey is valid.
He probably does.
Typier does score a little bit more, doubling that Y.
And he also has plays like Party through the A on the other side of the board.
Yeah, so Will has found Gripey. There's still some stuff going on in this board, though. That L and Lux might get played to reopen the
nice
board.
play there.
Here. Gripey's coming down, and Will's going to hit his clock, and we're going to see if Jackson holds. I don't think he has. But perhaps it was a silent one. No. Okay, Will is drawing tiles immediately. And back to Jackson, who's drawn 3 I's alongside 2 E's. Not a good draw.
Ouch. I mean, I
Top
would
player
certainly be
recommended.
looking to open the board in this spot, either something from the G or from the T and Sterile. But you're probably going to have to keep 2 I's, which is just not what you want.
Yeah, top player recommended by the engine, just GIE for 12 points. That is extremely sad with a 51-point deficit. You could play Seal.
No, but you don't want to put a C out there.
I agree, yeah. It does not
What
do
about
anything
like
for you.
a Cini from the A maybe? Floats an I, but then you already have another 2 I. Well, I guess that's fine.
He's looking at Insight.
Yeah, that doesn't accomplish much though, other than just cleaning up your rack.
Yeah, suddenly
But
this
I guess
board
he has time to be a little patient still.
Yeah, there's some things to draw. Jackson very, I guess, how would you call it? Not slimy, but he's really, really good at getting out of tough situations on tough boards, finding really cool resources. So if anyone wasn't super worried, it would be him. But I think GIE maybe gives him a decent chance of bingoing through that T. But Insight coming down, he's going for the blank. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this definitely does make sense. I mean, none of your options are really that great, so might as well just dig a little bit deeper into that bag and see if you can grab the blank.
Will, on the other hand, was probably hoping Jackson would try to open something up. He has A, D, E, E, R, R, T. And lots of some 7-letter words available, but none of them will play on this board. TAR is being suggested.
Oh, I was looking to see where that was, but I guess that is with Tunica making axed.
This is not an advisable play. It might look cool,
Yeah.
but now you're setting up an E hook. If you do that, actually, that might be something that Jackson was thinking about all the way back, is if he ever needs it, he has this resource. If he draws a T, hooking Tunica and reopening this spot, that could be a reason not to play GIE and prophylactically inhibit that idea.
Sure, that's definitely a good point. I mean, I feel like if you do play Tunica, blocking that spot is pretty easy, though, just by playing a 2-letter word on top of the A, but, you know, you could also be making your opponent sacrifice a lot of points to do so.
Yeah, if I'm Will here, I'm trying to play something maybe long to this L. I don't really want to play something vertically to this D if I don't have to, since it would open some space. This is a tough decision for Will. He's going to burn some time here.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do. Are there any 5s that go to off, making oft? Maybe just like drat. Like, I don't know. Like D-rat. Yeah, that's nice. I definitely wouldn't want to open anything else for Jackson right now.
I actually love this play for Will Anderson. That's 22 points, keeping ER very nice. Playing 5 tiles, hoping for the blank. The one issue, of course, you're inviting plays down from the D, which will reopen some space. Will, with a 41-point lead, trying to keep the board contained, if he can.
Yeah, I would be okay with that. I mean, first of all, any play down from the D is not going to score very much, and you could probably just overlap whatever he plays. There aren't really any other spots on this board for Jackson to bingo now, maybe except from through the A, but that's so tough to hit.
Yeah, suggestion of redeal to that L. That is not a valid word, unfortunately. That would be really nice if you could do that, and really use up a lot of the space on the board.
I'm pretty sure I've tried to play that before.
It makes sense. I mean,
yeah, it makes so much sense.
If you've ever played cards, any card game,
yeah,
but not valid in the North American lexicon. Yeah, Will's got a lot to think about here. I very much like D-Rat, but he's certainly not out of the woods regardless of what he does.
Yeah, if I see D-Rat in this position, I would definitely play that. I mean, you could also consider something like just D-Fat.
Yeah, D-Fat. Where are you seeing that? D-Fat?
No, just in front of Fat.
Oh, interesting. Okay, keep the 2 R's.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that just because I'm a little bit scared of that Z. So the Z is going to be important, I think, in this game. You can score 40 points easily with it on certain parts of the board. Zaire, even an option. There is R now after D-Rat. Jackson has not drawn a blank, has not drawn a Z. So he's going to have to do something. Maybe he plays Fem, F-E-M, underneath.
Yeah, Fem looks good. It makes it a lot harder for Will to try to block off that lane that he just opened without opening something else.
Yeah, it opens the board, doesn't do too much bad. The B is not a great letter. But yeah, continues to throw punches in a way that Will was probably not expecting. Like I said, Will probably inviting some plays from the D, but not necessarily expecting this sort of play opening the board in this manner. And with Jackson's deficit, if he hits a bingo on this row, it is dangerous for Will. He will be taking a decent lead. In certain situations, a bingo that is like an air ball that hits a lane without like a double letter score or a double word score or triple word score, opening a triple, that can be very dangerous with counterplay. But I think the scores are at that point where it's okay. But Jackson drawn a Q. That is not what he needed here.
Yeah, that is a really, really bad draw for Jackson. He needed something a little bit better than that. That was not a Q. I mean, he does have a bailout play by just QI on top of Insight, but that's, yeah, it sucks having to wait an extra turn there to get closer to a bingo.
Yeah, currently Will up by 34, but he has seen a blank that was incredibly timely for Will. He's drawn that blank, not with anything good to go with it, but he can just wait now and probably eventually bingo in this pool. But there are some obstacles. That Q is possible to draw from Will's perspective, so he has to be a little bit careful, but also patient.
Yeah, what do you do here if you're Will? I'm not seeing any play that I like. I mean, do you play like Vexed? Like, that looks terrible.
No, I'm keeping my vowel here. I think maybe just big.
Trait?
Big through the eye and Insight. What's great about that is if you do draw a bingo with that V, it might cut off the board entirely.
Yeah, that is a good point.
You could draw Overhaul. Guess not a lot of things you can really draw, but yeah, you could exchange too. It's not crazy.
I would be tempted to trade in this spot, I think. It's like any leave that you have after you play here is just not going to be amazing. And you're not going to score a lot of points. And you're not blocking anything.
Yeah. Is unincited a word? I'm wondering. Is that playable through this? I don't know.
Uninsight. That looks terrible.
Completely random thought. Sorry. That's my ADD brain.
I mean, I don't like it.
But yeah, it's a tough situation. I like playing a B and an H or a B and a G. Actually, I think BH would be a great 2 tiles to play here. I just don't know where you would do that. Okay, he's playing Herb, keeping GEHV blank.
That was a disgusting leave.
This makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It scores some points.
I guess it doesn't really block any Z options. But yeah, Jackson's going to have to play QI, wait a turn, and hope to draw something nice. We know that Will has the blank, but there are certain draws that Jackson can get with BDEIT that will bingo or threaten to bingo on the bottom of the board. Back to Will here. Under 9 minutes. He has 10 tiles in the bag to work with, to think about. He has drawn kind of awkwardly.
Yeah, interesting rack here. I mean, he could just drop the Z, but that doesn't really accomplish all that much. Does he have any plays here where you can burn the blank?
Yes, he does. He has one extremely good play here. Let's see if he spots it. It does a great job. Yeah, he's already seen it. Wow. Does a great job at taking an almost insurmountable lead at this point in the game. It's not over if he plays this. Bends in
for nice.
72.
It does float an E, but it's a lot of points.
Yeah, he will be up 100 points after Benzin. Jackson will have a turn or two to try and consolidate, but he's probably, this is so difficult. Jackson now has editable, but I feel I just feel like you can't do that. You're drawing 6 tiles, emptying the bag.
That just loses, doesn't it?
There doesn't seem to be any like possible racks Will could have where he's completely stuck from Jackson's perspective. If he has GHHSSTV, Jackson's drawing EEEOOO. So unless Will has at least one vowel, I guess Jackson can hope that Will has EEEOOO. No, but then he'll have all consonants. Wait, that's logic, right? That's circular logic. I know how
Yeah,
that works.
I don't think that's going to work either.
This is brutal for Jackson because it just feels like he cannot stomach the bingo. Editable available for 84 points on the second row here, but that will leave Jackson 17 points behind with 6 tiles in the end game. There might not even be a single draw here that wins it for Jackson.
Yeah, is there anything you can do that doesn't bingo? That gives you a chance?
Oh yes, Jackson is holding Benzin because if this is
Yeah, that makes sense.
if this is accepted, he knows that he's in a terrible position.
Yeah.
So he might choose to challenge.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault him at all if he ends up challenging here. I mean, if he's not 100% sure of this word, you're pretty much dead.
Yeah, what else is there to do, honestly? Like try and score some points here.
Yeah, I was looking there too. What do you play though? You can really only play TI.
TIA, something doesn't work. Yeah, this is actually so hard to win, I think.
Can you play Gab and then draw into something underneath Fem?
Like GAB here? Where are we looking? Oh, GAB here. Yeah, that's possible. I think
enough.
We'll look at GAB or GIB.
Yeah.
See what he can draw from that. Yeah, interesting. I think the most likely scenario
underneath a Fem though.
I think the most likely scenario here would be Jackson challenging Benzin, even though he's probably pretty sure it's a word. Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what he could even draw into. I think he's just giving up.
Yeah, maybe. He's got 8 minutes to consider this. Yeah. Editable coming down. I don't know if Jackson released the hold. If he didn't, Will shouldn't have put his tiles on his rack, but that's another discussion.
Yeah,
he's drawing EOOS.
I think with it being on stream, everybody knows that he did not mix his tiles. It would be a different story if it was on an outside table.
Yeah, that's true. So Jackson gonna draw TOSHEE, which looks nice if it was his turn.
Yeah.
Maybe play hose on top of editable, but who can play hose now? Will Anderson. But probably wants to play hog instead. Wonder what the best end game is here.
Yeah, does Jackson have any outs here?
Oh no, there's no way.
Yeah.
If you play hog, are you going out next turn? I guess is the question. I don't think you're even threatening anything.
See anything?
But anyways, with a 15-point lead and hog scoring 42, very hard to imagine anything happening here beyond Will winning the game.
Yeah, no, I think he'll be okay no matter what he does. Just don't phony.
Jackson can maybe play ethos after that.
Oh, that's fun.
I don't think that gives Will anything, but he's going to go with it. He's just going to have just enough to win. But yeah, very interesting game here.
Yeah, we got a good one for sure. A lot of interesting positions.
Yeah, hard to fault anything that either player did. I think we wanted to see weaponing by Will Anderson, but
you can hardly say that that was a mistake at all. I think they both played really well.
Oh, he does have an outplay.
Does he?
He has 2 outplays. He has Vos next to Gripey.
Oh, right there.
And he has Oves. Very,
oh my
very
God.
hard to spot.
Wow, I never would have seen that.
I don't
That
think
was
we
so
should
hard.
I know oves is a word.
Yeah, wow. I wouldn't have challenged that, but there's no chance I see that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Jackson looking at het underneath the play that Will just made. That would score 33. Ethos would score 31. The math equals the math. Jackson playing one more tile with Ethos means that these plays are tied in valuation so long as they don't give Will anything else. So, yeah. Unfortunate loss for Jackson Smiley. Both of these players are still in it, of course. They're at the top of the standings. There's one full day of play tomorrow, 7 more games. The morning session, commentated by Morris Greenberg and myself. Afternoon session, myself and Chris Canick. While Will makes his final move, let's cut to the over the board mic. See what these guys have to say.
445, 307.
Yes, 445. Sorry, you said 397.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
I was sitting there, man. Have a cheap draw there.
Engine's good.
Yeah.
Did like it.
Yeah.
In my position, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Like I saw a couple. If I draw both beaches, I think I might have a chance to win. But I really need both beaches.
I can't do anything in the corner.
Yeah, you have to block hat as well, and right. I don't even then it might be dicey, but I think I could probably win if I draw both beaches. At least part of the time.
Sometimes, yeah.
What do you have with
BGH.
Okay, wow. Good. And when did you draw the blank?
After D-Rat.
Yeah.
So
I figured you know with that.
Yeah, I had retread.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't appear, at least, to fit anywhere. And it doesn't really matter. There's good stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Hated her. B, E, G, H, their length.
Wow, just
I
the lack of
have
options.
no, yeah, I was like, what do I even do? I really wanted to keep the B for that exact
For
possibility. Yeah. Well, no, I drew ZN, so it's hard to. What I wanted to do is just draw a real word to the end.
Yeah.
So like Raven or something like that, but I had to give my heart up.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, I got the first the blank, then the Z, which you need to get one of those two probably.
I would think this was I would mean to see it at some point or something.
Sure.
But once I had this, I drew the case I after this. So
Yeah, it's the
at least
same
had
thing as
that.
our first
I
game
know.
where you
I
said
was like, EF, let's go again.
yeah. I was like, damn, I don't have a vowel that plays under there.
Yeah.
You easily can't. Yeah, you had maybe the case vowels that play under AM.
I mean, I
can't
had
really-
one of them that drew the other one.
Yeah, I can't really do anything about it. So
I guess that's the other
gotta pray to hit some other big play like that.
Mhm.
Yep. Miss anything on weapons?
You have another close item.
No, not like the first game.
Block side road, Unica.
What's that?
You block side road with Unica.
Oh, sheesh. Okay. Through the E of negation. Yeah. Unica left AWE. So
It's
I have nothing. I have nothing good. I got to do something. I don't want to play Uncia there.
I was waiting for a setup to come, but there's so many E's in the pool all the time.
Yeah.
So it was like, I wanted to do it to be aggressive, but it was like, you actually just have an E
Yeah.
100% of the time.
Right. Yeah. That's unfortunate to not get to use that. I was thinking about it for a second when you played Lux. Like, oh boy, this could be annoying later on.
I know. That was the idea. It was like, someone had to play squeegee at some point.
Yeah.
Nice.
I guess I could play. I mean, it would be insane, but I could consider a play there on D-Brat with the T, but that doesn't seem.
Again, no, it's so.
Why?
There's
I'm in
many.
command. So if scores were reversed, it could be great. Just a gamble. Okay, that's it for today, right? Yeah.
You're not gonna miss a game. Thank you.
Take a nap or something. All right.
All righty, everybody. So, after 3 days of play, Mac Meller, last year's champion, is in the lead on spread over the victor of this year game, Will Anderson. Annette, it's been a pleasure working with you. I appreciate you coming in, giving your thoughts on the commentary. We'll see you in the chat.
For sure. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the games. You guys are doing a really good job, so can't wait for the rest and to see who wins this all.
Yes, indeed. So, without further ado, we will bid you farewell for the evening. Tomorrow, games resume at 9 a.m., and I will be joined with Morris Greenberg on commentary. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the NASPA channel. Huge thanks to NASPA for sponsoring this stream and the Collins stream right beside it. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Day 4 is by far the most important day in this 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. It'll be interesting to see who ends up in the finals. For now, signing off. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.